Chapter 775, A Divine Being's Skeletal Hand. Ling Han shockingly discovered that there wasn't a trace of any weakness on Corpse Boss. How was that possible? There were Lees in every wine, and even the world's finest defensive arts definitely wouldn't be without a trace of a weakness. It was unrealistic. But now, a truly perfect being appeared. From the information fed back by the Eye of Truth, his arrow would be useless no matter which direction it was shot in. Ling Han immediately realized that it wasn't Corpse Boss who had no weak points, but that his own strength was too weak. Shattering Void Tier elites were too powerful to the point that even if they didn't move, their static defense was almost flawless, and it wouldn't matter no matter how much Heaven Tier elites attacked. At least Ling Han alone couldn't break through it. This was the gap in tier. Ling Han stood at the peak of martial arts in his previous life, but it was only the Heaven Tier, and Shattering Void Tier elites were also extremely mysterious existences to him. And now he was going to go against such a being. Fortunately, there was still Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. Ling Han operated his strength to the extreme, and if even the Ice Dragon couldn't rival Corpse Boss, he would have to consider hiding in the Black Tower or using up Black Tower's one-time power boost, though a great pity, it was better than dying here. Corpse Boss attacked, throwing out a palm, and countless large stars instantly fell from the sky as if a meteor shower was raining down on Ling Han. These weren't large stars but something that used origin power as cores, gathering spirit chi, and under the blessing of martial intent, they were heavier than stars, so it wasn't excessive to call them large stars that rained down cluster after cluster. This was an ultimate move unleashed by a Shattering Void Tier elite. It was ineffably terrifying. The Ice Dragon roared, crying out repeatedly as it charged towards the sky. Instantly, the sky burst forth with shocking light rays, and even Ling Han couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to stare at it. He was within the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, which was also a powerful defense, enough to resist against the impact of Shattering Void Tier 5 stars. Corpse Boss made multiple snatching movements with both hands. Countless large stars continued to fall, flickering, and even the sun's radiance was completely concealed. The Ice Dragon was extremely formidable. It possessed battle prowess of the Shattering Void Tier 7 stars, even being undying. Even if it was knocked apart, it wouldn't matter, for with the accumulation of spirit chi, it could immediately recover. Its root lay in the formation, and with the formation unbroken and there being no lack of spirit chi, it could exist forever. Corpse Boss was very strong, but not superior to battle prowess of Shattering Void Tier 5 stars. Not only could he not deal with the formation, he was even hunted down by the Ice Dragon. If it weren't for his extremely formidable physique, he might have been instantly killed. He stopped and muttered, "One more move." Ling Han was assured within. Although he completely couldn't see through a Shattering Void Tier elite strength, he could still make a judgment based on the confrontation between the Ice Dragon and Corpse Boss. Corpse Boss's strength was roughly Shattering Void Tier 4 stars, which was also when he released an ultimate move. Unfortunately, Ling Han only relied on the Ice Dragon's strength, or else it would be even possible for him to oppress Corpse Boss. After all, formations couldn't grow legs to carry out a pursuit and attack. The Ice Dragon could at most move in the range of the formation, and would disappear when leaving it, for it was created by the formation. There was one more move. Did Corpse Boss have an even stronger ultimate move? Corpse Boss spread open his right hand, and a crystal-shaped skeletal hand appeared. A skeletal hand should look terrifying and ghastly, but this crystal skeletal hand seemed like the most exquisite piece of art, without any ghastly feel to it and instead full of grandeur. But examining closely, one would see that there were countless veined patterns on the skeletal hand, so numerous that they were uncountable. Ling Han was shocked within and said, "Could you also have cut this off your own body in your previous life?" Corpse 2's bone mallet was made from his own femur. For a being that reached such a tier, even severed limbs could regenerate, but they couldn't regrow rapidly the way Ling Han's did. Using one's own bone as a spirit tool would definitely be the most comfortable, more than using a spirit tool nourished by oneself. Corpse Boss shook his head and said, "No, this hand is certainly something obtained in my previous life, but it's definitely not from my own body. According to my many years of research and conjectures, it might be a divine being's hand." What? Ling Han was shocked. A divine being's hand. Wait, didn't this realm not allow divine spirit elites to appear? No, it was just a severed hand, at most seen as a divine tool. Even Black Tower, Heaven Transformation Bowl, and Bottle of Curse could exist, so why couldn't a divine being's hand? The key was what sort of power it could unleash. Is it strong? Ling Han said with a smile. The more dangerous the moment, the more relaxed his mind was. Very strong. Corpse Boss said solemnly. It can kill normal Shattering Void tier elites, and if not for the realm power suppression, it can be even stronger. Then I shall see. Ling Han said, brandishing the Revere Life Sword, which also became stronger when encountering a strong opponent. He also took out the Heaven Transformation Bowl. Could the skeletal hand be absorbed and refined into a few drops of Divine Being's bone marrow? Corpse Boss grasped the crystal skeletal hand, and Wang, the veined patterns lit up. Quang, the sky immediately echoed with a clap of thunder. Sensed by the heaven and earth, the dark clouds rolled, gathering densely above Corpse Boss as if a heavenly tribulation was going to descend to kill him. That crystal skeletal hand was too powerful, it threatened the existence of this realm. The heavenly Tao was also startled and prepared to intervene at any time, opening a spatial fissure to expel it. Ling Han had seen the look of the heaven and earth unleashing its might. In Zi Shuexian's memories, those as powerful as divine beings were immediately devoured and expelled once they erupted with power not belonging to this realm. However, the dark clouds were rolling, but lightning never struck down and no spatial fissure opened up. Apparently, the crystal skeletal hand was strong, but not strong to the point of making heaven and earth expel it. What a headache. Ling Han unleashed the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and Wang, the treasured bowl, lit up and began to absorb everything around it unrestrainedly. Even normal rocks weren't let off, yet it had no way to fend against that crystal skeletal hand. Apparently, the Heaven Transformation Bowl couldn't deal with it. The levels of the two things were about the same, so Heaven Transformation Bowl couldn't do it. Ling Han retrieved the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and fully activated the Revere Life Sword. Even though he carved out a 10th tier formation, he still had a hard time grasping the formations on the Revere Life Sword. Till now, he still only activated 7 formation patterns, yet the formation patterns on it reached the number of over 10,000. Sensing the threat posed by the crystal skeletal hand, the Revere Life Sword began to awaken on its own. Its killing intent spread out, influencing the air to spiral on its own. Inside the vortex there was a gaseous sword, pitifully small, yet it could make Shattering Void tier elites feel fear when they saw it. Corpse Boss's eyes instinctively burst with a chilling glare as he said, "Your sword is remarkable. I seem to have some memory of it, but I can't remember." Would Shattering Void tier beings forget things? Of course it was impossible. Then what he meant by being unable to remember was definitely a memory from his previous life. After all, it was an old corpse that had a newly birthed soul, which could be seen as a completely different being. But for Revere Life Sword to stimulate Corpse Boss's memory from the previous life, that was even more terrifying. How deeply engraved did the memory have to be for it to connect two souls through several hundred thousands of years? It was probably deeply engraved in his bones. Chapter 776, Plunder. What Ling Han was shocked with was not that Corpse Boss's body could remember an entire formation over several hundred thousand of years, but with Ma Duo Bao, who created the Revere Life Sword. The strength of this person was absolutely shocking. To be able to engrave the memory of a formation deep into an elite's bones, in harsher words, wasn't that fear deep to the bones? Then how terrifying was Ma Duo Bao, who was able to create the formation? The world's #1 formation master, entirely worthy of such a title. No wonder he could stand as #1 above the rest on the martial arts stone, calling himself #1 and looking down on the world. It indeed wasn't big talk, but he was truly powerful. However, what sort of formation was it exactly? Hong, the crystal skeletal hand, was completely activated and turned into a slim hand with blood and flesh. Even if it was only a hand, it was charming, and had definitely belonged to an exceptional celestial fairy. However, the delicate hand turned into the size of a lofty mountain, smashing towards Ling Han. Nothing fancy, only the terrifying display of martial intent, emitting an arrogant and domineering presence. "Nothing can block it, I'll shatter it all." It seemed to say something like that. The Revere Life Sword also blossomed with dazzling light as over 10,000 veined patterns all lit up, and Shio, it slipped out of Ling Han's hand and rose into the air on its own, standing off against the delicate hand. The two clashed and the sword struck the palm, bursting forth with world-dazzling light, once again blinding people. After the dazzling light, Revere Life Sword and the lily-white hand fought fiercely, exchanging blows constantly and bursting forth with terrifyingly powerful chi. Ling Han hurriedly summoned everyone over and guarded them with Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, or else if they were struck once, they'd definitely be smashed to pieces. Corpse Boss shook his head, stopped the battle on his own accord, retrieved the crystal skeletal hand and said, 10 moves. I can't kill you. Ling Han's battle spirit was ablaze and he said, Brother Corpse, I look forward to fighting with you the next time, truly coming to grips. Corpse Boss was refined and cultured, wearing a smile on his face, and had no sign of frustration, appearing greatly generous in spirit. He said, then you'd better cultivate faster. The stage of the Shattering Void tier isn't that easy to reach. I only crossed over it without hindrance because of my former life or else, it's extremely difficult. Even he used 2 extremelies, so it was clear that humanity's peak indeed wasn't easy to reach. This time, I'm indebted to Brother Corpse for treating me to great tea. Next time I'll treat you to good wine, Ling Han said with a smile. Corpse Boss couldn't help but smile and said, although I don't drink wine, I'm willing to make an exception for you. Please? Please? Corpse Boss turned his body and took a step, appearing several miles out. To be so courteous after a life-and-death battle, it was a first for Ling Han. However, Corpse Boss indeed had a remarkable bearing, which gave him a favorable impression and desire to be his friend. However, he is after all one of 1,000 Corpse sects and in the future, I'll inevitably fight against the 1,000 Corpse sect, and it might really be a fight to the death. Ling Han sighed deeply. Hong. An astonishing battle shock wave suddenly came from afar. The stars in the sky shattered continuously, and even a large cluster of stars could be seen falling down in the daytime, being obstructed by the astral winds, burning and turning into meteorites. It was a battle of the Shattering Void tier, and it just happened to be in the direction Corpse Boss was headed. Did he encounter a formidable enemy? Ling Han wasn't worried. Shattering Void tier elite speeds were about the same, so if one side wanted to run, they could completely escape, which was the reason why Shattering Void tier elites were almost undying. If I couldn't win, I'd just run, and what could you do? Unless it was someone who cultivated a mystical power like Thunderclap 9th Heaven, then no one could catch up when running, and no one could escape when chasing. However, if a Shattering Void tier elite was willing to ignite his life essence, they could still erupt with high speeds, which was still unresolvable. The great fight in the distance didn't continue for long and soon calmed down, but it was only an instant before a terrifying oppressive pressure assaulted them, making people's skin crack, which was extremely hard to bear. A red-haired girl appeared in the distance with yellowish-pink wings, which spread out over 3,000 meters, but they were shrinking rapidly, and in the time of breath, the wings were completely gone. Yishuang Shuang. The girl held a crystal-shaped skeletal hand in her hand, playing with it absorbedly. Hey! Ling Han shouted. Io, who is it scared this lady? Yishuang Shuang put away the crystal skeletal hand in a hurry. When she saw Ling Han and the others, she couldn't help but be puzzled and said to herself, strange, this lady was clearly walking back, why'd she bump into these guys? Ling Han pointed out, you walked in the wrong direction. The Imperial City is the other way. Hehe, thanks for reminder. Later. Yishuang Shuang turned to leave. Wait. Ling Han shouted in a hurry to stop her. Weren't you keeping watch over the Imperial City? Why did you run over here? Yishuang Shuang shrugged and said, sensed a great battle here from the Imperial City, so I came here to watch the fun. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, not just watch the fun is it, but also steal someone else's things. This woman had apparently arrived long ago, but didn't intervene all along, yet waited till after Corpse Boss left to catch up to him and snatch the crystal skeletal hand. One couldn't help but say that this woman was too powerful. The might released by the crystal skeletal hand was so terrifying, but she still forcibly suppressed it. Poor Corpse Boss had to be very gloomy, right? However, it was unfortunate for him to meet a being from the divine realm. She wasn't ordinarily strong even with her strength suppressed, at least not what the current him could rival. Perhaps it took the Lunar King and even elites like Ma Duo Bao to counter her. Yishuang Shuang giggled and said, you don't know, this skeletal hand is extremely likely to be from a heavenly body tier powerhouse, and if the essence within could be extracted, this lady might be able to restore all her vigor. What heavenly body tier? And the Imperial City is that far from here you can still sense it? Ling Han questioned closely. TSK only separated by such tiny distance, it'd be strange if this lady couldn't sense it. This realm's rules are too simple. This lady is absolutely like an almighty god here. Yishuang Shuang said disdainfully. Heavenly body tier, is this a divine being's tier? Ling Han asked. He could conclude that divine being also had relative superiority, but he didn't know how it was divided. AI, you're so annoying, a mere deity transformation tier warrior concerned about the matters of the divine realm, Yi Shuang said with disdain. Ling Han gave a ha, and said, believe it or not, I'll advance into the shattering void tier within 10 years, and breaking into the divine realm is also just around the corner. Seemingly awed by Ling Han's heroic spirit, Yi Shuang was taken aback shortly, then said, all right, then this lady will do a good deed and educate you in advance, but after you know, you'd better not be shocked and unable to recover. Tisk, am I such a weak-willed person? Ling Han obviously wouldn't believe it. Don't be so sure. Yi Shuang played with the skeletal hand and said, divine beings are separated into 5 large tiers, Mountain River, Sun Moon, Heavenly Body, Eternal River, and Genesis. But every large tier isn't divided into 9 layers, instead there are only 4 small tiers, which are low extreme, medium extreme, high extreme, and consummate. Not to mention the large levels, the strength gaps between the small levels are as large as the sky. You're now in the deity transformation tier, yet you can fight the heaven tier, crossing 1 large tier, and can be called a genius in the mortal realm, but after advancing into the divine tier, even crossing 1 small tier is difficult. Chapter 777, Divine Realms Geniuses. Hearing those words, Ling Han really was somewhat shocked. He could win against an opponent by crossing an entire large tier, but despite such endowments and freakishness, once at the divine level, it was actually hard to cross even 1 small tier. You're shocked, right? Yi Shuang snickered. It's precisely because every small tier is hard to cross that even small extreme, medium extreme, and high extreme are divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. According to this lady's prediction, you're a genius that can fight against peak stage at early stage. In the divine realm, such geniuses might not be everywhere, but surely are not a few. Ling Han's heart thumped. If he claimed second at fighting at the same tier amongst the younger generation of the vast lands, no, amongst the martial artists in the entire vast lands no one would dare claim first, and it would still be so even if the Sword Emperor and the Setting Sun Saber Emperor were dragged back to this tier again. On one land, the number 1 in 10,000 years actually couldn't rank amongst the top geniuses in the divine realm. How freakish was the divine realm? Thinking again, the divine realm's resources definitely surpassed the mortal realms by countless times, and perhaps there were some nature-defying things that could skyrocket a martial artist's battle prowess, just like heavenly luck stone that Ling Han had once refined could that not exist in the divine realm. Perhaps there were even more powerful things. In a world so small that even Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire looked down on the vast lands as if they were a mayfly, Ling Han could grow to a level comparable to the divine level's geniuses. Then after he entered the divine realm, could he not become even stronger? So what about the finest geniuses? I can surpass them. Ling Han instantly recovered his confidence, and a smile surfaced at the corner of his lips, full of fighting spirit. At this moment, he itched to charge into the divine realm to fight against the Sword Emperor and the Setting Sun Saber Emperor, and then take back Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden to make her the daughter-in-law of the Ling family and warm his bed every day. Ugh! Yi Shuang shivered. Why did your eyes suddenly become so perverted, damn brat? Were you fantasizing about this lady? You? Ling Han shrugged. What's that supposed to mean? Do you think this lady isn't beautiful enough? Yi Shuang was angered. How baffling. Ling Han diverged from this substanceless topic and said, how about you? What tier and how many levels can your battle prowess surpass? Yi Shuang placed her hand on her hips proudly and said, this lady is an expert at Sun Moon tier. I reached small extremes middle stage, but being trapped for 10,000 years, my cultivation already dropped to small extremes early stage, and the battle prowess even dropped to Mountain River tier small extremes early stage. No wonder she could still easily suppress Corpse Boss. Despite being suppressed by the realm's power, she definitely could unleash the power at the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, with an unknown amount of stars of battle prowess. At this lady's peak stage, she can fight late stage at early stage, crossing 2 small tiers. This is called a 2-star genius in the divine realm. Yi Shuang saw that Ling Han was totally unconcerned and immediately went on, what do you know? In the divine realm, crossing a small tier is already remarkable, called a 1-star genius, and it's 1 in hundreds of millions. You think that there are mediocre people amongst those that can become gods? That was true. Placed in the vast lands, which Shattering Void tier elite wasn't a genius amongst geniuses, and to defeat them surpassing tiers was difficult. It was the same placed in the divine realm. Being able to ascend to God tier, unless it was from being pumped up by taking medicine, weren't those who broke through with their own diligent cultivation also geniuses amongst geniuses? To still win surpassing tiers, it would be hard. In a similar fashion, above that are 2-star geniuses, 3-star geniuses and 4-star geniuses. As far as this lady knows, there are only a few 4-star geniuses, and there was once a 5-star genius, recorded only in the ancient books, Shuang said unhurriedly. Ling Han was confident in himself. He'd only cultivated the first layer of indestructible heaven's scroll, which already made him the #1 genius recognized by the martial arts stone. If he were to master the second layer, what level could he reach? He looked at Shuang with a smile and said, I have a matter to discuss with you. What, you're coveting this lady's treasure? As if guarding from a thief, Shuang held the crystal skeletal hand tightly. Am I a person that lacking in class? Hard to say. Ling Han was speechless for a while, then said, even if I covet it, I can't beat you, right? Yeah. Shuang finally stopped worrying and said, what matter do you want to discuss? I lack the art for the 10th level and want to borrow one from you first, Ling Han said. The arts he grasped only reached the 9th level, which could only be cultivated till the peak stage of the heaven tier. Theoretically, he indeed could create his own 10th level art and advance into the shattering void tier, but how much time would that take? Even if he already stood on the grounds of predecessors, it would still take hundreds of years. He couldn't wait that long. Ha! Shuang immediately laughed loudly and said proudly, sure, but what will you use to exchange? Even if it's just borrowing, it can't be a verbal statement without proof. You have to take something as pledge, right? Tell me, what do you want? Ling Han was prepared to be taken advantage of. After all, it was worth at least 100 years, which was more valuable than any treasure. However, he definitely wouldn't take out the Black Tower, the Heaven Transformation Bowl, or the Revere Life Sword. At worst, he would just sneak into the 5 great sects and think of ways to steal. With the Black Tower in hand, it wasn't something impossible. You've come all the way from a small country in the desolate north. This lady doesn't believe that you really relied on your own hard work. Quick, tell this lady, what mystic treasure exactly do you have? Shuang's eyes sparkled, filled with curiosity. Ling Han said unhurriedly, actually, I'm the reincarnation of a shattering void tier, so my cultivation speed is obviously fast. Shuang rolled her eyes at him and said, a soul's reincarnation in the divine realm is almost impossible, unless one obtained the exceptional divine item, reincarnation flower. Like hell this lady believes you. Besides, if you were a shattering void tier's reincarnation, would you need a 10th layer art? Yes, this chick isn't stupid. Ling Han's heart raced. So, a soul's reincarnation in the divine realm was also extremely rare? Hiss, exactly how high did the level of the Black Tower reach, not only making his soul reincarnate, and first preserving it for 10,000 years, allowing him to constantly fathom indestructible heaven's scroll during the 10,000 years. He'd already overestimated the Black Tower, but now, he seemed to have underestimated it. Sigh, you don't believe it even if I tell you, I can't help it. Ling Han shrugged. He definitely wouldn't reveal the secret of the Black Tower. Then, the 10th level art you want, you can say goodbye to it. Shuang said unhappily. Then he'd say goodbye. There was nothing impossible in the world, and all he had to do was take time to think of another way. He was still a while away from the peak stage of the heaven tier anyway. Go back. He called Helian Sun Shui and the others. He had to quickly take care of the problem of the East region. Chapter 778, East Region's Elites Assault. East Region, second only to the Middle State in terms of martial arts and on par with the South Region, both having heaven tier elites. The invasion of the North Region this time was originally rejected by the East Region's elites, but they couldn't disobey the 5 great sects' will, and had to sortie several heaven tier elites, bringing large amounts of deity transformation tier, spiritual infant tier, and flower blossom tier warriors while opening the region barrier with a 10th tier spirit tool lent by the 5 great sects to launch an attack on the North Region. A combination like this was obviously invincible. They conquered cities and strongholds along the way almost without any effort, as each city chose to surrender very cooperatively. However, the East Region's elites didn't notice that almost every household worshipped a Black Tower, which still continually accumulated the spirit of the people. The power of the nation could only be devoured and annihilated in a war between nations. They were now like robbers, being able to capture territory, but unable to destroy the hearts of the people. Of course, if the imperial city and the emperor were destroyed, then with the country's roots dead, the country wouldn't be a country. It'd be equivalent to hitting where it hurt, being just as deadly. The various regions would cooperate obviously because they received orders. Ling Han already returned to the imperial city. On the way he intentionally lured the enemy to venture deep, making them go deep into Great Ling Empire's interior, where he would annihilate them all. The opponent pressed on very fast, and left Flower Blossom tier martial artists to keep watch over the seized cities while the elites continued to march west, towards the imperial city. Ling Han, I have a matter to discuss with you. Right when he returned to the imperial city, Ling Han was dragged over by Hellion Sun Shui. Ling Han was startled. Was this chick trying to be lewd in broad daylight? What's with your expression? Hellion Sun Shui pulled him to the side and said, the Sea Race's people have already come. Ling Han looked at her and said, where? They were sent fleeing by Yi Shuang Shuang, Hellion Shuan Shui said. This time not only Xianyu royal family came, my family also did. Originally, I wanted to hide from them, but knowing the truth about the settling, I felt that my family could be won over, so I wrote a letter to have that person from my family bring it to my father. In other words, Helion's royal family knows that you're here? Ling Han said. Yes. Hellion Sun Shui nodded. If you think I've done something wrong, I can leave, and I definitely won't implicate you. Ling Han pressed her down on his thigh, greeted her but with a bunch of slaps and said, you think I'm the kind of person to throw away the mother of my child? You ought to take a beating. Good beating. Good beating. Hunyou immediately jumped out from behind a stone pillar and threw a kick and said, Ling Han, let's beat her to death and eat stewed dragon beat. Whoever contested with her for Ling Han would be treated as a target that needed to be destroyed, but unfortunately Ling Han didn't allow it, giving Hunyou no choice. Hellion Sun Shui however turned over and rode on top of Ling Han. Her almond-shaped eyes burst with flames as she tore open Ling Han's clothes and said fiercely, how many times do you owe me? Ew. Hunyou covered her eyes with both hands in a hurry. The sea girl was really too dirty and was going to corrupt Nyou's pure spirit. Hunyou's still here, aren't you afraid of corrupting children? Ling Han hurriedly turned over again, pressing Hellion Sun Shui below his body. Cici Nyou also wants to play. Hunyou pounced on top. She thought that the two were just playing. With Hunyou present, Hellion Sun Shui obviously couldn't claim back her debt, and her temper naturally remained somewhat irritable. Fortunately, Ling Jian Shui woke up and made her rush to breastfeed. Hunyou looked on by the side and said, why doesn't little Snow look anything like Ling Han? He's still young, so it's obviously hard to tell, Liu Yutong said. She and Li Xichang would help look after Ling Jian Shui, who was Ling family's current little beloved baby. Everyone of all statuses pampered him to the bones. Yeah. The lit fellow chuckled and reached out his small hand to grab Liu Yutong's breasts. Apparently he thought that Liu Yutong's breasts were more ample and should taste more delicious, making Hellion Sun Shui quite depressed. After a few days, the East Region's elite coalition already arrived several hundred meters from the imperial city. They would be able to pull out Great Ling Empire's backbone in the next step, thoroughly destroying the newborn king's court. Ling Han commanded everyone out. It was time to draw the net. East Region's elites fought smoothly all the way here. Besides, who didn't know that North Region's martial arts level was the lowest? Thus, each one of them was obviously proud and arrogant, not thinking that North Region had any sort of power that could obstruct them. They found it strange that, with North Region's inadequate strength, they would go as far as to make Middle State that nervous, forcing them to sortie almost all their top powers. Look, didn't they easily advance to the Great Ling Empire's imperial city? Now everything would be resolved. Ling Han brought Hunyou to greet the enemy. I am Great Ling Empire's son of heaven, and if you all dare to assault my empire, you shall all die. But considering you guys are also just obeying orders, I'll give you all a chance. Surrender now. I can spare your lives. Ling Han said, his voice rumbling throughout the entire imperial city, even through the totem resounding in every single city. This was miraculous effect of totems, which could connect the entire Great Ling Empire. Ha 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 ha. East Region's elites were taken aback shortly, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. This brat was really the emperor? Not just a laughing stock? A mere deity transformation tier warrior dared to demand they surrender. What a real exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. Brat, I'll kill you. A deity transformation tier warrior jumped out. He looked to be 40 years old, but his real age was at least over 200, which could be clearly seen from qi and blood. Ling Han walked over in large strides and said, "If you can block this emperor's one move, this emperor will spare your life." Bullsh *T, watch me kill you in one move. That person was furious and charged over while brandishing a large saber. The boiling presence shocked the air. His strength was quite astonishing, and he could be called an expert even in the deity transformation tier. Ling Han had his hands behind his back. The moment the opponent's assault arrived, he casually threw out a palm. That person instantly split into pieces. Deity transformation tier blood essence propagated heaven and earth, turning into multicolored divine light, an extremely shocking thing. Ling Han withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "There aren't many chances left. Is there still no one willing to surrender?" The palm he displayed shocked the elites of the East region. That deity transformation tier warrior wasn't weak, being a renowned elite in the East region, sufficient to rank in the top hundreds. However, such an elite was actually killed by a single palm, demonstrating just how astonishing Ling Han's strength was. They underestimated the North region. They never would have thought that there was actually such an elite here. A heaven tier elite walked out, wearing a grim smile and said, "Indeed remarkable, a deity transformation tier warrior that has heaven tier battle prowess, worthy of being called a peerless genius. But do you know that establishing a nation is something that goes against the heavenly laws?" Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "May I ask, how does it go against the heavenly laws?" "The rules agreed on by the old ancestors. What else?" that heaven tier said coldly. These people were brainwashed into stupidity. They obviously had to be convinced through a beating. Ling Han waved his hand and sneered, "If your old ancestor tells you to eat such *T, do you eat it?" Chapter 779, All Settled. Crazy ravings, that heaven tier elite reprimanded. The old ancestors' rules have weathered tens of thousands of years and are obviously the universal truth. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You fool, what old ancestors' rules? Those were clearly drawn up by elites. I'm strong, I have a say, that's the constant truth of all ages. If that's the case, then this old man will convince you through a beating." That heaven tier walked in large strides. His spirit and chi burst forth as if a blazing furnace. "Then I'll take you as the chicken and kill you for the monkeys to see," Ling Han said with a smile. Impudence. That heaven tier elite was infuriated. He was a heaven tier elite, a supreme being in the East region, and now he was actually likened to a chicken. How could this not make him furious? He snorted and unleashed a long azure whip. With a shake, the whip immediately straightened, looking as if a long spear. Senior Zhang's furious, he's serious. That's for sure. Senior Zhang is a well-known figure in our East region who can rank in the top 5 amongst the strongest. This brat dared to humiliate Senior Zhang, he's absolutely asking to die. The East region's elites discussed animatedly, obviously thinking that Ling Han was dead for sure. That heaven tier elite's surname was Jianghu with a single character named Zhang, but no one dared to call him directly by his name, and all called him by Senior Zhang. Jianghu was one of the leading figures of East region's elites on this expedition. His intervention could be seen as a king going against a king, the battle of the strongest of the two parties. Of course, from the East region's elite's perspective, the battle was without a doubt going to be Jia Zhang's victory. Ling Han extended his right hand and said indifferently, "I'll use only one hand." Fuck. Flames instantly flickered above Jia Zhang's head. An elite that reached his tier, even without cultivating fire-type arts, could still draw on heaven and earth spirit chi to turn it into fire with a single thought. He was obviously furious. A mere deity transformation tier junior. No matter how amazing his talent, he actually dared not to use both hands against him, making him furious to the point of bursting out fire from both eyes. This junior was seriously seeking his own death. He brandished the whip spear and attacked Ling Han. Ling Han had never seen such a weapon, and couldn't help but be curious, shifting his feet to see what exactly was remarkable about such a skill. Don't say the spirit tool truly was somewhat out of the ordinary. It could be thrust like a spear, but after it was blocked, it could turn into a soft whip, forming lashing attacks. Veined patterns were also branded on top of it, and after it was activated, it emitted a light blue light, its powers astonishing. For him to be able to rank amongst the strongest in the East region, it was obviously not from bluffing. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Han. "My physique can compare to 9th tier rare metal, how do you plan to harm me?" Even if melted with strange fire, it wouldn't take a short period of time, at least taking several days and nights to refine. Although Jianghu was very energetic in his attacks and seemed to have the advantage on the scene, pressuring Ling Han, but in reality, Ling Han wasn't threatened at all. Ling Han simply wanted to look at the whip spear's transformation, which was why he never fought back all along. Senior Zhang, kill this heaven-daring guy. Yes, slaughter this brat so that we can return to the East region. This place's spirit chi is too thin, and staying here one more day would be the loss of one more day. Everyone shouted one after another, hoping that the errand of killing Ling Han would be taken care of quickly so that they could return to the East region as soon as possible. Jianghu obviously very much wanted to take care of Ling Han, but he knew inside that Ling Han only seemed to be at a disadvantage, but was actually extremely at ease, and he definitely couldn't take him down in a short amount of time. He couldn't help but try to taunt him. Junior, you dodging here and there? Exactly how long do you want to dodge? Behind you is the Imperial City, where else can you dodge? Ling Han just happened to be tired of watching. With a smile he said, you want to be defeated that badly? Alright, as you wish. He extended his right hand and golden light radiated instantly. He already operated the earth overturning seal and pressed it towards the opponent. This was a mystical power. Ling Han had already cultivated the earth overturning seal to the point where both hands could execute it simultaneously. He could also use it with one hand. Thus, his battle prowess was only slightly weaker even though he only used the right hand. He instantly turned the tables and on the scene, his imposing manner immediately took the initiative. The Heaven-tier elites he'd encountered recently were Su Xiaoran, Corpse 2 and the like, making him feel that Heaven-tier elites were very powerful. But now that it changed to Jianghu, he instantly felt something different. Heaven-tier was so weak. Jianghu could be called a supreme elite in the East region, but he couldn't possibly compare to Su Xiaoran and the others. What? Senior Zhang's actually being suppressed. How's it possible? My god, this must be fake. The East region's elites all cried out, covering their heads. This was too fake. A deity transformation tier junior was able to pressure a heaven tier elite in a fight, and it was also a veteran heaven tier warrior who became well known long ago. Their view on life was about to collapse. Another heaven tier elite snorted and said, now's not the time to fight solo. Our mission is to wipe out Great Ling King's court, and now the nation's master is in front of us. Brother Tu, Brother Ma and Brother Zhang, attack with this old man together and eliminate this junior. Okay. The other heaven tier elites nodded one after another. Indeed, it wasn't a martial arts contest, and there wasn't a need to respect the rule of 1 versus 1. A total of 7 heaven tier elites walked out and surrounded Ling Han. Hunyo instantly jumped out and said, Nyo will be your opponent. Ling Han laughed and said, no, I can take care of them. Since these people were attacking together, he didn't need to keep the promise of using only one hand and unleashed the Revere Life Sword at once. With a brandish of the sword, light soared into the sky. With the blessing of the power of the nation, he deployed the mysterious 3,000, and 3,100 rays of sword light burst forth immediately, enveloping the 8 heaven-tier elites at the same time. What? Jianghu and the others had their eyes popping out with shock. What? How could there possibly be such a swift and fierce sword art in the world, attacking 8 heaven-tier elites at the same time and making each of them feel that it couldn't be resisted? Their realization came already too late. The sword light swept by, and the 8 heaven-tier warriors fell down, all dying instantly. In the East region's elites camp, only silence remained. 2M Fing strong, how could there be such a freak, killing heaven-tier elites like reaping vegetables? Could this be a shattering void-tier elite? How could they resist? They couldn't resist at all. Ling Han put away his sword and said indifferently, how about it, who wants to surrender or still stubbornly resist till the end? The East region's party's heaven-tier warriors had all died in battle, and only deity transformation tier 1s remained. Facing Ling Han who was like a god, they no longer had the least bit of desire to fight. Some people surrendered at once, but some people chose to run. They didn't want to become someone's servant. Hunyo displayed her prowess and turned into a lightning, grasping one after another. Who could even escape from her hands? After luring the enemy to go deep, block the enemy's retreat and destroy them, the East region's army was declared completely annihilated. Ling Han summoned every single one of them to surrender. Faced with death, there were very few people who could look death in the eyes calmly. Besides, they were commanded to attack. They themselves had no unresolvable grievance with Ling Han, so why back it with their lives? Could they really have the middle state bestow them a title of a martyr? Chapter 780, Arriving at Dome Cloud Island. After taking care of the East Region's elites, he had them take back the cities that were seized. The East Region's elites were all extremely gloomy. Their running back and forth felt just like playing make-believe, absolutely like a joke. After recovering the lost territory, Ling Han had the East Region's elites return to properly handle the work of East Region's various large sections. After he took down the West Region, he would then consider leading an army either north or east. After a few more days, the Sea Race's people came. It was a shattering void tear from Hellion family who brought Hellion Rong's personally written letter and delivered it to Ling Han and Hellion Sun Shui to read. Hellion Rong was the current generation's leader of Hellion royal family, and was also called King Hellion. He was also Hellion Sun Shui's father. The general idea in the letter was that the matter Hellion Shui mentioned was too shocking. A few words in a letter weren't enough to convince anyone, and there were many questions that needed Ling Han and Hellion Sun Shui to see the North Sea's royal family and personally explain. The letter also especially mentioned Ling Jian Shui, whom Hellion Rong, his maternal grandfather, wanted to personally see. So, Hellion Sun Shui asked Ling Han. Ling Han muttered to himself and said, "We must go so that we can win over your family. However, we can't exactly let our guard down since it can be a trap." "Then what do you plan on doing?" Hellion Sun Shui said. If possible, she obviously didn't want to fall out with her family. Ling Han pondered and said, "Go ask Yi Shuang. If she's willing to be our bodyguard, this trip will be safe. However, without her keeping watch over the Imperial City, I'm worried that people will take advantage of her absence, which is rather problematic." Hellion Sun Shui nodded. Now the 5 great ancient sects and the 1,000 Corpse sect all had their eyes on Great Ling Empire. Although Purple Moon Emperor's court tied up the majority of their forces, but to send a few shattering void tier elites was still possible. Who in the Imperial City would able to rival them? Ling Han thought it over shortly, shook his head and said, Yi Shuang is not suited to leave. I'll bring Ice Dragon Ground Blast Formation, which can rival shattering void tier 7 stars. On top of Black Tower's protection, even if there's a falling out, there's no need to be afraid. So it's really just the 2 of us going? Hellion Sun Shui was somewhat worried. Ling Han smiled and said, "My father-in-law wants to see his grandson, so we'll show him. If that's the case, then I'll have to make arrangements, or else if I'm not here, the matters of the Empire would be hopelessly chaotic," Hellion Sun Shui said. Ling Han couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "You say it like I haven't done anything." Hellion Sun Shui rolled her eyes and said, "Then tell me, what have you done?" Ling Han looked at her slender and alluring figure and couldn't help but tease her. "You." Hellion Sun Shui was first taken aback, and then came to her senses, pinching Ling Han fiercely. This guy actually made a perverted joke, how truly rascally. Yi Shuang couldn't leave. The Imperial City was not only the center of the nation, but also Ling family's headquarters, so how could a mishap be allowed? If Yi Shuang didn't keep watch, Ling Han would definitely put his parents in the Black Tower. After all, he was now a target for all. After discussing for a while, Ling Han decided to bring Hellion Sun Shui, Hunyo and his son to the North Sea, not bringing the others. Hunyo hadn't reached the Shattering Void tier, but she had extremely fast speed, and even a Shattering Void tier elite would have a hard time hurting her. She could go anywhere in the world. Besides, was it possible not to bring her? The little girl was impossible to shake off. They entered the desolate north again, and first went to see the situation with the ancient mineshaft in Fire Country. The Black Chi was more and more terrifying, making Ling Han more worried as to when the buried dead people down there would come into the world. After taking a glance, they went out to sea and set out towards Hellion royal family's ancestral grounds. After martial artists advanced to the Flower Blossom tier, they broke away from the mortal body, and it didn't matter if they didn't breathe or eat as long as they could absorb spirit chi, they could maintain their life force. Reaching Ling Han's height, their life force was even more formidable, and even without absorbing spirit chi, they could still hold out for several tens of years through exhausting their own origin power. Thus they held their breath and were like fish in the great sea. Hellion Sun Shui didn't even need to hold her breath. She possessed true dragon's blood, and it was no different for her whether she was in the water and on land. Actually, her battle prowess even rose in the sea. Ling Han nodded inwardly. In terms of spirit chi density, the sea wasn't superior to the land, but the sea's spirit chi was basically water element. The sea race was also basically water element, so, relatively, the sea race also had an extremely great cultivation advantage. The sea was three-dimensional. Only small fish lived in the shallow areas, but after entering the deep sea, all sorts of large fish appeared one by one. Supermassive species also appeared, especially after entering over 5,000 meters deep. These types of living creatures could easily reach several hundred of meters in size, becoming as large as a mountain, an extremely shocking thing. Even if these living creatures didn't cultivate, their brute force was terrifyingly great, being able to crush a mountain with a light bump. And hearing Hellion Sun Shue's words, this actually wasn't the largest body type, not even 1/100th of it, which shocked Ling Han. Then once the supersized sea monsters matured, would they be able to rival the shattering void tier? After 3 days they were already far from the desolate north. According to Hellion Sun Shue, it was about 7 days' journey to Hellion royal family's ancestral grounds. Against expectations, Ling Han thought Hellion family's ancestral grounds were deep in the sea, but instead it was on a gigantic island. In reality, the majority of the sea race placed their ancestral grounds on islands because there were supersized living beings at the bottom of the sea. They weren't sentient and didn't cultivate, but they were born with formidable physiques. If the ancestral grounds were set at the bottom of the sea, then they'd risk the danger of them being demolished by these living beings. Then why are you bringing me to the bottom of the sea? Ling Han couldn't help but ask. Hellion Sun Shue smiled and said, since we're at sea, I obviously want to properly show you the sea race's sights. Ling Han was speechless. After another 7 days, they finally arrived at Hellion royal family's ancestral grounds, Dome Cloud Island. Stop. Who dares to barge in recklessly into Hellion family's territory? Just when they set foot on the island, they saw 2 guard-like people charge over. Their upper body was human, but their lower body was lobster-shaped, astonishing Ling Han. As 7th princess. When they saw Hellion Sun Shue, they both knelt down halfway in salutation. Hellion Sun Shue avoiding marriage undoubtedly made Hellion and the Xianyu royal family pursue her together, but Hellion royal family never said they abolished Hellion Sun Shue's position as a princess. Her bloodline was extremely rare and noble, and she definitely wouldn't be demoted just like that. If that was the case, how could these 2 lobster guards dare not to be respectful? Hellion Sun Shue waved her hand and said, I want to see my father. Yes, this subordinate will immediately go report it. A lobsterman turned and left. Actually, even if Hellion Sun Shue didn't say so, they would do so. Hellion Sun Shue now carried the status of an escapee, and the Hellion family was constantly searching for her. Ling Han stroked his chin. The saying, the ugly bride isn't afraid to meet her parents-in-law, was true, and now that it was his turn to meet the father-in-law, he really felt somewhat nervous. Chapter 781, Show of Strength. Shortly, several powerful figures appeared, and although they retracted their powerful presence, they still revealed silhouettes of sun, moon, and stars as their eyes opened and closed, terrifyingly shocking. They were definitely shattering void-tier powerhouses. Sun Shue, the man in the middle, said. Wearing a multicolored embroidered robe, he was tall and well-built, with 2 small buns on his head that looked as if horns that were about to grow out. It was an obvious characteristic of a dragon's descendant, but not everyone was like this. For example, Hellion Sun Shue, who didn't have any defined dragon race's characteristics, but her bloodline was considerably pure and strong. My respects to the king. Hellion Sun Shue bowed. Not to mention that the other party was Hellion family's chief and her father, the shattering void tier alone commanded respect. Ling Han pondered and said, I am Ling Han, respects to the North Sea Hellion family's seniors. The Hellion family didn't clearly express whether they accepted him as a son-in-law, so Ling Han obviously wasn't willing to be enthusiastic to a cold crowd, but intended on taking things step by step instead. You guys were the one who invited me to come, so release a friendly signal. Except for Hellion Rong, the other 5 people glanced at Ling Han, revealing displeased looks. It was this man who destroyed Hellion and Xianyu's cooperative relationship truly deserved to be killed. Hellion Rong nodded and said, let's talk after we enter the room. The 6 people turned, while Hellion Sun Shue signaled at Ling Han with her eyes, and followed behind them. Ling Han pulled on Hunyu's hand and walked forward while saying in low voice, would your father lure us in and then lock up and beat us? Although his voice was low, Hellion Rong and the other 5 were powerful, and couldn't possibly not hear it. their faces twitched and they had an urge to give Ling Han a sound thrashing. Hellion Sun Shui also appeared awkward, glaring at Ling Han. This guy was actually still fooling around. If she didn't have a son with him, she really wanted to give him a fierce whipping. The group walked into a hall where many people were already seated. Many more people were still on their way, young and old. The seniors had seats, while the juniors could only stand in the surrounding, but there were also exceptions since a few youngsters full of martial spirit received seats that were quite near the front. They should be the leading figures of Hellion family's next generation if they could qualify to be bestowed with a seat. Ling Han took a glance. The majority of these youngsters were in the deity transformation tier, but there were two that advanced into the heaven tier but were somewhat older. It couldn't be discerned from their looks, but judging from their chi and blood, they should be 40 to 50 years old. It couldn't be judged very accurately. Sun Shui, you ran from the marriage without permission. Do you know your crimes? An old man suddenly opened up with an intense interrogative tone, his voice rumbling. A show of strength? Ling Han came out boldly with a smile and said, Everybody, this time we, husband and wife, accepted the invitation and came to the sea race, to discuss the matter of the settling, so why suddenly mention Sun Shui? If that's the case, we can only turn around and leave. Outrageous human, you dare to be impudent in front of this old man, the old man shouted furiously. He was a shattering void tier elite, and with his fury, his aura rippled and instantly made many people feel oppression in their chests. Even their flesh was about to rupture. Ling Han was unafraid. When he and Hellion Sun Shui rushed here, Hellion Rong and the other 5 shattering void tier elites personally greeted them, and although Hellion Rong didn't say any words of welcome, it was a sort of declaration of position, a considerably high standard in treatment. Thus, it could be thought of as them playing good cop bad cop, white and black. They were showing goodwill previously and now someone was playing bad cop, giving Ling Han a show of strength. If Ling Han didn't come out boldly, he would obviously be looked down upon. Seeing his own wife being reprimanded and refusing to confront it, what good was there keeping such a man? Ling Han said indifferently, if Hellion royal family does not welcome us, then we'll just leave. Coming here, you think you can leave just because you say you will? Another shattering void tier powerhouse spoke up. He looked only 40, his figure surprisingly stalwart, and his height reaching over 3 meters. He looked like a small mountain standing there, shockingly oppressive. Ling Han swept a glance at him and said, Oh, you want to stop us? Come, attack, let me see the powerfulness of the sea race. If he kept yielding, then he would only let the Hellion clan think he was easy to bully, and in the following negotiations he would only be at an absolute disadvantage. So, he also wanted a fight to give Hellion family a show of strength. Haha, you want to challenge this general? That giant couldn't help but laugh. It was definitely the best and most arrogant joke he had ever heard. A mere deity transformation tier dared to challenge a shattering void tier elite. You don't dare? If you don't dare to, then don't be pesky, it's not like you're one who has the right to make decisions. Ling Han said coldly. Fuck, this brat's too arrogant. Many people were in a violent rage. In their eyes, the human race represented weakness, and now the weak dared to provoke the strong, obviously making them both surprised and infuriated. Too detestable. That giant wasn't from Hellion royal family, but he was one of the king's 7 generals, surnamed Yu. Xianyu was also a large family, a clan that adhered to the Hellion royal family, and the strongest elite in the clan was Yu Jianshan, with cultivation of the 3rd layer of the shattering void tier. Hellion royal family had a little over 30 shattering void tiers, which included these adhering forces, and in Hellion families alone, there were roughly 20 shattering void tier elites, which was also an extremely surprising thing. Before coming here, Hellion Sun Shui already analyzed the various great forces of the sea race, so Ling Han didn't lack understanding of them. The reason why Hellion royal family could have so many shattering void tier elites was because of the existence of ancestral blood, making it relatively easier to advance to this tier. Secondly, they were descendants of the dragon race and had longer lifespan, living 3 times longer compared to the human race at any tier. The possibility of breaking through was obviously a little higher with more time, especially 3 times the time, which could create endless possibilities. Besides, human shattering void tier elites only had roughly 1,000 years of lifespan, but the sea race's royal family reached up to 4,000 years. With 3 more generations of accumulation, how could there not be lots of shattering void tier powerhouses? Haha, human junior, if you can take one of this general's move, this general will allow you to talk. Yu Jianshan laughed from extreme anger. The other people didn't speak and tacitly approved of Yu Jianshan's method, which clearly was to give Ling Han a hard time. Of course, they also wouldn't do too much to Ling Han. Firstly, they indeed wanted to confirm the truth about the settling, and secondly, they suffered enough at the hands of Shuang, so they wouldn't dare be too unbridled either. Third ancestor, there's no need for you to personally attack, allow me. A man who was also stalwart jumped out, pointed at Ling Han and said, I am Xianyu family's Yu Zai. Human, await your death. Seeing Yu Zai jump out, some of Hellion family's people instantly frowned. Shattering Void Tier elites knew more or less about the settling and knew the purpose of inviting Ling Han over, so no matter how furious they were, they'd attack with proper restraint. However, the settling involved too much and they didn't dare let the juniors know. Any leaks could incur the calamity of the clan's destruction. Yu Zai was part of the masses that didn't know the truth, and although he was only in the deity transformation tier, he reached the 9th layer and his battle prowess was terrifying, comparable to low-level heaven tier. If he accidentally beat Ling Han to death, the matter would also be grave. Chapter 782, Counter Checkmate. Moreover, everyone in the Hellion clan knew that Yu Zai liked Hellion Sun Shui and followed her everywhere in pursuit of her, but his love was unrequited, and it wasn't until Hellion Sun Shui was betrothed to Xianyu Ming that Yu Zai finally gave up. It couldn't be helped. This involved the survival of 2 clans, or else both clans could be annihilated by the Wenren royal family. However, now that Hellion Sun Shui even gave birth to a son, it was obviously impossible for her to marry into Xianyu royal family. Xianyu Dongming even died, so his heart livened up again. If Ling Han was killed, would he be able to fill the position? He didn't mind being the backup man. He indeed liked Hellion Sun Shui crazily, or else any more sane person would have thought of something. If you kill her man, would she still want to marry you? Marrying a chicken or a dog, she wouldn't even take a glance at you. Who couldn't guess Yu Zai's thoughts? Therefore, everyone wanted advise against it. They only wanted to give Ling Han a bit of pain to make him more obedient, and had no intention of taking his life. Allow him. Hellion Rong waved his hand. If Ling Han was still no match when fighting in the same tier, why would he want such a son-in-law? To be shamed? Yu Zai instantly exulted. The king said so, so was that expressing an intention of taking him as a son-in-law? He walked out in large strides and said, Human, don't say I'm bullying you, I'll only use one hand. Hellion Sun Shui and Hunyo both smiled. Other people didn't know, but could they not know clearly of Ling Han's strength? Not to mention such a deity transformation tier warrior, a heaven tier one would also be instantly chopped into mush, and even if a shattering void tier came, wasn't there still the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation? The Hellion family wanted to give Ling Han a show of strength, but wasn't Ling Han intent on doing the same? Ling Han smiled faintly, walked 2 steps toward him and said, You're really going to use just one hand? Of course. When have I, Yu Zai, ever gone back on my words? Yu Zai appeared full of confidence. Then thank you, Ling Han said with a smile. Then to express my respect for you I'll give it my all. That's the greatest respect for you, right? Yu Zai cracked a smile. This human was truly a coward. I'm about to steal your wife, and you're still going on about tribute and respect. I'm surely going to steal your wife. He patted his chest and said, Take out your strongest move. Okay. Ling Han unleashed the Revere Life Sword, brandished the sword gently, and then held it parallel to his chest. All the Shattering Void tier elites squinted their eyes, feeling a shred of nervousness. Even if they deliberately restrained themselves, how terrifying a thing was it for so many elites feeling nervous simultaneously. Instantly, many people covered their chests, their faces turning pale, and even heaven tier warriors almost slid off their chairs. Shattering Void tier powerhouses, standing at humanity's peak, were shockingly powerful. Yu Zai also retreated 7 steps. Fortunately, Yu Jianshan nudged his back, allowing him to stop in his steps, or else he'd definitely slump to the ground. Human, this sword, does it have a name? A Shattering Void tier powerhouse asked. He felt an immense menace from the veined patterns on the sword, as if once these formation patterns were activated, it could even kill him easily. However, it clearly wasn't a spirit tool. The Revere Life Sword. Ling Han stroked the blade, smiled faintly and said, The original owner named it the world's greatest killing sword, but I felt it too arrogant, and slaughter harms the heavenly harmony, so revering life was better. The world's greatest killing sword, several Shattering Void tier elites muttered, their eyes lighting up. thinking about whether or not to take out some treasure to exchange for the Revere Life Sword with this humanate was enough to increase their battle prowess by 10 stars. Yu Jianshan's expression was also stern as he said, "Zai, you mustn't be careless, this sword is unusual." Yu Zai made little of it. No matter how strong spirit tools were, it also depended on who was using it. Could a mere deity transformation tier warrior unleash the power of a 10th tier spirit tool? At most it was just slightly sharper, so what did he need to fear? However, he didn't dare to argue with Yu Jianshan and said in a hurry, "Third ancestor, Zai understands." He walked forward a few more steps and said, "Human, is this what you're counting on?" Ling Han nodded and said, "Poor, right? But it's all I have, don't take it to heart." The shattering void tier elites' faces all twitched. Having such an exceptional divine sword, you still freaking said you were poor, then what were they? Beggars? 10th tier rare metal was too rare, and definitely not every shattering void tier possessed a corresponding spirit tool. Therefore, many shattering void tier powerhouses would extract a part of their body to make into a spirit tool. Firstly, it was indeed more handy, and secondly, they were forced to do so as they had no choice. Of course, some people used their own bones and old skin to make spirit tools because it was stronger. For example, Corpse 2, his former self, was definitely extremely powerful, and there was no way that he couldn't acquire 10th tier rare metal, yet he deliberately pulled out his own femur to make a spirit tool. This was precisely because he was too powerful, and other spirit tools were no match. You can attack. Yu Zai was full of confidence. First, he didn't know how terrifying the Revere Life Sword was, and second, the long-established perception made him think that humans couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now he had advantage in tier, so it would obviously be even more of a sweep. So what if the opponent held a divine weapon? Ling Han held the long sword flat and began to operate the 10,000 techniques return to 1. Once the sword intent came, Yu Zai was agitated, feeling ice cold all over his body and unable to breathe. His mind was blank and he clenched his hands tightly, sweating profusely. The shattering void tier elites were all shocked. Although the sword hadn't been swung, could they not determine with their judgment that this sword attack's destructive power was at least Heaven tier 9 stars? Yu Zai was indeed a genius, being able to possess Heaven tier battle prowess at the deity transformation tier, but at most had 1 star, and such a gap was like heaven and earth. Stop. Yu Jianshan hurriedly stepped forward to protect Yu Zai. If Ling Han were to unleash the sword, this outstanding descendant would definitely be dead. Ling Han pretended to be startled and said, "Didn't you say it'd be a fight using one hand? Why are 2 people fighting me together now?" Yu Jianshan's expression couldn't help but turn dark. "You freaking did it on purpose." Their fucker. It was definitely on purpose, clearly knowing how terrifying his sword attack's power is, yet you play dumb to make my foolish descendant bite the bait. He snorted and said, "Zai isn't your match, we lost this fight." "How can that be? We haven't even competed, who knows the outcome of the fight?" Ling Han shook his head. "Senior, don't be humble, let this whatever fish fight with me to see who is stronger." Yu Jianshan almost swatted Ling Han. "Fight what out?" If Ling Han unleashed his sword, Yu Zai would become a corpse right away. He snorted and said, "Human, don't you overdo it." "Overdo it?" Ling Han said with a smile. "I came here without a single soldier, full of good faith, but everyone here are all shattering void tier elites yet target me, wanting to give me a head-on blow, so who exactly went too far?" The shattering void tier elites couldn't help but look embarrassed, for he hit the nail on the head. Chapter 783, Dupe one more time. Yu Jianshan suppressed the urge to swat Ling Han to death, asking with a sullen face, "What exactly do you want to do?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "If you can give me some compensation to comfort my wounded heart, I won't fuss about it." Everyone was tongue-tied. They'd seen shameless people, but to ask for compensation so frankly, this one was probably the first. If it were only Ling Han, Yu Jianshan would obviously ignore him and just end it by swatting him to death. However, Ling Han was in fact Hellion royal family's son-in-law, and as Hellion's subordinate clan, if he dared to murder the royal family's son-in-law, then Xianyu clan would definitely be exterminated. Regarding the royal family, how could others be allowed to interfere? Even if Ling Han were to be killed, then it would have to be Hellion family that did it, others weren't fit to do so. After Yu Jianshan took a few slight breaths, he waved his hands regretfully. Instantly the ground was full of treasures. There were corals that were crimson red like blood and pearls the size of fists, glowing all over, lighting up the eyes of quite a few shattering void tears, who had the desire to reach out their hands. Now this should do. Yu Jianshan snorted. Smiling broadly, Ling Han stored away the treasures and muttered, "Blood coral has the effect of strengthening the physique. Millennium pearl, although its effects are slightly worse, they aren't bad as stewed porridge, and dark tortoise shell can be refined into a protective gear. Not bad, not bad." Everyone here was a powerhouse and could obviously hear his mutters, and thus had the urge to beat him up. It wasn't just not bad, even they were moved, and you still complain about the effects being slightly worse. Ling Han stored away the treasures and said to Yu Jianshan, "Thanks. However, Senior's definitely feeling extremely out of sorts, losing so many treasures for nothing. How about we make a bet?" "What do you want to bet?" Yu Jianshan said coldly. He didn't know whether this human brat was extremely daring or simple-minded to the level of an idiot. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "Before, didn't Senior say that you wanted to give me advice? Just the time we can make a bet. If Senior can beat me, I'll return those treasures I took just now to Senior." Once everyone heard, they felt that Ling Han was crazy. Wasn't this just embarrassing himself? "Hee, this human brat really knows how to conduct himself," someone said. "How so?" The others were perplexed. Ling Han clearly had no respect for anyone. The person from earlier said, "That human definitely isn't a match for old Yu, but with this bet, he can return the treasures he just extorted. Won't old Yu be happy?" Makes sense, and he'd also be indebted to this human. Yo, why didn't I think of it? Humph, humans have many cunning plots and can't be trusted. However, this human indeed knows how to conduct himself, switching from arrogance to deference, stabbing you first, then bootlicking fiercely. This bootlicking will obviously feel extremely good. Too awful, he clearly isn't taking out anything and is only returning General Yu's treasures. That's why humans are too mischievous. Ling Han's hearing wasn't bad either, and he obviously heard it all clearly. His expression was strange, for he didn't want to bootlick Yu Jianshan, but dupe him once more. Did these people have problems with their heads? He was just at the deity transformation tier. Who would believe that a deity transformation tier warrior could rival a shattering void tier 1? Even Yu Jianshan thought that Ling Han wanted to reconcile and couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, "All right, this general accepts the bet." After all, Ling Han was Hellion family's son-in-law, and since Ling Han gave him a way out, he couldn't overdo it. "Human, go for it. This lord will grant you 10 moves, then unleash 1 move," he said. Allowing Ling Han to unleash 10 moves first obviously gave him enough face, or else, could a deity transformation tier warrior go through 10 moves under the hands of a shattering void tier opponent? No way in hell. Ling Han said, "What if General Yu loses?" Being misunderstood, he was too lazy to call Yu Jianshan Sr. and called him by his official position, which wasn't impolite either. Yu Jianshan was startled. "You freaking want to win? Did your brain get muddled up?" But thinking that Ling Han was possibly giving him some face, he said, "If you win, this general will obviously give you a stake of equal value." Ling Han cupped his hands and said, "Then thank you, General Yu." Not bad, he swindled another batch of betrothal gifts. Yu Jianshan didn't take it to heart, but simply thought that Ling Han was seeking a way out. He nodded and said, "Go for it. Please give pointers, General Yu." With a casual spray of the hand, Ling Han already laid out 108 short swords. The heaven and earth spirit chi poured in incessantly, and the temperature instantly dropped abruptly. What is this formation? It seems very powerful. This human's actually also a formation master. Wasn't he a heaven-grade alchemist? An alchemist and a formation master, and such amazing talent in martial arts. Is he a freak? Everyone discussed animatedly, but when the temperature became lower and lower, spirit chi condensed into a white pillar, and even the shattering void tier elite's expressions turned pale. Too powerful. Cold sweat dripped down from Yu Jianshan's forehead. At this moment he really wanted to curse. Fucking sh*t, duped again by this human. This formation was too terrifying. What was even more infuriating was that this human clearly could immediately lay out the formation, yet he irritatingly set up the formation slowly. This was deliberately teasing him. But the problem was that he previously said he'd grant Ling Han 10 moves, so could he attack first and resolve the formation before it formed? Did he still want face? Yu Jianshan felt extreme chest pains, which was literally caused by anger. People said that one who fell in one pit twice was an idiot, but his junior was just duped, and in the blink of an eye he fell in the same pit, making him feel absolutely depressed. This human was too evil, too crafty, and too much of a fucking cheat. Keeping Yu Jianshan on tenterhooks long enough, just when the general's veins were about to burst, Ling Han finally completed the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. In reality, he wasn't completely teasing Yu Jianshan, but he was holding back for another reason, not wanting others to know in just how much time he could set up the formation, leaving room for maneuver in the future. The ice dragon appeared, and the sky instantly rained down with ice fragments as if it suddenly reverted to winter, and one that was severely cold. Go! Ling Han pointed at where he willed. The ice dragon immediately rose up and dove towards Yu Jianshan. This was ironic. The sea race obviously worshipped the true dragon as their distant ancestor, but a human summoned a true dragon, albeit an ice dragon formed by formation. It still made the faces of the Shattering Void Tier elites of the Hellion family flushed. Ice Dragon possessed Shattering Void Tier 7 stars of battle prowess, but Yu Jianshan was only in the third layer of the Shattering Void Tier, and his battle prowess was also 3 stars, so how could he resist the Ice Dragon? At the Shattering Void Tier, 1 star's difference in battle prowess was a world's difference, and the gap of 4 stars would be an absolute crush. Yu Jianshan only resisted 7 moves before having no choice but to surrender. If he kept fighting, he truly would be heavily injured, and it would be even more insufferable for his reputation. He sprayed out a large pile of treasures and grabbed Yu Zai as he left the main hall, really having no face to stay any longer. Chapter 784, Reaching a Consensus. Such a result, who could have expected it? Someone at the Deity Transformation tier really defeated a Shattering Void tier opponent. Although it wasn't Ling Han's true strength, it was Ling Han's ability being able to operate such a formation, something you didn't have, right? Even Hellion Rong couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. He waved his hand and said, "Chen Su, go comfort Jianshan. It's just a spar, and losing to such a formation no one will say anything." Yes. A middle-aged looking man of the Shattering Void tier nodded, disappearing with a leap. The people in the hall were all stern-faced. Hellion Rong had already decided the nature of this matter. It was simply a spar, and no one will say anything, so if anyone dared wag their tongue, it would obviously be disobeying Hellion royal family's will, which was an extremely dangerous thing. In other words, the matter of Yu Jianshan losing to Ling Han couldn't be mentioned. Hellion Rong was full of smiles, looking at Ling Han, who was counting treasures, and said, not bad, youngster, you're courageous and wise, brave and astute. I thought to give you a show of strength, but you unexpectedly checkmated me." Ling Han already stored away all the treasures and grinning said, "Lord Father-in-law, you're not thinking of splitting these betrothal gifts with me? Is that only why you're being courteous to me?" Pooh, a few youngsters couldn't hold it at the moment and spurted out violently. This human thought Hellion Rong was also a money grubber like him? As one of the North Sea's 3 royal families, Hellion family's wealth was astonishing. Any little thing taken out surpassed what Xianyu family could have countless times. Hellion Rong, however, said, "Why not? Betrothal gifts should be collected by this king." "Lord Father-in-law, that's not good to say. You're, after all, one of North Sea's 3 royal families. Would you lack this bit of treasure?" Ling Han said with a smile. "These years the landlords also don't have surplus grain. Besides, who would hold something against treasures?" Hellion Rong didn't concede. The few juniors were still bewildered, but the older generations knew that both parties already began the negotiations, trying to take the initiative and hold more advantage. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "All right, for the sake of Sun Shui, this son-in-law is willing to discuss frankly and sincerely." Hellion Rong gave Ling Han a profound look and said, "Except for those at the Shattering Void tier, everyone else backed down." Everyone was puzzled, that was it? They were just going to let this human act arrogantly and not put him in order? However, the king already gave the order, and who dared to disobey? Instantly, all the juniors and seniors retreated, leaving only 17 Shattering Void tier elites. The strongest elites didn't all come. It was quite normal, since Shattering Void tier powerhouses needed to cultivate in seclusion, and 1 star was a world's difference who didn't want to increase their battle prowess. Ling Han, Hellion Sun Shui, and Hunyo obviously didn't leave. Hunyo was the typical one who never treated herself as an outsider and immediately found a chair to sit down in and started to crack melon seeds with her teeth. "Regarding the settling from start to end, elaborate on it in detail," Hellion Rong said. Ling Han actually didn't want to speak about the settling on the outside. There were ears separated by the sky. The Divine Realm's 5 sects possessed remarkable abilities, and might be listening in on these keywords. If they were to launch an attack in advance, there'd be even more variables. However, he couldn't trust Helion Rong and reveal the secret of the Black Tower, so he weighed the matter, still deciding to declare it here. Anyway, he already walked on the path against the 5 sects and they probably could guess a little. This secret really wasn't a secret now. He spoke in detail about obtaining Zi Shuexian's message and the matters on Purple Moon Emperor's court, mentioning that they were the ancient king's court over 20,000 years ago and that they were splitting the skies in this age. Listening to him speak till the end, the Sea Race's elites all had different expressions. In Ling Han's description, there was a start and a finish, a reason with basis, and the details could be deliberated. It was extremely likely that the truth was so, but that was too terrifying. The divine realm actually wanted to refine the entire vast land's living beings into a medicinal pill, absolutely terrifying. No wonder. After this lord advanced into the Shattering Void tier 2,000 years ago, he always felt that shattering the void was too dangerous, previously always thinking that it was due to insufficient strength and being unable to break open the sky. If the truth is so, then no wonder. Then the clanmen that shattered the void before, did they all die? If the truth is so, they were definitely eliminated by the Great Formation. Everyone was apathetic. In reality, every Shattering Void tier elite would feel danger when they wanted to shatter the void, but previously, they'd thought that it was due to their own insufficient strength and that there indeed were people who ascended to the divine realm but just haven't contacted them ever since. Previously, they thought that the two realms were hard to go through, so there was no news transmitted, but now, thinking again, if they died halfway on the road, there also wouldn't be any news transmitted. Helion Rong's expression was stern as he asked Ling Han, "Is splitting open the skies the only way? If father-in-law has the confidence to barge past that heaven-locking formation, he could try to shatter the void, but as far as I know, even Mountain River Tier's small extreme one can't rival the Great Formation," Ling Han said. Yes, Mountain River Tier? Divine Realms levels? Everyone was curious. Ling Han decided he might as well reiterate the information he'd heard from Yi Shuang. Of course, it was only about the divine being's tier differentiation, and there was no mention of the underworld's war with the divine realm that went on for hundreds of millions of years. After Shattering Void tier elites broke open the void, they wouldn't immediately become gods and simply enter the divine realm, because the divine realm's environment was necessary to become a god. However, the divine realm's 5 sects jammed this crucial passage and laid out a killing formation that could kill even those at the Mountain River tier small extreme. It truly was killing whomever that came, no matter how exceeding your talents, could you surpass the threshold between divine beings and the Shattering Void tier. Even Yi Shuang, who was a divine being, didn't dare to break through, not to mention the other people. Since it was impossible to break through forcibly, and staying would only result in being refined into a medicinal pill, as Shattering Void tier elites, the apex existence in this world, none of them was willing to await death, and they began to discuss vigorously about splitting open the skies. They formed a consensus that relying on Helion royal family alone wouldn't be enough, and that it was necessary to unite all possible unifiable power, in short, the east, south, west and north regions of the sea. Thus, it also became very essential to resolve the grievances with the Xianyu clan. However, who would be the boss was another matter, and if splitting open the skies was successful, then how glorious would it be to be the executor of this grand endeavor? It would definitely be a good reputation lasting for generations, and a name that would go down in the annals of history. They didn't know the other benefits of splitting open the skies, for example, being able to receive the heavens' fortune blessing. However, the power of the nation alone could increase battle prowess and speed up cultivation, and such benefits already had people envious. However, it was unknown how long it would be before the 4 seas reached a consensus. It could be discussed slowly, and Ling Han was in less of a rush by that time. He should have advanced to the Shattering Void tier. Except for unfathomable guys like Ma Duo Bao, Ling Han had the confidence to suppress everyone. Helion Rong immediately sent out an important figure in the clan that brought his personally written letter to the Xianyu family, mentioning somewhat about the truth of the settling. Xianyu family wrote back very soon and agreed to sit down to discuss properly, but they demanded that Ling Han be brought along. Chapter 785. Hurry up and give birth to another one. Ling Han hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement. First of all, battle prowess below Shattering Void tier 7 stars couldn't harm him at all, and elites above that were rare, pitifully few, even, and was Helion Rong just for looks? Helion Rong had the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, his battle prowess even reaching 10 stars. He was an expert ranking in the top 3 in the North Sea alongside with Xianyu family's head. It was hard to tell who was better. However, Wenren family's Wenren Jie definitely ranked first. Although he was also in the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, his battle prowess was a shocking 11 stars. 1 star was a world's difference. Even if Xianyu Tong and Helion Rong joined hands, they would barely be able to rival Wenren Jie, and the Wenren family's Shattering Void tier elite strength was clearly a notch higher than the other 2 royal families, forcing the alliance of the 2 royal families for self-defense. Xianyu royal family's ancestral grounds were also on a massive island called Silent Star Island, which was strangely far from Dome Cloud Island. Even Shattering Void tier elites needed to travel for several days to get there. Helion Rong brought 9 Shattering Void tier elites from the clan along with Ling Han, Helion Sun Shui, and Hu Nuan hastened towards Silent Star Island. They weren't constantly on the road. After traveling for 3 days, they stopped at a desolate island to rest, taking out all sorts of food to eat. This was obviously due to Hu Nyo's fervent demand when fighting. Nyo would accompany but not eating. Nope. Even Helion Rong and the others were profuse in praise with the food inside Black Tower. It was delicacies that even the Celestials would drool over, especially when all sorts of precious medicinal ingredients were added like Mariety's treasured pearl. Just how many were there in the vast lands? Even the Helion royal family couldn't take it out. After all, every 10,000 years was the settling, and living beings became extinct except for living spirits inside mystery realms, so how many could survive? This boy's a true genius. Helion Rong carried Ling Jianshui in his arms, his brows smoothing out, feeling greatly at ease. Ling Han still appropriately revealed some of his trump cards. For example, a spirit tool that could accommodate living things. It was also something very rare in the divine realm, but it wasn't the one and only, so he dared to reveal it. However, only those he trusted most knew the Black Tower wasn't something as simple as a spatial divine tool. Ling Jiangshu was already half a year old, and his brute force already progressed to the Gushing Spring tier, absolutely astonishing. When he became a little older and opened a spirit base to cultivate, his brute force would probably advance to the Flower Blossom tier. The height of his starting point was extremely shocking. His ancestral blood was too pure and thick, even Helion Sun Shui's was nowhere near. The Sea race regarded bloodline most highly, giving Helion Rong the urge to make Ling Jianshui the next head of the clan. Of course, this also had to do with Ling Han's willingness to exhaust resources on his son. The Mariety's treasured pearl, 10th tier spiritual liquid, and whatnot. This kid showered in these things every day, so if his physique wasn't formidable, then there'd be no logic in the world. The prerequisite was obviously that Ling Jianshui was able to endure such medicinal power. Even if it were another person with the same dad, they wouldn't be able to enjoy this fortune. Ling Han, Sun Shui is my clan's most resplendent pearl. Your son has to inherit the Helion clan and be surnamed Helion. Helion Rong decided to rob him of the child, who was just too outstanding. Ling Han shook his head in a hurry and said, "This is my first child and obviously has to be surnamed Ling. This king already betrothed our clan's most resplendent pearl to you, so shouldn't I ask for a grandson?" Helion Rong said unabashedly. This was a super genius who would definitely surpass the predecessors, possibly even reaching the height of the imperial family. So he had to contest till the end. The Helion family has many men, clansmen in the 10,000s, and my Ling family only has me, the only child. You have the audacity to contest with me? Not doing it. Ling Han gave a meaningful glance, making Helion Sun Shui use breastfeeding as an excuse to take his son back. Helion Rong couldn't help but sigh. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. Once married off, she belonged to someone else, favoring an outsider way too quickly. He was willing to give up and said, "Then before 500 years old, this child stays in the family. After all, my family has solid accumulations that can give the child the best growth conditions. Besides, this king is also worried that Sun Shui lacks milk, treating the child insufficiently." Helion Sun Shui stared agape. Was this still her father related by blood and flesh? For the sake of snatching a child, even his own daughter became a target of attack? My breasts are a bit small, but would it go so far as to starve my son? Ling Han snickered, taking out all sorts of precious treasures. With each item he took out, Helion Rong's face twitched. Some of those treasures Helion family had, but their amount wasn't that terrifying. Look, 1,000-year-old ginseng was counted by baskets. How could it be compared? The Meriades treasured pearl and 10th tier spirit liquid were something even Hellion clan couldn't offer up. An utter defeat. Hellion Rong was speechless. Speaking of raising children, following Ling Han was definitely better. One clan couldn't compare to one person. Hellion Rong felt immense pressure, and the gloominess in his heart was even greater. Trying every possible way, he still made Ling Han agree to have the second child that Hellion Sun Shui gave birth to be passed on to the Hellion family. The old fellow was truly extremely proactive, and without even finishing eating he egged on Ling Han and Hellion Sun Shui to rest, to keep plowing for the next generation, driving Hellion Sun Shui absolutely mad. After another 5 days the Silent Star Island was finally within view. A figure flew out and blocked their path. It was a martial artist with a pair of bird wings on the back. His feet were like duck feet with webs, while his mouth was flat and stuck out, appearing extremely hilarious. However, Hellion Rong and the others had no trace of a smile on their faces. To them, the more atavistic the appearance of people who possess divine beast's blood, the purer their bloodline, and the greater their advantage in martial arts cultivation. For example, one who was birthed in the form of a dragon would only need to grow without cultivating, and after maturity, they would be the strongest true dragon in the world, at least in the vast lands. Ha 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 ha. Hunyo, however, couldn't bear it, laughing loudly as she said, Ling Han, do you think this duck is better eaten stewed or roasted? With that said, Hellion Rong and the others cried out, not good inwardly. This man wasn't of the normal sea race, but a fierce general under Xianyu royal family, named Obuluo, a dignified Shattering Void tier elite. At the moment, the old grievances with Xianyu clan hadn't been resolved, yet you were freaking ridiculing their general. Was this not causing more trouble? As expected, Obuluo revealed a furious expression and said, very well, so it turns out Lord Hellion and his company want to eat this general. She misspoke, General O is a valiant general under Xianyu king. Who dares to disrespect General O? Hellion Rong said indifferently. His position was above Obuluo, and even if he interceded on behalf of Hunyo, his manner was still imposing. Obuluo obviously wouldn't fuss about a little girl, since he would be the only one to lose face. He swung his hands and said, the king has waited respectfully for many days, please come. His gaze swept by Ling Han, carrying a chill. Chapter 786, Block 10 Moves. Ling Han killed Xianyu Cheng and Xianyu Dongming by executing them publicly, an act which was a great humiliation to the Xianyu royal family. Every single one of them hated Ling Han to the bones, viewing him as a mortal enemy. Now that this mortal enemy appeared, it would be strange if Obuluo still had a pleasant expression on his face. The party landed on the island. The inhabitants here were either Xianyu royal family, or the royal family's subordinate forces, so their strength was considerably out of the ordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Shattering Void tier elites. As Ling Han and the others walked by, everyone trembled with fear, barely being able to stand. Under the guidance of Obuluo, they arrived at Xianyu clan's royal palace. Although they were also called royal families, they didn't establish a nation, and simply corresponded as the three great royal families. This was the same as the Ao family king of the Four Seas, called an imperial clan, yet they didn't establish a nation and simply kept watch and regulated, being respected by the Four Seas. Lord Hellion. Xianyu royal family's head, Xianyu Tong greeted. His figure was very lanky, but he didn't have the lumps on top of his head like Hellion Rong did. Instead, one of his hands was covered with scales, and his palm was also completely different from normal person, like a dragon's claw. The royal families all had true dragon's blood, the difference being the purity, but normally dragon horns were the external characteristic, and to grow a dragon claw like his was very very rare. Apparently, the fact that Xianyu Tong could become the Xianyu royal family's leader was inseparable from this dragon claw, which bestowed him with a strong power of the bloodline, allowing him to become one of the three supreme elites in the North Sea. However, only when he and Hellion Rong got together could they rival Wenren Jie, whose strength was truly too powerful and unmeasurable. Lord Xianyu. Hellion Rong cupped his hands in obeisance. This human is the murderer that killed this king's son? Xianyu Tong stared at Ling Han with an extremely unfriendly expression. This was natural, the hatred of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Lord Xianyu, saying this from the start seems somewhat inappropriate? Hellion Rong said indifferently. Xianyu Tong snorted and said, the matter you talked about had better not be the least bit false, or else this king will kill this child at all cost. Lord Xianyu, you think that this king would joke about this sort of matter? Helian Rong said with a smile. Then please go inside. Xianyu Tong gesticulated for him to go in, his attitude still cold. Everyone entered the hall. As the settling was too grave an issue, miscellaneous personnel obviously had no right to listen. The hall not only had shattering void tier elites, but also a great defensive formation activated, tightly covering the entire island. Ling Han spoke again of the Divine Realm's 5-sex plan and answered the inquiries of the Xianyu royal family, making their faces gloomier, the same reaction that Helian royal family had previously. From shock to unacceptable, then slowly to acceptance and numbness, such great news was hard to bear even for shattering void tier elites. But unfortunately for them they all believed it. Because this could completely explain the gap in history and why they always felt an indescribable sense of danger when they thought to shatter the void. Xianyu Tong tapped his finger on the table and said, Lord Helian, you want to form an alliance? Fine, but this king has a condition. What condition? Helian Rong asked. Xianyu Tong pointed at Ling Han and said, this human's head. No. Helian Rong refused flatly. Not to mention Ling Han's personal potential, he still counted on Ling Han and Helian Sun Shui to produce one more offspring, one that had even purer ancestral blood, bringing Helian royal family to a greater height, even surpassing the imperial family. A mere human. Xianyu Tong snorted. Lord Helian, you'd better consider carefully, are you really going to destroy our alliance for a human ant? Hee, you say it like if you tried I would die, Ling Han interrupted. Helian Rong laughed and said, how about this, Lord Xianyu can send out an expert, and within an amount of restricted moves, this king will definitely not intervene to assist, but after these moves all grievances are settled. Father? Helian Sun Shui cried out in a hurry, but it was obviously fake for Xianyu Tong to see. However, women naturally knew how to act, and the frightened look on her face really didn't seem fake. Helian Rong waved his hand, signaling that Helian Sun Shui needed not speak more. Xianyu Tong couldn't help but be shocked. This human's tier couldn't be more obvious, merely at the 5th layer of the deity transformation tier, which meant he had at most battle prowess of heaven tier. In front of shattering void tier elites, a heaven tier 1 could only nurse a grievance no matter how strong he were, so what were they playing at? Could Helian Rong have decided to sacrifice this human in order to form an alliance with him? Of course he was but a lowly human, so what if he died? Xianyu Tong was still unsatisfied. Killing Ling Han would only avenge his son, but Helian Sun Shui escaping marriage embarrassed Xianyu royal family, so was this debt going to be written off just like that? It definitely couldn't. Okay then 10 moves. Xianyu Tong nodded. Anyway they could kill this human first and then slowly bargain with Helian Rong. In short, Xianyu family definitely couldn't lose out. With shattering void tier elite intervening, one move should be enough to settle it, so why set 10 moves as the limit? It was obviously to let Ling Han suffer as much as possible, and then kill Ling Han with the last move. He sent someone to notify the people of the entire island to head towards the Iron Blood Stadium. This human dared to kill the people of the Xianyu clan, and if he weren't executed in public, how could they be mollified? The Iron Blood Stadium was used for battle. Not only were the materials used to construct it extremely durable, but also was there a large formation set up that could withstand the battle impact of about shattering void tier 5 stars, being especially made for fights. In the battle, martial artists were able to improve themselves, and observing the fights of elites was also extremely beneficial, so the Iron Blood Stadium had many seats, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. Ordinarily there were even bets on fights with great wins and losses. Ling Han, Xianyu Tong, Helian Rong and the others all came here. Ling Han pretended to face death calmly, making the people of Helian clan sneer. We'll see how long you can maintain such calmness, wait till you cry for mercy. Helian Rong knew very well in his heart that he'd already tied up Xianyu Tong with his words earlier and that Xianyu Tong wouldn't intervene, so who else in Xianyu royal family could still harm Ling Han? Besides, who would think that Ling Han was also a formation master? Xianyu Tong nodded towards someone and said, Xianyu, go. You must kill this child in 10 moves. That person nodded and said, Brother King, I understand. This person was called Xianyu Ziyuan, and he was Xianyu Tong's brother, a 5th layer shattering void tier elite, whose battle prowess also reached 5 stars. Take the field. Xianyu Tong said to Ling Han coldly. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, I only need to block 10 moves. *T, what do you mean, only need to block 10 moves? Could you even block one move? The people in the surroundings sneered. You can talk glibly for now, soon you'll be crying for mercy. Chapter 787. Humans also have such physiques. Correct, you only need to block 10 moves. Xianyu Tong said coldly. He swept a glance at Helian Rong, meaning, you mustn't intervene or else this bet won't count. Helian Rong simply smiled faintly with a calm expression, not seeming to care at all about Ling Han's survival. However, he was full of smiles on the inside. Previously, Helian family was duped by Ling Han, and this time, it was finally Xianyu Tong's turn to have a taste. Although he was one of the strongest elites in power, unswayed by emotions for a long time, imagining his old rival's shocked look later, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Thinking about it was joyous, really looked forward to it. Go down. Xianyu Tong urged. Entering Xianyu family's territory, you still want to overturn the skies. Ling Han assumed an expression of facing death calmly and walked with large strides into the battle area. The ground was made of strange stones, which was said to be produced at the bottom of the sea, and although it couldn't be forged into weapons, it was extremely hard, and its toughness reached 9th-tier rare metals. On top of formations, its defensive power could rival 10th-tier rare metals. Instantly, waves of hissing sounds came from the stands. This was the offender that humiliated Xianyu royal family, and today he was going to be punished here. Now everyone obviously knew that Ling Han was going to receive Xianyu Ziyuan's 10 moves. On the surface, it was a battle, but in reality wasn't it a sadistic punishment? Xianyu Ziyuan possessed shattering void tier 5 stars of battle prowess and could kill Ling Han instantly with one move. Some people not only hissed but also threw all sorts of garbage, but being blocked by the formation, the garbage slid to the side of the field still. Their attitude was shown to the greatest extent. Hurry up and die. Ling Han looked towards Xianyu Ziyuan. He was a somewhat old middle-aged man who looked to be in the 50s, and in terms of the long lives of true dragon's descendants, he lived roughly for 2,000 years, which counted as super old. A human shattering void tier elite would have already lived 2 lifetimes, but he only passed half of one, something truly enviable. It couldn't be helped, true dragon's blood circulated within his body. Human, if you can take this lord's 10 moves, then you can leave here alive. Xianyu Ziyuan revealed a ruthless expression. Originally, he felt it beneath him to attack a mere deity transformation tier ant considering his status, but Ling Han dared to execute people of Xianyu family in public, one of whom even had extremely pure ancestral blood, being the next successor to the king. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Then will this lord please have mercy?" "This lord will." Xianyu Ziyuan sneered. He'd indeed pull punches in the first 9 moves, and when Ling Han saw a tiny bit of hope, he would then mercilessly smother it, the only way to truly vent their hatred. "Commence your moves." Ling Han gesticulated. Xianyu Ziyuan clenched his fists and didn't even operate origin power. With Axiu, he charged over and threw a punch at Ling Han. How extremely fast were the speeds of shattering void tier. There was no time for Ling Han to react at all. This punch hit him right on the pit of his stomach. Ping, he was instantly sent flying like an artillery shell. Ling Han fell heavily into the stone wall at the end of the battlefield, and then bounced back, falling to the ground. Even though he was actually prepared, he still felt a stinging pain in the pit of his stomach. He indeed couldn't dodge a shattering void tier's attack, but the Eye of Truth could see how powerful the attack was. Xianyu Ziyuan evidently wanted him to suffer the greatest extent of the 10 moves. Thus, he controlled the first attack's power at Heaven Tier 10 stars of battle prowess, and it was fired out with pure brute force. This originally wasn't enough to harm Ling Han, but the opponent was at the Shattering Void Tier, thoughtlessly adhering a shred of martial intent, which was the source of Ling Han's pain. His physique was too formidable. Sure, it was painful, but it wasn't a big deal. He immediately climbed up, coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and then exercised his muscles and bones. Instantly, the bones all over his body crackled, and his chi and blood soared, showing his extremely vigorous life force. Instantly, those on stands raised a commotion. The sea race counted as people half human half beast, so their physiques were considerably formidable, like those of the lobstermen and crabmen. Their shells alone could make martial artists in the same tier despair, being absolutely impenetrable. However, their attainments were also limited, reaching the deity transformation tier at most, as they were greatly limited by their bloodline. Precisely because of this, They also knew just how difficult it was to get their physiques to the heaven and shattering void tier. This human did it. It was too shocking. Are you sure you're a pure human, and not some half-human descended from divine beasts? Even Xianyu Tong's eyes contracted slightly as he revealed a look of pity. It wasn't rare for sea races kings one to possess such physique. Their bloodlines bestowed them with such abilities. However, it was surprising for a human to reach such heights, showing the terrifying potential of this human. Humans had the worst physical composition and the weakest physiques, but they had infinite possibilities in martial arts because they didn't have the blessing of bloodlines and in turn wouldn't be limited by bloodlines. How unfortunate that this human killed his son. Otherwise, this human was really worth recruiting. Even marrying to a girl of his clan, their offspring might also be extremely formidable. This thought only flashed across his mind. No way, this human must die. Besides, they already entered the Iron Blood Stadium, so even he couldn't stop the fight, or else he'd be going back on his words, and how could he keep his position as king then? Xianyu Ziyuan was also slightly shocked. He obviously knew very clearly how much power he'd used, enough to heavily injure 99% of peak stage heaven tier warriors, but Ling Han simply coughed a mouthful of blood and that was all. The vigor of Ling Han's blood and qi even made him somewhat dumbfounded. The second move, he said indifferently, raising his right fist again, and increased the power to heaven tier 12 stars. He flew out and threw a punch, sending Ling Han flying again. Wah! Ling Han hacked out another mouthful of black blood. He lowered his head and saw that his chest caved in somewhat and all his bones were broken. After adhering the martial intent of a shattering void tier, the mere battle power of heaven tier could injure his physique, truly surprising. It could also be seen that the strength of the shattering void tier crushed heaven tier by countless times. Ling Han frowned slightly with a shred of shattering void tier's martial intent. Diamond body couldn't automatically heal the injuries. He operated indestructible heaven scroll, and his entire body instantly glowed with golden light, emitting an ancient and noble presence as if that of an ancient heavenly emperor. His broken bones recovered at a visible speed, and almost in the time of a breath, he recovered to an optimal state, without any damages to qi and blood, his vitality exuberant. Although Ling Han already stopped indestructible heaven scroll, but the shattering void tier elites all revealed shocked expressions one after another. That ancient and noble presence made their souls tremble with fear. How was it possible was a mere human, not a true dragon's reincarnation? Why could he suppress them in terms of the quality of the soul? 8 more moves. Ling Han said indifferently. Chapter 788, Comprehending Sword Heart. Ling Han didn't immediately use Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, mainly because he wanted to improve himself using a shattering void tier elite. He always felt that his cultivation improved too fast, for he was eating honestly too much high-level medicinal pills and all sorts of worldly treasures, which settled in his body, and if he didn't stimulate and refine it, it would actually bring about the opposite effect. Taking 2 heavy consecutive hits and even resisting a shattering void tier's martial intent, he already felt the medicinal power that settled in his body slowly being set off and quickly converting into his own origin power. More of the medicinal power nourished his flesh, improving his brute force, an extremely soothing thing. He couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. Now that his qi and blood and medicinal power was completely stimulated, it was as if countless small hands massaging him all over his body, truly a very wonderful feeling. Seeing this, Xianyu Ziyuan couldn't help but reveal a furious look. I'm torturing you, yet you're revealing an expression of pleasure. What do you mean, am I attacking too lightly? He was also shocked by Ling Han's physique and its recovery ability, but didn't take it to mind, because Ling Han couldn't surpass the shattering void tier threshold no matter how freakish he was. This was the truth of martial arts. The third move. Xianyu Ziyuan threw a third punch. Not in the least unexpectedly, Ling Han was sent flying and hacked out blood, even breaking his bones. However, he stood up, connected his bones and recovered, the speed of which was surprising, making even the Octopus clan, who were known for their powerful recovery ability, feel inferior. How could there be such a freak? The fourth move. The fifth move. The sixth move. Xianyu Ziyuan didn't throw a punch and stop for a while, and instead threw 3 consecutive punches, with each punch's power increasing, heavily injuring Ling Han. This time, Ling Han lay on the ground for a good while before standing up. 3 shocking massive indentations were in his chest, a ghastly sight to see, but after a short while, these indentations were recovering. His entire body emitted golden light, supreme like a heavenly emperor descending to earth. Pa pa pa, his body emitted explosive sounds as his presence suddenly began to skyrocket, just as if a volcano suddenly erupting. He broke through. The shattering void tier elites cried out one after another, their expressions full of disbelief. T, have you guys ever seen a freak who can break through while being beaten? And it wasn't as simple as taking a beating. It was tormenting, being heavily injured to the point of broken bones. To break through under such conditions is absolutely unbelievable. However, the reality was plain to see. This human advanced from the 5th layer of the deity transformation tier to the 6th layer. Ling Han couldn't help but be depressed. He was already annoyed that his tier progressed too quickly and wanted to borrow the hand of a shattering void tier elite to toughen himself, solidifying his tier, but unexpectedly, after being hit by 6 punches, the medicinal power that accumulated within his body was set off, instantly allowing him to complete the breakthrough. With reason, it was equivalent to him taking an exceptional treasured medicine, and then having a shattering void tier elite dissolve the medicinal power. How could the improvement not be fast? However, when the other people looked at his gloomy expression, every one of them was driven mad. After being able to break through while being tormented by a shattering void tier elite, you're still not pleased. Fuck, too pretentious, you should be struck by lightning. Xianyu Ziyuan frowned slightly. He'd originally intended to beat Ling Han black and blue with 9 punches till the last gasp, and then end Ling Han's life with the last attack, but after 6 punches, Ling Han was not only not on the verge of death, but rather brimming with energy, even breaking through, making him quite gloomy. He raised his fist for the 7th time, and this time he was finally somewhat serious, operating origin power as vein patterns intertwined on his fist. Previously, although he used a shred of martial intent, that was passive, unconsciously added in, compared to actively operating it, it really was too different. Shattering void tier elites were able to shatter stars with 1 punch. How terrifying were such beings? He was going to heavily injure Ling Han. Ling Han's heart constricted involuntarily as he felt immense pressure. A shattering void tier elite was about to get serious. Although not unleashing all his strength, it still made his entire body feel chills, like falling into an ice cave. Should Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation be used? Ling Han only hesitated for an instant before deciding to endure a little longer. This attack definitely couldn't take his life, and he could still endure a little longer to stimulate the medicinal power within his body. Borrowing the hand of a shattering void tier elite to prompt the medicinal power wasn't easy to come by. Xianyu Ziyuan attacked. At this moment he truly displayed a shattering void tier elite's might, and with the punch even heaven and earth were eclipsed, and only that punch seemed to be eternity. Ling Han was sent flying. Half the bones in his entire body broke, above 90% of his skin cracked, his entire dripping wet with blood, and even his consciousness was blurring. Too strong, this was what shattering void tier was. Ling Han had experienced such battle prowess. However, although he came to grips with Corpse Boss, the Revere Life Sword was what truly opposed the shattering void tier battle prowess, and he didn't participate, so only now did he finally have a personal understanding. It truly made him extremely nervous and his entire body feel chills, but under such circumstances, his fighting spirit was instead blazing like a fire. His 10 fingers flicked gently with sword rays lighting up, and under such heavy injuries he actually began to comprehend the sword path. Sword heart was what he pursued. In the previous life, although he had trained with swords, he couldn't even cultivate out a single flash of sword chi, never considering to become a king amongst martial artists from the start. Was the status of an alchemy emperor not impressive enough? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't suppress Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, he wouldn't have searched for historic sites everywhere, seeking to become stronger to suppress this vicious person. In this lifetime he only cultivated for a little over 5 years, and obviously couldn't compare to Su Xiaoran and Small Sword Emperor. They were accompanied by sabers and swords almost from the moment they were born, and with saber and sword masters imparting their genuine understandings upon them, both had completely different starting points. He only relied on himself. Under the condition of being heavily injured, Ling Han unexpectedly opened up the road to the sword path. He operated sword intent to resist the martial intent within his body, and improved his own sword path comprehension through such resistance. If he could cultivate out sword heart, his comprehension of Tao would obviously advance a whole lot and would barely be able to resist against a shattering void tier's martial intent. After all, sword heart was exclusive to the shattering void tier, level with the martial arts tier. Seeing this scene, almost everyone's faces twitched, being indescribably shocked. This brat actually borrowed a shattering void tier's power to comprehend Tao. This was already an unbelievable thing. More importantly, this human truly acquired substantial progress, and the sword rays flickered, but the presence they emitted became more terrifying. What the hell? Xianyu Ziyuan was also somewhat stupefied. This human was too nature-defying. No, he definitely couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Give him a few more years and it'll definitely be possible for him to threaten the Xianyu clan. He no longer had any reservations, extending his right hand but no longer clenching his fist, and instead turned it into a golden dragon claw. He was going to kill Ling Han in one hit, putting an end to future disaster. With a dragon's cry, he flew out and charged towards Ling Han. Now this human was heavily injured and couldn't possibly resist. Go to hell. Chapter 789, Xianyu Clan Proposes. Xianyu Ziyuan was like a divine dragon, arriving magnificently, swinging his dragon claw right at Ling Han's heart. It was a dragon claw which could claw a hole even in 10th tier rare metal, so what if this human's physique was formidable? However, at this moment the temperature dropped drastically. White snow floated and ice fragments fluttered. Ong! With True Dragon's cry, a completely icy white True Dragon surfaced, coiling above Ling Han, staring fiercely and emitting endless divine might. Peng the ice dragon greeted Xianyu Ziyuan and swatted him flying, and then pounced over, tormenting him violently. Xianyu Ziyuan was very strong and had battle prowess of shattering void tier 5 stars, but he couldn't withstand the ice dragon which was even stronger, reaching shattering void tier 7 stars. Within shattering void tier, 1 star was a world's difference, so was 7 stars not enough to tyrannize 5 stars. Ah! Xianyu Ziyuan screamed, resisting desperately, yet still being riddled with cuts and bruises, and it had obviously long passed 10 moves. Except for Helian Rong and a few other people, everyone's mouths were wide open, being completely unable to accept this outcome. A comeback. This human made a comeback. He was clearly at the end of the line, but all of a sudden came up with a 180 violently tormenting Xianyu Ziyuan instead. It was too incredible, too unbelievable and too hard to accept. The corner of Xianyu Tong's mouth twitched. He finally understood that Helian Rong really wasn't giving up on Ling Han, and instead he knew that Ling Han possessed such a shocking trump card. No wonder this guy wittingly hitched him with words, not letting him personally intervene, because this ice dragon's battle prowess surpassed 5 stars, but definitely didn't reach 10 stars. If he attacked, there was still a possibility that Ling Han would be killed in 10 moves. Old fox. Got fucking played. Enough. He waved his hand and reached his hand right in, sending the ice dragon flying with a gentle shake of the fist, and then he grabbed Xianyu Ziyuan to take him out, then stared fiercely at Helian Rong and said, "Arrange for the honored guest to rest first. This king has to treat Ziyuan's injuries." Treating injuries was an excuse. It was mainly to figure out how to end things. How could Xianyu family's 2 most important figures die for nothing? However, the bet was already carried out publicly, and after 10 moves all grievances were settled, so how could he go back on his word? If Ling Han was alone, then reneging wouldn't matter to a dignified North Sea royal family. What were you going to do, bite me? But now Helian Rong was present, and if this were to be propagated exaggeratedly, would Xianyu royal family have any face left? Ling Han didn't stand up and didn't retract Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. He just sat under the protection of this formation, opposing the shattering void tier intent in his body and toughening his sword intent. This was actually very dangerous. Any carelessness could result in his divine sense being destroyed by this intent, and Black Tower truly couldn't save him then. However, a genius and a lunatic were only separated by a thread, and if he thought that this was a good opportunity he would continue resolutely. Su Xiu Ran and Small Sword Emperor grasped Saber Heart and Sword Heart, respectively, and this gave him great pressure and also made him reluctant to concede, giving him the sense of urgency to grasp Sword Heart as soon as possible. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 month, he resisted the intent within his body with great difficulty. The shattering void tier too strong, and its martial intent could exist for several hundred years. Over this 1 month, the intent almost destroyed 99% of Ling Han's body, even his heart almost stopped beating, and now only the consciousness remained as Ling Han's territory. He couldn't move his hands and feet at all now because the conscious connection was severed as if they belonged to someone else, and once his consciousness was also taken, he would be a dead man. The small man formed by the spiritual infant kept watch over the sea of consciousness, forming hand seals, deriving various mystical powers, and resisting the invasion of the shattering void tier will. The sword intent within Ling Han's body became more and more intense, and within the Black Tower, the Revere Life Sword vibrated gently as vein patterns lit up one by one. Shio, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. The golden light within his body spread out, and that was indestructible heaven's scroll finally starting to circulate, expelling the shattering void tier's will. Falling a little short, he exclaimed after indistinctly coming in contact with edge of sword heart, but still remaining separated by a layer of film that just couldn't be pierced through. Perhaps tomorrow or even the next instant he would be able to comprehend it, and perhaps he would be unable to succeed in this life to might with such with enlightenment. Hurry and put away the formation. Xianyu Tong's voice sounded. How many days have you occupied the Iron Blood Stadium? Ling Han was startled. Although Xianyu Tong was berating him, there was no longer the killing intent that were in his words earlier. Could it be that Xianyu Tong really kept his promise and let go of the hatred of killing his son? Strange, it was hard to believe. Put it away. Do you really think that if Lord Xianyu wanted to kill you, this formation could protect you? Helion Rong's voice transmitted over. Ling Han snickered and stored away the formation. He thought that if it really came down to a desperate and all-out fight, he had Black Tower, and killing a shattering void tier would be as easy as a palm's turn, but this would attract true powerhouses, and even he would suffer disaster. Human, as long as you can agree to this king's one condition, this king can let bygones be bygones, settling all grievances, Xianyu Tong said. Ling Han scratched his head and said, I won the bet, so shouldn't all grievances be settled? Xianyu Tong snorted and said, You've killed 2 people of Xianyu family, but won one bet, which can only cancel out the hatred of one person. *T, could you be more shameless? Ling Han was struck dumb. It turned out shattering void tier elites could also be so shameless. However, Xianyu Tong no longer had killing intent in his swords, and Helion Rong also seemed relaxed. Could the 2 old foxes have reached some sort of agreement in the month that he wasn't present? He muttered to himself irresolutely and said, What's this lord's condition? Marry a girl of this clan and have an offspring, the enmity will be settled then. Xianyu Tong said indifferently. Of course this child must belong to my clan. You've killed one of my clan's geniuses, so you obviously have to return one. Could it be counted like that? Ling Han couldn't help but look towards Helion Rong. It must have been leaked by you, or else why would Xianyu Tong want him to be a mating pig? What exactly was this father-in-law, a pimp? Being stared at Ling Han like that, Helion Rong's face couldn't help but blush slightly, and he explained, this king's mouth slipped after he was drunk. He received a grandson with amazing talent and couldn't help but show off, while Xianyu Tong read his own meaning into it and associated it with Ling Han's freakishness. Xianyu Tong had a bright idea right away. What if Ling Han could also leave a descendant for the Xianyu family? As a result, they ran over immediately when they discovered Ling Han had awakened. I don't agree. Ling Han shook his head. He hadn't the least bit of quality of a mating pig and definitely wouldn't marry a stranger to resolve grievances. Besides, was that girl willing to marry him? Forcibly matching 2 complete strangers, wasn't that just a cause for trouble? Human, could you be afraid that the girl who will marry you is ugly? Xianyu Tong snickered. Don't worry. It's one of the pearls of my clan, the 7th brother's only beloved daughter called Xianyu Kai. Not only is she beautiful like a flower, but her ancestral blood is also extremely pure. She can rank in the top 3 in the younger generation. Humph, I won't marry this human even if I die. At this moment, a girl appeared in the distance, holding a shining treasure sword. Whoever forces me to marry him, either he dies or I die. Chapter 790, 2 Choices. This girl was obviously Xianyu Kai. Xianyu Tong didn't exaggerate, this girl's appearance indeed was extremely beautiful, no inferior to Helion Sun Shui at all, and her figure even better because her breasts were like billows, completely unlike Helion Sun Shui's flat stretch of land. Lord, nothing forcibly done is going to be agreeable. I have no intention and Lady Xianyu has no heart, so why forcibly match us together? Ling Han said indifferently. Xianyu Tong snorted and said, an important matter like marriage, how could juniors decide it for themselves? Xianyu Kai didn't dare to be rude towards Xianyu Tong. She simply stared at Ling Han and said, "If you dare to agree, you'll never hear the end of it." With that said, she leapt away, leaving only a beautiful view of her back. Ling Han smiled and said, "This lord can decide a great event like Lady Xianyu's marriage, but as for me, sorry." Xianyu Tong's expression turned cold and he said, "Ling Han, have you weighed the pros and cons? If you agree, not only can you take a wife as beautiful as Flower and Jade, even Xianyu royal family's power can be used for you to a certain limit. This king knows that you established a king's court, and Middle State's 5 great sects definitely view you as a thorn in their side, but if you receive the support of our clan, you will have nothing to fear. And what you have to pay is almost nothing. Such a deal with steady gains and no losses, you're actually going to reject." Ling Han sighed and said, "Your lord will only be disappointed, I still choose to refuse." Xianyu Tong stared at Ling Han for an entire 10 breaths time, and then suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Good. Good. Good." Although this king is somewhat disappointed, he's also somewhat impressed. There aren't many people now who can uphold their principles. Ling Han smiled and said, "Then what will your lordship do next?" "Obviously allow you and Kair more contact. Youngsters, you see, will naturally become more intimate after understanding and communicating more," Xianyu Tong said. He still hasn't given up on the idea?" Ling Han didn't say any more. He wasn't one to be easily swayed. Xianyu Tong changed the topic and said, "It's not impossible to want to form an alliance and iron out grievances. This king indeed can change a condition as long as you obtain something for this king." "What thing?" Ling Han asked. It was obvious that this thing definitely wasn't ordinary, or else why would Xianyu Tong suggest it? "There are still 10 days before Ghostly Dragon Cave opens," Xianyu Tong said. "The teeth of a true dragon." Helian Rong immediately cried out. Xianyu Tong didn't find it strange the others saw through him. The Ghostly Dragon Cave wasn't some secret in the North Sea, how could Helian Rong not have guessed? He said, "That's right, the teeth of a true dragon. As long as you can obtain this item for this king, not only will all grievances be settled, this king will also give you a great reward." Helian Rong, however, looked stern and said, "The teeth of a true dragon are in the 4th layer of the Ghostly Dragon Cave, and almost all those who set foot there don't come out alive. Even if there are a few lucky people that do, they die soon after they come out. There's clearly an easy and effortless path to take. This brat doesn't want it, then he can be given the difficult one," Xianyu Tong said with a smile. "This king will say it again, if you take Kair, not only will all grievances be settled, the matter of the alliance can also be immediately settled. You take your time to consider carefully." Xianyu Tong swung his sleeves, turned and left. He wasn't worried about Ling Han running, or else Ling Han might as well not have come. The matter of the alliance was the difficult problem that had Ling Han by the neck. Ling Han was curious and said, "Father-in-law, what sort of place is that Ghostly Dragon Cave?" Helian Rong revealed a look of reverence and said, "A North Seas Dragon Clan powerhouse, their identity lost with the gaps in history, died an unknown amount of years ago, and his body turned into Ghostly Dragon Cave. This powerhouse was truly powerful. His blood, flesh and bones evolved into surprising spiritual medicine, but there are also terrifying beasts nearby at the same time. Ghostly Dragon Cave is a place full of treasures, but at the same time an extremely dangerous one." "That powerful?" Ling Han blurted out. According to the legends, this powerhouse possessed shattering void tier 20 stars of battle prowess, standing at the absolute peak of humanity. Even divine beings descending into this realm couldn't rival him, so that's why strange phenomenon came into being, his body turning into a mystery realm, remaining undestroyed for hundreds of millions of years, Helian Rong said, full of reverence. He might also have shattering void tier 10 stars of battle prowess, but it was incomparable to that old dragon's prowess. This powerhouse was one step short of becoming a true dragon, unfortunately still lacking one last step, and could only be called an alternative dragon, Helian Rong said with deep pity. Previously he didn't understand why such a powerful existence didn't become a god, but now he knew clearly that this powerhouse was too powerful, enduring through the settling, and even the divine beings that descended couldn't kill him. Yet the powerhouse didn't dare to shatter the void, and died of old age in the lower realm in the end. Lamentable, lamentable. This strengthened his determination to split open the skies, or else he'd either be refined into a pill, or die of old age in the lower realm. There was no third possibility. So what's the matter with the teeth of a true dragon? Ling Han asked. The alternative dragon's entire body turned into ghostly dragon cave, and only a single dragon tooth was perfectly preserved, containing the endless power of a dragon, which is a supreme treasure for any true dragon's descendant. Helian Rong also became excited. Apparently, the tooth of a true dragon was also immensely attractive to him. Ling Han instantly felt a rush of excitement. His son had true dragon's blood, and if his son refined the tooth one of a true dragon, what heights would the little fellow be able to reach in the future? This deal was going to be done. He inquired Helian Rong about the details of Ghostly Dragon Cave, and Helian Rong didn't hold back a single bit, telling Ling Han everything he knew in full detail. The Ghostly Dragon Cave was located in the west of the North Sea, and couldn't be entered in normal times, because of the oppressive force of the alternative dragon even though it had died countless millennia ago. The alternative dragon was too powerful back then, and reached the allowable limit of the vast lands, being able to crush a large amount of shattering void tier elites even in death. Every 500 years the Ghostly Dragon Cave would open once, not for long, usually half a month or so. The cave was split into 4 layers, and each layer had a variety of spiritual medicine, all born from showering in the essence of the dragon and possessing shocking medicinal power. But at the same time, the alternative dragon's blood and flesh essence also induced the growth of many strange living spirits that were powerful yet limited by the alternative dragon's body. They couldn't walk out. However, to harvest medicine inside, one would have to face these monsters, which translated into an extremely dangerous situation. Moreover, except for the true dragon's teeth, Ghostly Dragon Cave also had dragon's blood grass, which was a goodie only second to the true dragon's teeth. It had surprising effects on refining the physique and could therefore cultivate the body of a dragon from it. Very good. He also wanted dragon's blood grass for his son to refine, laying the most solid foundation as a child. He told Helian Sun Shui his decision, and Helian Sun Shui was obviously worried and said, "The Ghostly Dragon Cave's first 3 layers are alright though dangerous, there's always a slim chance of survival. However, the 4th layer is extremely dangerous. Those who enter almost certainly die, and the few that escape would be heavily injured, dying before long." Ling Han nodded and said, "I'll weigh my abilities and act accordingly." Chapter 791, Wenren Jie. The Ghostly Dragon Cave was going to open soon. Ling Han, Helian Rong, and the others all departed directly. They no longer had the time to return to the Helian clan to make arrangements. However, for a large clan like the Helian clan, they would naturally not be thrown into a mess just because of the departure of their clan king. They would definitely gather people to enter into the Ghostly Dragon Cave themselves. Xianyu Tong did not set out with them. He was the king of a royal clan, and so naturally would be leading his own team. They journeyed day and night. 5 days later they finally arrived on a coastal island. From afar, it looked like a coiled true dragon and stretched for as long as 100 miles, looking very majestic. This was the Ghostly Dragon Cave. The entrance lay on the eastern side of the island. The group landed, and saw that there was already a considerable number of people gathered here. These people were obviously from different groups, and kept a sizable distance among themselves. Helian Rong's gaze swept over, and he could not help but show a hint of wariness as he said, "Wenren Jie is here." He was staring at a tall, broad-shouldered man. That man was filled with the forceful aura of a ruler, and seemed to be the center of the world, merely standing there, without the need to deliberately unleash his aura. One would be able to easily distinguish him immediately from the masses. Wenren Jie, the strongest elite of the North Sea, possessed the battle prowess of 11 battle stars of shattering void tier. Ling Han too cast a few looks at Wenren Jie. On the surface, this person did not have a sliver of the identifying traits of the dragon race, but the purity of his bloodline was obviously superior to Helian Rong's and Xianyu Tong's. How astonishing the sensory abilities of a shattering void tier elite were. When Helian Rong's gaze paused on him, Wenren Jie immediately raised his head and turned his eyes in Helian Rong's direction. His stare flickered with killing intent, as if he had a slight urge to finish Helian Rong off here. Helian Rong did not dare to be careless. There was a single star's power gap between the two of them, which meant that he had the capability of killing himself, which in turn made him incredibly dangerous. Lord Helian is here as well. Wenren Jie smiled slightly. When his eyes passed over Ling Han, he showed a hint of displeasure. The ghostly dragon cave is a sacred place and you actually allow an outsider to enter. Do you not fear being reprimanded by our ancestors? I'm already here, so bite me, Ling Han said. He knew that Wenren Jie was determined to eliminate both Hellion and Xianyu clans, and was a definite supporter of war. Even if he knew the truth about the reckoning, he would definitely first destroy the Hellion and Xianyu clans, unite the whole North Sea, establish his royal rule, and then think of a way to stand against the imperial clan. Thus, even if he wanted to join forces with the Wenren royal clan, he would still have to eliminate this Wenren Jie, so there was naturally no need to be polite. Wenren Jie smiled in spite of himself and asked, Lord Hellion, you don't mind if I kill him, right? Of course I do. Hellion Rong stepped out and declared, This is my son-in-law. And? Wenren Jie was momentarily stunned. He naturally knew about the Xianyu and Hellion clans allying, and also knew that the person that the Hellion royal clan sent out for the marriage alliance was Hellion Rong's daughter, but how did this son-in-law now become a human? If I move, can you save him? He asked calmly. His voice was not loud, but was filled with intimidating threat as if he did not take Hellion Rong seriously in the slightest. Just try. Hellion Rong was not the slightest bit weaker in attitude. However, if Wenren Jie really made a move, he would definitely take everyone with him at the first available instant. Taking him head-on would only lead to death. He did not worry at all that Wenren Jie would harm the other members of the Hellion clan, because he, too, would be able to make a move on the junior members of the Wenren clan. It was precisely due to setting king against king, general against general, and pawn against pawn that everyone had a need to quietly adhere to the rules. Of course, if he was killed by Wenren Jie, then there would naturally no longer be any such deterrence. Hee, have I missed something? With a long laughter, Xianyu Tong's figure landed, and stood with Wenren Jie and Hellion Rong in the shape of horns. It looked as if he was standing on opposing sides of Hellion Rong, but could also be seen as if he was trapping Wenren Jie between himself and Hellion Rong. Wenren Jie folded his arms behind his back, and appeared to be extremely calm. He was absolutely confident that even if Xianyu Tong and Hellion Rong joined forces, there was no need for him to fear them. But if the two of them worked together, it would be very, very difficult for him to kill Ling Han. He swept aside his sleeves, turned around and left. Merely a bug of the human race. He would be able to crush him with just a flip of his hand anyway, so there was absolutely no need for him to take him to heart. Ling Han, I want a duel with you. At this moment, a shout rang out from behind Xianyu Tong, and an incredibly odd-looking man walked out. There was actually a turtle shell growing on his back, and his arms were two gigantic crab's claws. In the sea race, these were symbols of bloodline purity. This man was Pang Xian. He had simultaneously inherited the spiritual turtle and demonic crab bloodlines, which had reached about 50% in purity. Merely in terms of bloodline purity, he would probably be considered one of the very best. Unfortunately, it was impossible for spiritual turtle and demonic crab to match the true dragon bloodline. Even their 50% of purity would not be able to match 10% purity of the true dragon bloodline. However, the might of the bloodline inheritance should not be underestimated after all. He had already advanced into the heaven tier in his mere 40s, which was very extraordinary. If not, he would not have been qualified enough to come to the ghostly dragon cave. Ling Han tossed him a look with a smile and asked, Why should I duel with you? I will definitely not allow you to marry Princess Kai. Pang Xian shouted loudly. Ling Han could not help but laugh and asked, When did I say I wanted to marry her? On the other side, Xianyu Kai's pretty face was filled with rage. It was one matter for her not to want to marry Ling Han, but Ling Han actually chose to descend into the ghostly dragon cave to find the Fang of the true dragon just to avoid marrying her. This made her extremely displeased. What was so bad about her that would cause Ling Han to flee from her as if running from a deadly snake? As a member of a royal clan, a prodigy and an exquisite beauty, her pride could not withstand such a blow. Naturally, if Ling Han wanted to marry her, she would refuse, so it was really a contradiction. A lowly human naturally is not qualified to marry Princess Kai. Pang Xian pointed his claw at Ling Han. Today I want to defeat you, and then inform you that you cannot compare to even a 10,000th of Princess Kai, so you should definitely not have any such thoughts. Ling Han shook his head and said, How baffling. I don't want to bother myself with you. Pang Xian was planning to say something else, but when he saw Xianyu Tong wave a hand, he could only obediently keep his mouth shut. No matter how conceited he was, he did not dare to disobey orders, but he had already made his decision internally. Once they had entered into the ghostly dragon cave, he would find a chance to kill Ling Han, and sweep aside all powerful competitors. Only he was qualified to stand by Princess Kai's side. There were still 2 days before the ghostly dragon cave would open. They all waited patiently. Although all 3 great royal clans were present, they did not start fighting. Wasting the energy here would not be worth it. The ghostly dragon cave would be their real battleground. Two days later, a powerful dragon's might trembled, and the earth split apart, revealing a gigantic maelstrom. Merely the look of the surging water would spark fear in others because there were terrifying patterns concealed within. Most likely, even spiritual infantile elites would be crushed instantly by it. Haha, just right in time, we didn't miss it. A loud laughter rang out from the sky, and a colossal aerial warship was quickly flying towards them. It was completely black in color and there was a flag raised on the top of the warship. There was a black-colored true dragon drawn on the flag, and it was currently brandishing its claws and teeth, and seemed to be filled with soaring murderous spirit. West Sea's Mo royal clan. Helian Rong and Xianyu Tong both frowned at the same time. Even Wenren Jie revealed a powerful hostility. The ghostly dragon cave was a fateful opportunity for the North Sea. What was a royal clan of the West Sea here for? Chapter 792, Visitors from the West Sea. Wenren Jie had ambitions to unify the North Sea, and thus naturally regarded it as his private property, especially the ghostly dragon cave, which only opened once every 500 years. To every royal clan, the dragon's blood grass that could be gathered within it was an extremely beneficial tonic as it could elevate the purity of their bloodline. What more, the true dragons to the pity, it was something absolutely impossible to attain. This was the treasure of the North Sea, so how could they allow people from the West Sea to covet it? What is the Mo clan of the West Sea doing, coming to a distinguished gathering of the North Sea? Wenren Jie was the first to rise up. He was the #1 ace of the North Sea, and in a sense he was also the local representative. The waters of the 4 seas all belong to the imperial family, so it may be a bit too overbearing for Lord Wenren to put it that way, someone called out from atop the aerial vessel, looking down from above, but did not actually come down. Helian Rong was also irked. His grudges against the Wenren clan weren't small, but facing outsiders he naturally set them aside first. He opened his mouth and responded, "The waters of the 4 seas naturally belong to the imperial family completely. However, the imperial family has divided and conferred the North Sea to our 3 clans to manage. There is naturally a reason for it. It is seemingly inappropriate that the Mo clan did not even deign to pay greetings and forced its way in, is it not?" Is Lord Helian pronouncing the verdict for me? Hearty laughter wafted over from the aerial vessel, though what could be seen was only a figure gradually coming down from above. He was obviously stepping on air, yet he trod as if walking down from a flight of stairs. This person was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. His vitality seemed to be somewhat waning, and he was no longer in his prime, yet he still stood ramrod straight. There were several dragon scales on both his cheeks, bestowing him with a strange countenance. Behind him, a dozen youngsters emerged, and also descended from the aerial vessel one after another. Ling Han's eyes narrowed instantly, for he actually caught sight of Su Xiu-ran, Small Sword Emperor, Dong Ling, the outstanding figures of the 5 ancient clans. Mo Yuan. Xianyu Tong immediately called out, a sense of dread reflecting in the depths of his eyes. Not only him, both Helian Rong and Wenren Jie were also like that. They did not look down on this old man just because he appeared aged and his vitality was waning. Mo Yuan, the clan king from the last generation of the Mo clan. Because of the emergence of a rare gifted genius in the Mo clan 100 years ago, he relinquished the position of the king ahead of time. Otherwise, even if he was to sit on the position till he died of old age, there would not be anyone who would have dared to say anything with his qualifications. He was an antique, but his combat strength was absolutely frightening. Perhaps he might not even lose to Wenren Jie. I had no choice. These several humans came from the 5 sects of the Middle State. Just a moment ago, they came out from the Dragon Shrine, bearing the personal orders from the Dragon Emperor that I bring them to Ghostly Dragon Cave for a trip. I had no choice but to reluctantly undertake the task, Mo Yuan laughingly uttered by way of an explanation somewhat. Wenren Jie and the other ultimate elites all snorted. Even if it was the Dragon Emperor's arrangement that these humans enter into the ghostly dragon cave, should it not be that these people ought to be bringing the personal orders of the Dragon Emperor here to the North Sea to seek them, the three great royal clans of the North Sea? Why was the Mo clan from the West Sea the one bringing them over? The reason for this was certainly not as simple as the Mo clan claimed, so there inevitably had to still be something fishy. Ling Han's heart also shivered greatly. Could it be that the five great sects have already come to form an agreement with the Sea race, after which the two powerful factions would be joining forces to stand against the Purple Moon Kingdom, and perhaps to wipe out the Great Ling dynasty as well while at it? This was not good news. The strength of the Sea race was no less than that of the five great sects, and might even be superior. With these two strong parties joining forces, whether the Purple Moon Kingdom would be able to resist or not was still unknown, but the Great Ling dynasty would be flanked by an elite on both sides. Furthermore, it was fully dependent on their mood whether to act on the Great Ling dynasty. This was horrible. On this trip to the ghostly dragon cave, he had to obtain enough treasures to elevate his cultivation level. Only he himself was the most reliable assurance. Ling Han, you can really run about. Even here I am also able to chance upon you, Su Xiaoran said in a raised voice. Ling Han was astonished to stumble upon them here, yet the five of them were actually even more shocked. In reality, the five of them had brought personal orders from important persons of the five sects in order to present themselves before the Dragon Emperor. Coincidentally, Mo Yuan happened to be there and volunteered for escorting them here. Of course, Mo Yuan did not do it for naught, conveniently getting a few descendants of the Mo clan to enter as well. After all, the ghostly dragon cave was the private property belonging to the North Sea, and the past Mo clan could not have had any part in it at all and could only watch on with envy. In this way everyone was happy. But how did Ling Han get here? A smile spread across Ling Han's face as he said, I advise you all to refrain from entering, otherwise, you all might possibly lose your lives. The five, including Su Xiaoran, all revealed a look of anger on their faces. They represented the strongest combat strength of the younger generation, yet this person actually dared to look down on them so much it was abominable. Unable to control herself, Dong Linger taunted, you are merely dependent on a formation. Do you think we'll be unprepared this time? Ling Han uttered an "oh" in response. He managed to con them into telling something about their trump card, although he had yet to know what it was, but it should be able to match the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. As soon as the words left her mouth, Dong Linger realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. However, she was not overly concerned. After all, it was inevitable that she'd need to use this trump card anyways if she were to go up against Ling Han. Where are the personal orders of the Dragon Emperor? Wenren Jie asked with cold indifference. He had naturally ignored completely the conflicts between juniors like Ling Han and Su Xiaoran's group of five. Mo Yuan flung his hand out, and a golden scroll was instantly hurled in Wenren Jie's direction. After catching it, the latter promptly unfolded and glanced through it, and the expression on his face abruptly darkened. He then tossed the scroll over to Helian Rong, who, after looking through it, then gave it to Xianyu Tong. Sure enough, it was clearly from the Dragon Emperor's hand, no doubt about that. They were to properly receive Su Xiaoran's group of five. They were honored guests. This was a decree from the imperial family who in the Four Seas would dare not to abide by it. All three powerhouses were feeling dismal. The ghostly dragon cave was clearly the private property of the North Sea, so why should they let outsiders meddle in it? But the Dragon Emperor had already decreed so, and how could they dare not obey? If they did, it would be deemed an act of rebellion, and their whole North Sea would be destroyed. Xianyu Tong then returned the scroll back to Mo Yuan, and sneered while he said, Lord Mo really spared no effort personally making the trip to attend to this trivial matter. Hee, seeing the looks of you three lords as ferocious as wolves and tigers, supposing I hadn't personally escorted them, would they not have been swallowed whole by the lot of you already? Mo Yuan replied just as coldly. Humph, since the matter has already reached this stage, then just cut the crap, stop wasting time, and promptly enter into the ghostly dragon cave. Wenren Jie waved a hand at the juniors at the back and said, when the ghostly dragon cave is closed, it will expel the living beings in its outer circle. But if you all were to remain inside too long or have been infected too much by the aura within, you will be assimilated by the ghostly dragon cave, regarded as part of it, and would not be repelled later. With the perilous environment of that place, you all basically would not be able to hold out till 500 years later. Yes, everyone shouted obediently. They all split up and one by one leaped into the center of that big whirlpool, which was the entrance to the ghostly dragon cave. The Wenren royal clan was the first to go, followed by the Xianyu and then the Hellion royal clan. Just when Ling Han was leaping in as well, Su Xiu ran and the others all exuded killing intent. This person had to be eliminated. Chapter 793, Blood River. The ghostly dragon cave was a very unique place. It was originally formed from the body of an elite of the sea race. At that time he had already cultivated to the peak of what was possible, genuinely highest of the highest degree, with a combat strength of 20 stars of shattering void tyran absolute that others could only give up all hope of ever achieving, for even the immortals that descended to the lower realm could do nothing much against him back then. Although this elite had died, the power of regulation that he had established remained uncorroded in this place throughout the ages, keeping watch over this ghostly dragon cave. It could be said that as long as one's strength was not as strong as this elite from ages ago, then one had to abide by the rules here. Shattering void tier elites could not enter, any that dared to would be slain. Yet though shattering void tier cultivators could not enter, it did not mean that one could not draw on a shattering void tier cultivator's combat strength. Any decree or forbidden tool could still be used, but ultimately this type of combat strength would not last long. Ling Han held Hellion Sun Xue's hand on one side, and on the other he tugged Hunyou along. Flop, the three of them then jumped into the center of the whirlpool. An unstoppable force pulled them underwater towards the bottom. Just when they were spiraled into a state of obscurity, all of a sudden, they resurfaced in a blood river. Wah! The people who had entered ahead earlier were all vomiting wildly by the riverbank. However, it was apparent that the numbers had greatly reduced as the number of people present was far less than 1/10 of the original total. It seemed that though there was only one entrance, everyone must have been split into batches and sent to different places. Quick, let's leave. Ling Han's expression changed instantly, and he grabbed the two females while leaping up into the air. However, he then gave a mild exclamation of surprise as it struck him that he actually could not fly in this place. Hence, he then dropped from midair once again. He exhaled a breath, leveraging on this force, then propelled himself more than 30 meters horizontally and landed on the riverbank. Hellion Sun Xue was also wearing an unsightly expression. She was feeling dizzy from the spin just now and only wanted to throw up. Hunyou, on the contrary, appeared as if nothing had happened, and instead was clapping her hands and shouting in excitement, "Let's do it again." Ling Han looked down at his own clothes. There were traces of corrosive reaction which was caused by the corrosive river water. Although the corrosion rate was very slow, it was extremely persistent, and even if he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, it could only hamper the speed of corrosion, and would not be able to resolve it. In other words, if he were to soak in the river for too long, even he would also be turned into melted liquid. What was this? Ling Han gazed into the distance. The length of this river was unknown, but the river water was blood red and gave off a faint metallic smell. Could it be that this is the blood of the alternative dragon? Hellion Sun Xue spoke out after gradually catching her breath as she, too, looked upon this river. There was the emergence of a true dragon in this realm before, but absolutely not of one that cultivated to the state of true dragon in this place. This little realm did not have the environment for one possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan to complete the final leap, and at most could only achieve the level of alternative dragon. As such, if this really was an alternative dragon's blood, its value would be indescribable, precious beyond mere words. Ling Han shook his head. Even if it was an alternative dragon's blood, it has already been contaminated, filled with corrosive energy, and as time passes, I reckon even the level 10 precious metal would be eroded away. Other shattering void tier possibly could not, but this alternative dragon had already achieved the combat strength of 20 stars of shattering void tier. It certainly must have also cultivated the power of regulation, and with the refining of power of regulation, was there anything in this realm that could not be refined? Unless it was something not of this realm. This place is really bleak and desolate. Ling Han looked at the surroundings on both his right and left. There was only an extremely narrow space. Apart from the blood river that lay in the middle and was gushing with what looked to be blood-like water, both sides of the riverbank were merely around 300 meters in width. After that, there was nothing else, looking as if a fault had appeared in the world. Since this place was formed from an elite's body, naturally one should not have high hopes for it to be like the real world. Which way should we go? Hellion Sun Shui asked. The source, Ling Han answered after pondering. They were just about to set out when they caught sight of a blade's light flashing past a person suddenly charged towards them. The sword chi that surged forth was filled with a decidedly dense chill that rushed towards them. Ling Han, I am going to kill you. Ling Han took a glance, then very casually stretched out his hand, and using 2 fingers in an effortless motion, he held the opponent's long sword immobilized between his fingers as he responded indifferently, so it seems that Princess Kai has quite the temper. It's best not to have such a hot temper as you'll get old easily. The person who wielded the sword was precisely Xianyu Kai. She tried hard to retrieve her sword, yet discovered to her astonishment that the sword had seemingly grown roots in Ling Han's hand and would not budge no matter how hard she pulled. She was dumbstruck. What kind of a monster was this human? This sword was a level 8 spirit tool. Furthermore, it was of an extremely fine quality, enough to display the combat strength of the peak of the deity transformation tier, but in Ling Han's hand, it was powerless like an infant. Naturally, she had heard of the fight between Ling Han and Xianyu Ziyuan, but she had always thought it to be something of an exaggeration, and surmised that it must have been the strength of the formation entirely. But now that she had the chance to clash with Ling Han, she was suddenly made aware that he was indeed incomparably powerful. Ling Han gave a slight push with his hand, causing Xianyu Kai to abruptly stagger as she fell back. After that, he also released his fingers' hold on her sword and remarked, "For the sake of the Xianyu royal clan, I shall not retaliate this time, but if you persist in not knowing what's good for you, I will let you know what fear is." It was not that he was afraid of the Xianyu royal clan, but rather that the clan was a faction that he could still attempt to gather to his and Helien's side. He did not want the amicable ties between the 2 clans to be disrupted because of a haughty little princess like Xianyu Kai. "Hang hang, dragon meat is Nyo's favorite," Nyo said threateningly from the side. There were unshed tears in Xianyu Kai's eyes. This human was too abominable. The elders of her clan had wanted to force her to marry him, and this human actually refused. Now he was treating her so fiercely, making her feel incredibly aggrieved. What did she do wrong? She was the biggest victim. Let's go. Ling Han did not bother with Xianyu Kai. Although they were all randomly spread out after entering, the 3 great clans already accounted for 99% of the people here. Naturally, there was no lack of people from the Xianyu royal clan, and as such there was no need for him to take care of this delicate little princess. They had but taken a few steps when they noticed that Xianyu Kai actually also followed them. Ling Han halted his steps and asked, "Why are you following us?" "Who said I am following you?" Xianyu Kai countered with her head held high. "Can't I take this path as well?" "Sure, please." Ling Han made a move to give way. Xianyu Kai was secretly irked and she walked past Ling Han in big strides, seeming to have some kind of grudge against the earth as she stomped the ground with vehemence, making thumping sounds. They waited after she had walked a good distance ahead. Only then did the 3 of them start out once again. "Tsk, that was a great beauty. Why did you not accept her?" Hellion Sun Shui said in a sour tone dripping with envy. Ling Han laughed heartily as he said, "Are you jealous?" "In your dreams." Hellion Sun Shui of course denied adamantly. "Nyo is jealous." Nyo, not knowing how to hide her feelings, briskly pounced onto Ling Han, dangling with her arms around his neck as she declared, "Ling Han is Nyo's, no one can snatch him." Hellion Sun Shui found it laughable. Nyo appeared to be only 5 to 6 years old, yet clearly gave the impression of wanting to dominate Ling Han exclusively. Such a small little girl, how could she have got such a notion? This place is the first floor of the so-called Blood Dragon Cave? Wasn't it said that there are various kinds of spirit herbs here? Why is it that I don't see anything? Ling Han peered around. The surroundings here were too simple, one could easily see everything at a glance, whether there were any spirit herbs or not. You think the spirit herbs are like vegetables that you'll find growing all over the place? Hellion Sun Shui rolled her eyes at him. Ling Han nodded his head and questioned, "Aren't they?" Recalling the spirit herbs that grew in abundance everywhere in the Black Tower that Ling Han possessed, Hellion Sun Shui was abruptly rendered speechless. Chapter 794, Dragon's Blood Grass. Although spirit herbs could be cultivated inside the Black Tower, they were limited by Ling Han's individual ability. Now, aside from Dragon Blood Tyrant Ginseng, there were not many high-grade spirit herbs in it, which made Ling Han feel extremely gloomy. That was because the majority of spirit herbs were useless for him, and he could only consume them after he had extracted their essence with the Heaven Transformation Bowl. As a result, their effects were naturally not as good as after they were concocted into alchemical pills. The amazing trait of spirit herbs was that they not only could increase cultivation, but there were also other effects. For example, every single divine herb of nature had their specific spiritual effects. Thus, Ling Han was quite interested in the spirit herbs here, especially the dragon's blood grass. One had to understand something. Now that he had cultivated the 9 dragons' tyrant body art, if he refined the dragon's blood grass, it might possibly improve this cultivation technique to a dramatic extent. Helian Sun Shui shook her head and said, "Fateful opportunities always come together with danger. If you want to just harvest spirit herbs casually, that is not possible." "That may not be," Ling Han replied. He had thought of Shenyuan Ziguang. This man's luck was a bit unnatural as treasures practically delivered themselves into his lap. Just take the earth-overturning seal for example. At the time, it actually threw itself into his arms. If Ling Han had not moved fast enough, this mystical power would have become the latter's possession. The further ahead they walked, the larger this area became. However, there was not much change on either bank, only the river was widening. It widened from about 30 to the current 300 meters width. Moreover, the tendency did not seem to be changing anytime soon. A thought flashed in Ling Han's mind and he said, since this was formed by an alternative dragon, then this river of blood, could it be was actually its blood veins? Helian Sun Shui nodded. Previously we were at the end of the blood vein, which is why it was narrower. But as we near the main arteries, it would naturally become wider. Then this is dragon blood? Too bad it has been contaminated by some inexplicable energy so cannot be refined, Ling Han said with pity. I've heard Father say before that there are occasionally 1 or 2 spots that have pure blood and have not been contaminated. If our luck is better we may still be able to get some, Helian Sun Shui said, her eyes bright. For a person like her who had inherited the dragon bloodline, being able to refine the blood of an alternative dragon would be extremely beneficial even if there were only a few drops. Ling Han nodded. The ghostly dragon cave had existed in the North Sea for who knew how many years. Although it only opened every 500 years, after so many years of experience, Helian Rong naturally must have also gathered enough information. They journeyed for a while longer, and then saw Xianyu Kai had stopped in front as if she was waiting for them. Seeing them approach, Xianyu Kai said very proudly, I was not waiting for you all. I had merely gotten a little tired, so I wanted to take a short rest. Ling Han did not react and passed by her directly, which made Xianyu Kai wave her sword furiously. If it was not for the fact that the power difference was too big, she really wanted to catch up to Ling Han and chop off his head. She angrily followed behind the 3 of them. Although she was very proud, she still knew that this was a very dangerous place, and sticking close to Ling Han and his group would greatly increase her chances of survival. Voila! A huge splash suddenly appeared in the river waters ahead of them. They could vaguely see a blood-red thing flash past, but could not see it clearly enough to identify it. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, and glimpsed a long shadow beneath the waters. It felt like a snake and moved very quickly. In an instant, it had swiftly left his field of vision, and Ling Han was unable to take a good look. However, Ling Han did not pursue it with his sight. Instead, he stared at the bottom of the stream and asked, what does dragon's blood grass look like? It's completely red in color. Typically it has 3 leaves which have a dragon-shaped pattern. The older it is, the more leaves there are, and the more distinct the dragon-shaped patterns would be, Helian Sun Shui answered after a momentary daze. Ling Han's expression became even stranger, and he asked, does the dragon's blood grass grow on the banks? Yes. Helian Sun Shui nodded. Behind them, Xianyu Kai heard them clearly, and could not help but show a disdainful expression. Was there something wrong with this human's head? He had to get to the bottom of the issue for even such a simple matter. Ling Han pointed at the stream and said, I saw a stalk of dragon blood grass there. As you said, it has 3 leaves and there are patterns on the leaves. What? Helian Sun Shui exclaimed in shock. How could that be? Dragon's blood grass grows on the banks? Ling Han thought for a moment, smiled and said, You all only search for dragon's blood grass on the banks because you have never entered the stream to look. Upon further thought, Hellion Sun Shui agreed. The blood river had a terrifying corrosive ability. Even those that possess the bloodline of a true dragon like them and have developed a sturdy, tough physique could not withstand it. Without waiting too long, their skin would rot, and as time passed, even their bones would melt. Everyone naturally treated the blood river like forbidden territory. Furthermore, there were terrifying monsters in the river, so they were even more unwilling to dive in. Xianyu continued to pout. Her first impression of Ling Han was too bad, so she subconsciously took every word he said to be merely playing to the crowd. The dragon's blood grass grew at the riverbed? Whom was he trying to fool? This blood river was an obstruction to vision, and sealed one's divine sense, so how was he able to see? Wait here. Ling Han was about to jump into the river. Be careful. Hellion Sun Shui said quickly. While this blood river did not corrode quickly, the effects were lasting, and could not be resisted by any kind of origin power at all. Moreover, the sea race knew that the wider the blood river was, the stronger the corrosive quality was and the more terrifying the monsters hidden in the water would be. Ling Han nodded, then with a leap, he entered into the river of blood. Xianyu could not help but be dumbfounded. This human must have gone mad. Merely bragging was not enough, he actually jumped into the river. Wasn't this seeking his own death? She humphed and said, I fear he will not be able to return now that he's gone in. Hellion Sun Shui flew into a rage and countered coldly, Xianyu the reason why I have not said anything all the way here is not because I am afraid of you, but rather that I'm giving face to the Xianyu royal clan. But time and again you've been unreasonable. Do you think I do not dare to make a move on you? Xianyu could not help but be intimidated by her aura. Only now did she realize that the other party was the most outstanding bright pearl of the young generation of the royal clans of the North Sea. Her bloodline was incomparably pure, and was a brighter existence than even herself. However, she naturally still possessed her pride and said defiantly, Did I speak wrongly? That is the blood river, and in it flows the corrosive blood of Lord Alternative Dragon. It represents death and decay. Putting aside the fact that he is a mere deity transformation tier warrior, even if an ultimate elite of Shattering Void tier came, he would not do well either. That only applies to others. Hellion Sun Shui retorted coldly. Xianyu was stunned. Did her words mean that Ling Han was capable of accomplishing tasks that even Shattering Void tier elites could not do? Where did her confidence come from? This woman was really dumb, so much that she has been completely fooled silly by a damn man and could not even understand the simplest logic. It was at this moment that they saw a wave appear on the blood river, and a gigantic splash shot up into the skies. Soon afterwards they saw Ling Han step on the waves, his hand holding the Revere Life Sword. The cold light of the sword blazed as he slashed downwards. Voila! A long blood-colored shadow shot out of the water's surface consequently. At first glance, it was a giant serpent and was about 10 meters in length. But upon closer look, one would realize that this living creature actually did not have eyes, nostrils, or ears. It only had a huge, circular mouth, and when it was open, it showed an array of long, sharp fangs. Chapter 795, Plentiful Harvest. A bloodworm. Hellion Sun Shui and Xianyu both gasped in shock. Although neither of them had entered the ghostly dragon cave before, they had studied the data about this place for who knew how many times. Because they had at least one chance to enter this place, they naturally had to have a good idea of the situation here. Bloodworm was a special life form birthed within the blood of the alternative dragon after its death. It was given life by the alternative dragon, yet was incapable of leaving the latter, and for its whole lifetime, it would be limited by the body of the alternative dragon. But this creature was very powerful. After all, it was born from the blood river, so no matter what, it too had absorbed a little of the blood of the alternative dragon. The bloodworm opened its circular mouth full of sharp fangs and bit at Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I allowed you some leeway in the stream, but now that we're out of the water, you still want to be a tyrant? With a wave of his sword, they only saw blood spurt in all directions. This bloodworm was instantly split in half from head to tail. Its internal organs dropped onto the surface of the river, and gave off an incredibly powerful stench. So powerful. Xianyu could not help but gape. She had long heard of the terrible reputation of the bloodworm, but it was killed instantly with a slash from Ling Han. Did that mean that Ling Han was too strong, or that the rumors were wrong, and that the bloodworm was actually not really all that strong? Ling Han turned around and dropped onto the bank. Helian Sun Shui walked up to him and asked, "Are you all right?" Ling Han shook his head and answered, "I'm fine. There is power of regulation in this blood river, and the strength of corrosion would be different according to individual cultivation level. You know, my physique is a whole tier superior to my cultivation level." Realization instantly dawned on Helian Sun Shui. It was no wonder that the corrosion rate was about the same for everyone that dropped into the river's waters. That was because the majority of them were of the true dragon bloodline, and had developed their physique to the toughness of precious metal of the same level. Thus, the corrosive rate they underwent was naturally about the same. But Ling Han's physique was on a higher level than his cultivation level. Thus, though he too would face corrosion, its rate would be far slower than the rulers of the sea race. In comparison, actually he was the real ruler. "Hey, where's the dragon's blood grass?" Xianyu asked from a distance. She did not like the way Ling Han looked so proud and always felt an urge to attack him. "You are indeed very awesome to be able to kill the bloodworm, but didn't you previously say you discovered the dragon's blood grass? So where is it now? What business is it of yours?" Helian Sun Shui shot her a glare, and Hunyo was even more ferocious. "Why don't we have a meal of dragon stew?" Ling Han paid no attention to this opinionated little princess. With a shake of his right hand he showed it to Helian Sun Shui, then put it away. Instantly Helian Sun Shui's beautiful eyes lit up. The dragon's blood grass. Indeed, dragon's blood grass also grew on the riverbed, and from the look of things now, only Ling Han was capable of getting a hold of it, and what did that mean? Uncountable amounts of dragon's blood grass were beckoning towards them. Putting aside the fact that there were enough to let his son build his foundations, there was enough even for Ling Han's use. In a matter like this, it was best to make great profits on the down low. There was no need to let Xianyu know. And when she saw Ling Han could not produce the dragon's blood grass, Xianyu was even more disdainful. She had confirmed that Ling Han was a con man, and Helian Sun Shui was so dumb that she was completely fooled to the extent that she did not even doubt him. Meanwhile, Ling Han communicated with Small Tower, wanting to know if the dragon's blood grass could grow within the Black Tower. Upon getting an affirmative answer, he could not help but be greatly pleased. But soon he became disappointed, because the Black Tower could only speed up the growth of the dragon's blood grass, yet was incapable of obtaining seeds from it. That was because this thing didn't even bear seeds, and was completely birthed from the alternative dragon. Thus, it could only be nurtured here. Since it did not bear seeds, fine. 3 leaves becoming 4 or even 5 or 6 would be great. As the effects improved, that was equivalent to having a few more stalks growing anyways. As they walked, Ling Han kept activating the Eye of Truth to find the dragon's blood grass on the riverbed. It was nurtured from the blood of an alternative dragon. It was literally growing unsullied out of the mud, removing the dangers of the corrosive blood, leaving behind only the effects of refining one's physique and increasing power. Where there was dragon's blood grass, there would be bloodworms standing guard, so, naturally, fighting was inevitable. These bloodworms were all on the level of the Heaven tier. There were some that had even reached the battle prowess of 10 stars of the Heaven tier. Even Ling Han would have to use the maximum of his abilities to kill them off. In 3 days they had gathered over 100 stalks of dragon blood grass, which made Helian Sun Shui incredibly excited. One had to know that even the numbers gathered by a whole clan in the past years might not reach this much. Who asked only Ling Han to be capable of going into the river. Xianyu was even more speechless. This human put an act time and time again, but every time he came back empty-handed. After so many times Helian Sun Shui actually still trusted him, it was practically inconceivable. What happened to the aloofness of a ruler of the sea race? And the nobility? You've tossed all that away to the end of the horizon, huh? The first level of this ghostly dragon cave was incredibly huge. On the 4th day that they had arrived, multiple rivers of blood originating from various spots gathered here, forming a supergiant lake just like a huge sea. Yet there was a small island in the center of this lake. On the island there was a white tower-like structure. According to hearsay, this was a passageway and one could travel down it to the 2nd floor. After arriving here they would have to think of some way to cross the lake. Otherwise, if they were not able to reach the small island, how could they advance to the 2nd floor? There were already some people crossing the lake. After so many years, all three great royal clans had their strategies, and discovered that vessels made from the bones of rulers of the sea race could resist the corrosion of the blood water for a very long period of time. These bones were naturally left behind by those elites of the sea race that had already passed away. Their skulls would be buried in their ancestral shrine, but their other bones would be left behind. Not only would they be used to cross this place, the bones of Shattering Void Tear could also absolutely be used to forge spirit tools possessing immense might. Previously they had all been randomly sent to the ends of various veins, but now they were all gathered again. Ling Han saw Su Xiuran and the others. They were sitting on a bone raft heading towards the island on the lake. In the process of passage, the bone raft was continuously being corroded. Upon estimation, it would probably last just long enough for them to reach the island on the lake, and then it would just about fall apart. Hellion Sun Shui also drew out a bone raft from her spatial spirit tool. Since they had ventured here, it was natural that she would not come unprepared. This bone raft was very small, and looked like it could only accommodate 5 people. However, if 3 people climbed aboard, it would be considerably spacious. Xianyu Kai gave a humph and took out a bone raft as well. For someone like her whose status was higher, she would have a bone raft of her own, unlike others who still had to cross the lake with another. She followed closely behind Ling Han's group. She was waiting with bated breath to see how Ling Han would be defeated. As Ling Han propelled the raft with oars, he kept looking at the lake bed. Suddenly he gasped loudly and said, "We've hit the jackpot." "Another dragon's blood grass?" Hellion Sun Shui asked with pleasant surprise. "Not only is there dragon's blood grass, it's one with 4 leaves." Ling Han replied, smiling. This time even Hellion Sun Shui could not stay calm. Even if there was only 1 extra leaf, the effects were completely different from ones with only 3 leaves. Ling Han did not immediately dive below. Instead, he looked at the lake bed and said, "However, this stalk of dragon's blood grass has a big guy standing guard." By the dragon's blood grass, there was coiled a bloodworm that was shockingly about 30 meters long. Even through the lake water, Ling Han could still sense how terrifying this great worm was. The Shattering Void Tear, it was definitely in the Shattering Void Tear. Otherwise, it could not possibly exude such intimidating pressure. "If it's too dangerous, it would be best not to take risks," Hellion Sun Shui advised. Although spirit herbs were great, how could they be more important than life? Ling Han nodded and said, "I'll set out an array to kill it." Tong he jumped into the water. The ice dragon earth blasting array was set out, and followed him as he dived towards the bottom of the lake. However, Ling Han immediately discovered that the corrosive property of the lake waters here was obviously much stronger. Even if he possessed a physique a whole tier superior to his cultivation level, he felt incredible pressure. His skin had already begun to corrode. Chapter 796, Ambush? Ling Han quickly circulated the indestructible heaven scroll. An ancient aura spread out slightly, immediately blocking and slowing down the corrosion. His body was still being corroded, but the rate had slowed down more than tenfold. This was very astonishing. One had to understand that there was power of regulation in the waters of this lake of blood. Furthermore, it had been left behind by an alternative dragon that had reached 20 stars of Shattering Void Tier of battle prowess. Even a Shattering Void Tier cultivator would not dare bathe in it for a long period of time. Just take a look at that bone raft that was being corroded. So what if it had been made from the bones of a Shattering Void Tier cultivator? It would be damaged as well, though the rate of damage was considerably slower, and it could still carry passengers across the lake. Otherwise, with no means of flight in this place aside from a monster like Ling Han, it would be practically impossible for anyone to reach the 2nd floor. Ling Han swam very quickly, and began to get closer and closer to that stalk of dragon's blood grass. The giant bloodworm awoke all of a sudden due to the disturbance. It opened its round mouth, revealing a circle of sharp fangs, and exuded a terrifying ferociousness. "Why are you acting so fierce? You think I'm scared of you?" Ling Han retorted with a laugh. He stretched out a hand and pointed. Immediately the ice dragon flew out and floated towards the bloodworm. Its dragon claws moved, appearing very majestic and mighty. This bloodworm could be called a worm king. There were a few circular golden marks on its blood-red body, and it actually had a noble, majestic air as if it was about to evolve from a worm into a dragon. However, the opponent it faced was a real dragon. The dragon and the snake engaged in a huge battle. The Bloodworm King was quite extraordinary, as its battle prowess was definitely no lower than 7 stars. It actually battled the ice dragon to a stalemate, and could even be considered to be slightly gaining the upper hand. So powerful, it really deserved to be named as the Worm King. However, there were limits to the Worm King's intelligence. It did not know that the ice dragon was formed by an array. So what if it was beaten to death 100 times? It could be revived 100 times and would still be as good as new. It merely concentrated on engaging in a fierce battle with the ice dragon as if it wanted to dominate over the latter, proving that it was the most powerful existence. Ling Han's intelligence naturally was not on the same level as the Worm King's, and he wouldn't dumbly wait for the battle's conclusion. Instead, he immediately swam towards that 4-leaf dragon's blood grass. He stretched out his hand and pulled it out before storing it away into the black tower. Then he started to flee. There were no benefits to be earned from killing this bloodworm, as there was nothing valuable on it at all. Moreover, he was unable to kill this Worm King, so what was the point of staying here any longer? With his departure, the array technique left with him as well. The ice dragon could only move around about 4 miles thereabouts around the array technique. When the distance had exceeded this limit, the ice dragon would immediately disappear, and then reform in the array. The Bloodworm King flew into a great rage, and immediately chased after Ling Han. He actually dared to take away its treasured herb. This was intolerable. Ling Han had no wish to continue the battle at all. Only when the Bloodworm King came near did he have the ice dragon parry its attacks, whereas he would be fleeing very quickly away. That Worm King was dumb too. When the ice dragon came out, it would shoot forth to attack as well without knowing at all that this was Ling Han's delaying strategy. In a short while, Ling Han floated onto the water's surface, and saw that Hellion Sun Shui had steered the bone raft onto the small island. He swam over quickly towards them. Hong! The Bloodworm King shot out of the waters, creating a terrifying wave. Pa pa pa. As the lake waters passed through, there was a considerable number that had their heads and faces splashed, and they all released terrible cries. This bloody water had powerful corrosive property, and though slight contact would not be deadly, it would still cause them great suffering. But when they saw such a big guy, everyone did not dare make a sound. They only knew that they had to row their rafts with their lives. Those in the distance that had not yet begun crossing the lake simply chose to stand by and watch, wanting to wait until everything was calm before descending down onto the lake. Those in the water wanted to go ashore too, but there was only a single bone raft on everyone. If they turned back now, it would be wasted. How would they cross the lake again later? In an instant, the lake's surface was in complete chaos. Everyone was rushing with all their might, and naturally cursed the source of everything, Ling Han, to the depths of hell. This guy actually drew out such a terrifying creature. Ling Han, meanwhile, got through the experience without mishap. Anyways, with the ice dragon covering for him, he soon climbed ashore with a smile and said, "Success. Let's retreat." And Hellion Sun Shui nodded. That tower ahead was indeed built of bones. Its middle was empty, forming a tunnel that could reach the second floor. Ling Han, Hellion Sun Shui, and Hunyo entered the tunnel with a leap without any hesitation. Losing its target all of a sudden naturally caused the Bloodworm King to be greatly enraged. It twisted and turned over in the lake like an evil dragon, making everyone complain ceaselessly. A great many were forced to slide backwards so as to temporarily avoid the flames of wrath of this Worm King. When this Worm King's rage had subsided, those few could squeeze together somehow onto a single raft so that their journey would not end here. Xianyu Kai hurriedly leapt after them into the bone channel. She was stunned. Ling Han was really outrageously bold, dared to trifle with even the Worm King. Even though she still hated Ling Han very much, she could not deny that no other would be able to do what he did. The passage was very long. With a thought, Ling Han drew Hellion Sun Shui and Hunyo both into the Black Tower. Even he himself entered inside. Su Xiuran's group came in here before them and had seen him as well. Moreover, this tunnel was shockingly long, and who knew when it would suddenly end. If someone laid out an ambush at the end, then the chances of them falling into the trap were extremely high. When coming into a place like this, one had to keep an extra eye out. As Ling Han had deduced, on the second level of the ghostly dragon cave, Su Xiuran and his group were waiting cautiously. The moment they passed through, they immediately realized that this was the best spot for an ambush. Although the 5 great geniuses were all qualified to fit in the ranks of rulers of the young generation on their own, and to have them join forces against someone of the same age range was practically an insult to them, Ling Han was too much of a monster. If he was given time and space to grow, he really could affect the 10,000-year-old scheme of the 5 great immortal sections. Therefore they had to erase this unstable factor as soon as possible. They waited patiently. 1, 2 and 3. Members of the sea race passed by successively. They made no move and continued to lie in ambush. Xianyu Kai appeared. She looked at the surroundings in surprise. It was because she was obviously one step behind Ling Han and the others, so how had she now lost track of the 3 of them? She shuffled her feet in confusion as she continued to look around her. And inside the Black Tower, Ling Han could not help but sneer and said, "Those 5 guys have indeed set up an ambush outside. Then we can take the chance to kill them off." Helian Sun Shui said coldly. She too was an unprecedented prodigy of the sea race, and had long since reached the heaven tier. If it was not for the fact that the shattering void tier was a step too difficult to take, who knew, she might have already been standing at the apex of the human race. Good, let's kill to our heart's content. Wenyo was even more excited. This was her favorite activity. All right. Let's choose and kill one, Ling Han said smilingly. Although Su Xiaoran and his group were waiting to ambush them, the tables were now turned and Ling Han's group were the ones hidden, whereas the 5 of them were out in the open. The ones waiting in ambush and the targets had instantly switched their roles. 3 against 5. Even if Ling Han and the others could take advantage of a sudden assault, Su Xiaoran and his group were the rulers of the current young generation, and had an advantage in numbers. In battle prowess they were definitely not weak, so if Ling Han was greedy, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to kill even one. Therefore they'd focus all their power and only kill one. Kill Jia Ming. Chapter 797. Eliminating Jia Ming. Kill Jia Ming. Now that the decision was made, the 3 of them divided the work amongst themselves. With the strength of Su Xiaoran's group, even if they managed to catch them unawares with a sneak attack, they would be able to react very quickly. And if the 5 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to kill Jia Ming. Ling Han had the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, so how could it be that the 5 of them did not have a similar trump card up their sleeves? However, summoning their trump cards would require time, and that was why the 5 of them had set up an ambush here. Yet how could they have imagined that Ling Han would have a treasure like the Black Tower that could store living beings? It in itself was as small as a mustard seed, and even they had not discovered it in the slightest. Move out. The 3 figures of Ling Han and the 2 females appeared, yet they were charging in Jia Ming's direction. What? Su Xiaoran's group were all astonished. What was going on here? How had Ling Han's group appeared out of thin air? But due to this moment of surprise on their part, Ling Han's group had already rushed towards Jia Ming. Ling Han drew his sword, Wenyo drew her claws, whereas Helian Sun Shui shot out her fist. With the condensing of dragon chi, and added with her monstrous strength due to cultivating body arts, the power behind this punch was incredibly terrifying. You all still lack the qualification to kill me? Jia Ming immediately reacted. In such a short period of time he was also unable to summon his treasure, and could only use his bare fists to defend his front and use both his origin power and physique to maximize the strength of his fists. Jila Hunyo's speed was the fastest. With a wave of her small hand she immediately left behind a deep bloody scar on Jia Ming's body. Even if his physique was on par with level 9 precious metal, it was useless. In an instant he was severely wounded. Then next was Helian Sun Shui. She had similarly learnt the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, and her speed was superior to even Ling Han's. With a punch, Jia Ming was instantly throwing up blood like mad. Her ability was superior to Jia Ming's, and added with her true dragon bloodline, how terrifying would her battle prowess be? Jia Ming's figure stumbled. His physique was really very tough. Even though he had forcefully received the attacks of 2 powerful characters in a sneak attack, he had not died. Instead, he simultaneously used the toughness and softness of his physique to disperse a major part of the damage. However, his face was still incomparably pale. Ling Han was the last to arrive, his sword aimed directly at Jia Ming's back. Ling Han, you will not be able to kill me, Jia Ming exclaimed severely. He had dispersed the damage from the 2 attacks, and Su Xiaoran and the others had already moved. As long as he managed to endure this attack from Ling Han, the situation would immediately become the 5 of them dominating Ling Han and his group of 3. The tables would be instantly turned. Moreover, they had also brought with them a very terrifying killing weapon. At first, they had planned to use it against the powerful monsters inside the ghostly dragon cave, but using it to kill Ling Han would be more than adequate. He held out both arms, intending to take a hold of Ling Han's sword by force, and thus force its advance to a halt. Only someone with his physique would dare to attempt something like that. Otherwise, who would dare to use their bare fists to catch hold of the Revere Life Sword? There was no need to even take complete hold of it, as the sharp sword chi would be capable of slicing off all 10 fingers instantly. Ling Han's heart was clear. The long sword *********, won, and merely that pure sword intent was surging. Pooh! Ming had caught the sword's blade, but was completely incapable of stopping the sword from advancing. His 10 fingers like tofu were cut off and sent flying. The sword's tip stabbed directly into his heart. This was the purported #1 killing sword in the world. If one was given a direct blow from it, how could he possibly be able to survive? A violent chi barraged, and Ming instantly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Ling Han blankly as if disbelieving that a strong being like himself was actually unable to block this strike from Ling Han. However, with the force of the Revere Life Sword, his body immediately tilted and dropped onto the ground. A prodigy of his generation who had once left behind his name on the stone of martial arts, died just like that. He had not even had the opportunity to use any ultimate moves, great moves, or trump cards whatsoever. Ling Han stretched out his hand and with a grab, drew Ming's body into the Black Tower. This person definitely had a spatial spirit tool. He did not have time to search now, but how could he possibly allow it to be wasted? At this time, Su Xiaoran and the others finally reached them. Although they were all rulers of the younger generation, they had been caught off guard. It was already commendable that they managed to react in such a short time. Ling Han laughed long and loudly. With a turn of his body, he shot out another strike. The desolate Hell Sword technique unfolded. This sword technique's strength lay in its defense. In an instant, endless sword light was released, and transformed into a defense in front of himself, Hellion Sun Shui and Hunyo. Ding ding ding. In an exchange of strikes, both sides were forced backwards. The first exchange of blows ended with the successful sneak attack from Ling Han's side. However, both sides had now returned to the same starting point. Su Xiaoran's group still numbered 4, and each of them could be considered the strongest powerhouse in the heaven tier. You actually killed Ming. Dong Linger exclaimed severely, her beautiful eyes flickering with flames of rage. Ling Han shrugged and retorted, "You speak as if you were waiting here to welcome me. You guys played dirty first, so why can't I pay back in kind?" Meanwhile, the Son of Lightning frowned and asked, "How did you all manage to go undetected by our divine sense?" This was too inconceivable. It was fine if it was only one person, but the 3 of them all went undetected by their senses, and suddenly delivered a killing move to kill Ming cleanly. This stunned him completely. If they were not able to clarify this issue, then wouldn't Ling Han be able to do this another time? Serious expressions appeared on Su Xiaoran's and the others' face as well. This ability was really too scary. Ling Han smiled calmly and asked, "Why should I tell you?" The Son of Lightning gave a humph, but also knew that Ling Han would not possibly reveal such a secret. Still, this made him too uneasy, so he could not help but voice out the question. "Could it be that you have formed Sword Heart?" Su Xiaoran asked. "Just now, I had obviously used Saber Heart to influence you. If you had not formed Sword Heart, you would definitely have been affected, and that strike would not have been accurate." Ling Han laughed in spite of himself and retorted, "Maybe my sword was off course at first, and with this influence from you, it actually hit its target." Su Xiaoran sneered, his expression growing colder and colder. He was certain that Ling Han had cultivated Sword Heart. Even if he hadn't, he wasn't far from it. Otherwise, he would definitely have been affected by his Saber Heart. Internally, he was stunned. One had to know that he held the absolute saber every single day, and was at every moment comprehending the saber intent left behind by that ultimate elite. That was how he had managed to understand Saber Heart when he was only in his early 20s. The Small Sword Emperor was the same. Mid of Sword Spring was a sword used by ultimate elites of various generations of the Heaven Sword sect, and possessed a variety of sword intent. Ling Han definitely did not have this kind of resources, yet was able to touch Sword Heart when he was about their age, or could even possibly have already grasped Sword Heart. This was too monstrous. The small Sword Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "I get it, you have a spatial divine tool in your possession." What? Su Xiaoran and the others exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Even in the immortal realm, this kind of divine tool was amazing as it could store living things. Only those few ultimate elites that stood at the apex of the immortal realm were capable of forging one, and every one of them were ultimate treasures. Every time they appeared it would be a massacre. Even the 5 sects of the immortal realm did not possess this kind of treasure, yet it had now appeared in the possession of a person from the lower realm. How could that be? Indeed. However, the 3 of them were all extremely intelligent people, and immediately came to a realization previously. Ling Han had directly stored Jia Ming's body away, and the latter had a spatial spirit tool. Everyone knew that spatial spirit tools could not be stored into another spatial spirit tool, so there was only one answer. Ling Han had gotten a hold of a spatial divine tool. Instantly, the eyes of all 4 became heated as if they had caught sight of a divine herb, staring at Ling Han closely. Chapter 798, Mountain and River Axe. Even in the immortal realm, a spatial divine tool was an incomparably shocking treasure. If they could take possession of it, they would be able to exchange it for resources that would cause them to pass out in excitement when they entered into the immortal realm in the future. They definitely had to get it. The eyes of Su Xiaoran and the others were filled with violence. Even if not for the sake of this spatial divine tool, there was still no way that they would spare Ling Han. Let's go all out to kill this man. The 4 of them exchanged a look and nodded. How were they supposed to divide the spatial divine tool could be a question for later. They had to first kill Ling Han. Otherwise, everything would be mere unrealistic. Su Xiaoran naturally drew the absolute saber, whereas the Son of Lightning drew out a gigantic axe that was a few times taller than even himself. Brandished in his hand, it instantly exuded a terrifying aura of violence that would cause everyone to flee easily. Internally, Ling Han could not help but become serious. The feeling that this axe gave him was definitely in no way inferior to the absolute sabers. The 5 great sects really had an abundance of wealth and a powerful background. The absolute saber in itself definitely was no weaker than 10 stars of the shattering void tier, and now there was an additional axe. This would be enough to allow Su Xiaoran and the others to be completely fearless even against such powerful elites like Xianyu Tong. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be able to activate these ultimate treasures in time. Otherwise, everything would be pointless. If that hadn't been the case, how could Jia Ming have died? 2 top-grade spirit tools. This was a little troublesome. The Revere Life Sword in Ling Han's grasp automatically glowed as patterns awakened one by one. This was due to having sensed the threat presented by the absolute saber and that axe. He smiled slightly and said, "This axe is really quite remarkable." "Of course it is remarkable," the Son of Lightning said. "This is an imitation of the mountain and river axe." Imitation. Only now was Ling Han really stunned. Such a powerful spirit tool was actually merely an imitation? Then how extraordinarily mighty would the real mountain and river axe be? "Ha ha, Ling Han, don't you want to establish your own nation and split open the skies?" The Son of Lightning laughed uproariously. "There is no harm in telling you. Only if you use the mountain and river axe would you be able to split open the skies. Other than a pseudo-divine tool, what kind of treasured tool would be capable of moving this piece of sky?" "Oh, I'd like to hear the details," Ling Han said, smiling. The mountain and river axe is forged from the source and barrier energies of this realm, and why do you think that is so?" Su Xiaoran said coldly. "The reason why we are telling you this is because you are definitely going to die." Dong Linger and the small sword emperor each held a rolled-up scroll. Those should be decrees of shattering void tier elites, but if the absolute saber and the mountain and river axe were capable of crushing Ling Han, then there would be no need for them to waste the decrees in their possession. After all, they had another motive for this journey. Otherwise, how could they have possibly been given so many treasures by their seniors? One had to know that the war against the Purple Moon Empire had reached an extremely delicate stage. Removing any top-grade treasure whatsoever could possibly affect the course of the war. They were determined to get a hold of the true dragon's tooth. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "So there actually exists this kind of treasure, something that has been forged from the source and barrier energies of an entire realm." Then I would really like to take a look at the real mountain and river axe. You will not have the chance. At this moment, the absolute saber and mountain and river axe had already awakened, and exuded a terrifying wave of power. These two treasures were definitely excellent items amongst level 10 spirit tools. They would be able to kill even mid and high level shattering void tier elites. If the demon birth sword came up against them, then it would be sliced in half within a few moves. In his first confrontation with Su Xiaoran, the demon birth sword had already got quite a few dents, and if the battle persisted, it would definitely not be an impossibility for it to be sliced in half. And once the sword was broken in half, its martial intent would die as well. Then it would no longer be a level 10 spirit tool, but merely a level 10 weapon. The Revere Life Sword also came to life by itself, and exuded a shocking killing aura. This was the #1 killing sword in the world, and that name did not come from mere bragging. However, there was only one Revere Life Sword, whereas the opposing party had awakened two great killing tools. Ling Han once again deployed the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, but even so, against the battle prowess of at least 4 shattering void tier items from Su Xiaoran and the others, he was still at a disadvantage. He did not retreat because he still wanted to see how mighty the mountain and river axe could be and deduce the power of the real mountain and river axe from that. I shall block that sword, you are in charge of attack. Su Xiaoran said as he drew out the absolute saber against the Revere Life Sword. All right, the Son of Lightning said, and brandishing the mountain and river axe charged forwards as well. Ding. The absolute saber and the Revere Life Sword clashed against each other, creating a crisp crashing sound, followed by a brilliant luster that shot out in all directions. The light flickered in the skies, forming uncountable ripples as if it intended to shatter this whole space itself. These two were already old rivals, and each being unable to get the upper hand over the other was something predictable. It was at this moment that the Son of Lightning charged forth, brandishing his mountain and river axe. This was the real killing move. The ice dragon rushed forth, emitting a roar like thunder. Shua, with a wave of the axe from the Son of Lightning, the ice dragon was sliced in two, and instantly disappeared without a trace. In the ice dragon ground blast formation, white fog condensed, and was in the midst of forming a new ice dragon. However, this needed time even though this period of waiting time was very short. This was too terrifying. The ice dragon possessed 7 battle stars, yet was actually incapable of blocking the might of a single axe attack. This obviously was not because the Son of Lightning was really strong, but because of the might of the axe itself. The Son of Lightning broke into laughter and drew back the axe. Then he once again charged towards Ling Han. He raised the mountain and river axe high, his face filled with a cold, murderous expression. One slash would shatter your soul die. Ling Han sighed internally. Even if this mountain and river axe was merely an imitation, its might had reached 10 stars of shattering void tier at least. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to have slashed through the ice dragon so easily. Then how terrifying would the real mountain and river axe be? 15 stars? Or even 20 stars? The 5 great sects really had a terrifying amount of resources. They had not revealed all their trump cards yet, most likely because Ma Duobao had also not personally moved, and they wanted to find a chance to defeat this ancient empire all in one go. The thought merely flashed through Ling Han's mind, and he promptly dismissed the idea of using an installation of power from the Black Tower. After this installation of power, it would be a piece of cake for him to dominate Su Xiaoran and the others. The prerequisite was that they did not have treasures like the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe in hand. But this obviously was nonsense. Then even an installation of power would be useless as he would not be able to stand against this kind of treasured tool. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. Ling Han smiled faintly and stretching out both hands he drew Hunyo Helian Sun Shui, and the Revere Life Sword as well as the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation into the Black Tower. Naturally he too ducked inside. It was as if they had never appeared. Careful. Su Xiaoran and the others all wore expressions of extreme caution. This was just like before. Ling Han and his group suddenly shot out, causing Ming to die in such an incredibly stupid manner. Now they were using the same trick again, but it was still extremely dangerous. Search carefully. Since it is a spatial god tool, then it definitely has an actual form. Slash everything here cleanly, and destroy every inch of ground. The 4 of them had gone berserk, and the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe slashed madly at the ground. Ordinary soil and rock would only be turned to nothing by such a barrage, not even dust would be left behind. However, how could a god tool be so easily destroyed? As long as they could find it, they would immediately wrap it up with a decree of shattering void tier and bring it back to the 5 sections. There naturally would be ultimate elites that coolly pry open the god tool, and drag Ling Han and his group out by force. However, what greatly disappointed them was that no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to find the presence of this kind of god tool. Chapter 799, Flower of Dead Souls. Oh no! All of a sudden, the small sword emperor's expression changed. Ming is still in Ling Han's hands. The Flower of Dead Souls. Su Xiu ran and the others exclaimed simultaneously. Only if one held the Flower of Dead Souls would he be able to protect his divine sense from harm and enter into the 4th floor. Without the Flower of Dead Souls, there is no way we can get the true dragon's tooth. The ultimate elites have already explicitly said that we definitely have to get the true dragon's tooth, and spared no expense to get a hold of the Flower of Dead Souls for that purpose. Damn it, why was it that it was Ming who was holding the Flower of Dead Souls? All 4 were grinding their teeth. If they did not manage to complete this mission, then even with their status, they would be greeted with disdain upon their return, or even be punished. One had to know that though they were young rulers of this generation, how many geniuses and rulers had appeared in the 5 great sects in these 10,000 years. Furthermore, this was only a lower realm. How many top-tier prodigies existed in the immortal realm? To be able to survive in the immortal realm as well, they had to obtain the full support and nurturing from their sects, and if their sects turned their backs on them, then they would soon be lost in the crowd in the immortal realm. The immortal realm was too big and there were too many geniuses. With them there would not be too many, and without them they would not be missed either. Let's go directly to the 4th floor and stand guard there. If Ling Han wants to get a hold of the true dragon's tooth, he will definitely head there. Soon enough they came to a realization, stored away their respective treasures, and then headed to the depths of the 2nd floor. After they had left, Ling Han and the others appeared as well. This is really a piece of blind luck. Ming actually had this kind of treasure on him? Ling Han's hand held a snow-white flower, and into the center of the flower, black fog was concentrated. However, in mere moments the white-colored flower actually turned purple. Flower of Dead Souls. I never thought that there would really be an amazing flower like this. Helian Sun Shui gasped in surprise. Oh, you've heard of it? Ling Han asked. Helian Sun Shui nodded and replied, according to the legend, this is an amazing flower that originates from the netherworld. After consuming it, it would be as if one spirit had descended to the depths of the netherworld, wandering between the boundary of life and death, and experienced fully the wonders of life and death. And the 4th floor of the ghostly dragon cave would launch a terrifying barrage on one's soul. No one, even if they broke through to the shattering void tier here, would be able to withstand this kind of barrage. Can the Flower of Dead Souls resolve that? Ling Han asked. Yes. The Flower of Dead Souls would wrap around the soul, so one would naturally not suffer this kind of barrage, Helian Sun Shui said. Ling Han stored the Flower of Dead Souls away with a smile and said, then we would be much nearer to the true dragon's tooth. Helian Sun Shui was greatly excited. Initially she hadn't even dared to entertain the thought, but now that they had gotten a hold of the Flower of Dead Souls, it was as if she really saw the true dragon's tooth beckoning her over. And after refining the true dragon's tooth, her son's bloodline would definitely be improved to a terrifying extent. Why had the other parts of the alternative dragon transformed into Dao, and merely left behind a single tooth? That was because this Fong had broken through to divine grade, and was a real true dragon's tooth one. However, those 4 would be standing guard at the entrance to the 4th floor, so it may not be so easy to enter. Helian Sun Shui frowned again. There is a limit to the time that the ghostly dragon cave would be open, and at the end of that period we would be either sent out or trapped here for 500 years. Although we have the Black Tower, but 500 years later, I'm afraid the people outside would be in a terrible situation, and circumstances would have changed entirely. 500 years later, either Ma Duo Bao would have managed to successfully split open the skies, or the realm pill would have been completed. However, Ling Han still had his parents and family outside, and 500 years later, they would definitely have turned to bones. This was something that he could not accept. At that time, whatever the cost, we have to charge in, Ling Han said. He had the Revere Life Sword, and in the worst-case scenario, he would use an installation of power from the Black Tower to instantly possess the strength and speed of the Shattering Void Tier. At that time, he did not believe that he was incapable of breaking through their encirclement. Nyo will help you, Hunyo said, clapping her chest. Ling Han could not help but rub Hunyo's head with a smile and said, with Nyo's help, we would definitely succeed. Hee hee. Hunyo was instantly proud of herself. The three of them returned to their journey once more. After some thought, Ling Han said, the flower of dead souls comes from the netherworld, so could it be that it comes from hell? The 5 sects naturally could not possibly venture into hell, then where had they gotten it from? His eyes suddenly lit up and said, the Thousand Corpse Sect. The Thousand Corpse Sect did not originate from the immortal realm but from hell. Then after the 5 sects had made some kind of agreement with the Thousand Corpse Sect, it would not be an impossible thing for them to get a hold of the flower of dead souls. The depths of their cooperation have exceeded my expectations, Ling Han murmured. After walking a short distance, they saw that Xianyu Kai was actually waiting ahead. When she saw them, a just as I expected expression immediately appeared on her face as she said with a smirk, you are not able to toss me off your trail. How troublesome. Ling Han looked towards Helian Sun Shui with a smile and said, can we kill her? All right, Nyo wants to eat stewed dragon meat. Hunyo said, immediately drooling, which gave Xianyu Kai a scare. Why was this little girl so violent, wanting to eat dragon meat at the drop of a hat? Helian Sun Shui shook her head and said, forget it. She is, after all, a princess of the Xianyu clan, and we are also on the same side for now, so killing her would not be easy to justify. Only now did Xianyu Kai sigh in relief. She naturally knew that whether it was Ling Han or Helian Xuan Xue, both had the ability to kill her. However, Ling Han's next words caused her to worry again. In any case, this is the ghostly dragon cave, so even if we kill her, no one would know it was us. Helian Sun Shui saw that Xianyu Kai was shaking in spite of herself, and with a laugh said, that's enough. Don't keep scaring her. Ling Han finally said, don't keep following us anymore. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will still kill you. Xianyu Kai's stubborn nature was instantly provoked, and she raised her head high as she said, kill me then, but do you dare to kill me? This was only the 2nd floor, so there were many passers-by. She did not believe that Ling Han would really dare make a move. Ignorance. Ling Han shook his head. This little princess had definitely been spoilt rotten, as she was incredibly unruly. Thankfully, the person she'd met was him. If not, she would have lost her life long ago. They continued to advance. The environment of this 2nd floor was completely different. It was completely covered in a fiery red forest. Every single tree was about 300 meters tall, and stretched open a huge canopy as if they were giants. These are blood locust trees, and have grown from absorbing the essence of the blood and flesh of the true dragon. And among them, some blood locust trees have even become capable of cultivation, and are able to uproot themselves and walk to kill others. They are called blood locust tree men. Helian Sun Shui warned. Before the blood locust tree men make a move, they won't look any different from the trees nearby. Thus we have to be careful. Every time the ghostly dragon cave opens, those who die here number the most. Ling Han nodded. This was just like how they had previously ambushed Jia Ming. Caught unawares, even the most powerful prodigies would die with a grudge. However, at the same time, the blood locust tree men were also treasures. They had developed tree heart, and had condensed a sliver of the essence of the alternate dragon, so the effects were more or less similar to those of the dragon's blood grass, and they were items to be fought over. Faced with treasures, even if everyone knew that this was a very dangerous place, a considerable number still chose to walk under the trees to lure the blood locust tree men into attacking them so that they could turn the tables on them and snatch their treasures. Ling Han was planning to do so as well. In any case, because the 3 of them were highly skilled, they were brave. They would only have to be careful and avoid Blood Locust Tree Man King to avoid any kind of danger. Chapter 800, Blood Locust Tree Men. Shua. A tree root suddenly shot out to twist around Xianyu Kai. It was extremely fast, and furthermore, it had taken her by surprise. Even if Xianyu Kai had been on the alert all this while, The sneak attack was still successful because this tree root was right underneath her foot, and was able to twist around her foot in a mere one move. The tree root pulled upwards and she was hung upside down. At this moment at least more than 10 tree roots twisted forwards, and tied her up like a rice dumpling. Ah! Xianyu could not help but exclaim in shock. Ling Han turned around and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I dare to bet that this is a perverted tree." The method of tying up was really too artistic. The tree roots actually trussed up Xianyu, yet actually outlined the enchanting shapeliness of her entire body, especially her breasts, which were presented as two protruding high peaks. Helian Sun Shui meanwhile, wore an expression filled with displeasure. Didn't it know that what she hated the most was another showing off the size of her bountiful breasts in front of her? She asked, "Are you still not planning to save her? Why don't we just leave her here so that she won't keep following us?" Ling Han said laughingly. Xiao, another tree branch shot out, aimed directly at Xianyu's heart. This time it was not to twist around her, but to shoot right through her heart and absorb her life essence. Umph! Ling Han flicked a finger and that tree root was instantly bounced backwards. Xiao. A consecutive 7 branches shot out, heading to **Xianyu. Have you still not learnt your lesson? Ling Han used the earth overturning seal and slapped down on those tree branches. Pa. Those tree branches were all broken. Upon a closer look, there was actually green-colored liquid spraying out of them as if it was blood. Ong! A bellow filled with rage was heard, and they saw a huge tree uproot itself. Colossal vines wound around each other to form 2 legs. Xianyu was hanging upside down from one of the tree trunks, waving from side to side with its movements. A blood locust tree man. Help! After 2 times wandering on the verge of death, Xianyu finally learned to be afraid, and asked for help from Ling Han and the others in a trembling voice. Ling Han did not rush to save her, and decided to let this delicate little princess experience a little suffering so that she would learn to be more obedient. He looked at this blood locust tree man with a laugh and said, "Fighting does not depend on bellowing." Hong! The blood locust tree man directly twisted its vines to form an incredibly large and thick palm, which shot to slap down on Ling Han. The swift movement whistled, but the sound had not reached them before the palm arrived, which demonstrated how fast this blow was. About 7 stars of heaven tier of battle prowess, Ling Han estimated. In this place where shattering void tier elites were unable to enter, 7 stars of heaven tier was extremely powerful. He still used earth overturning seal and shot a strike at the tree man. Pum! In this exchange of heavy blows, the tree man was instantly sent flying, and Ling Han followed closely behind. Ping. Another few strikes of earth overturning seal shot out, shaking this blood locust tree man to the point of falling apart. Hunyo darted out, and very quickly dug out a blood-colored crystal the size of a fist from amongst the vines. She said happily, Ling Han, Nyo found the tree heart." Xianyu meanwhile, was rubbing her bottom in dismay. Although the fall did not cause her pain, these 3 people treated her like empty air, which made her feel very wronged. At the very least she was the princess of a clan, tender and delicate, yet she was actually ignored like this. Ling Han stored the tree heart away. Now was not the time to refine it. Their time was limited, so it would be best to first find the true dragon's tooth. They did not deliberately look for the blood locust tree men and journeyed on. If they were ambushed by the blood locust tree men, then they would not be reserved either, and moved directly to kill them as well as gather a tree heart. There was a really considerable number of blood locust tree men here, and they had gathered about 30 tree hearts along the way. However, these were battle rewards that they managed to get as they occasionally saw abandoned weapons and torn fabric on their way. These were remains of people who had died with grief under the blood locust trees. A day later they heard a huge bang coming from somewhere ahead of them. From afar, they could see a huge tree was turning around, and its vines had transformed into thick arms, which were raining endless attacks downwards. This huge tree is close to the shattering void tier, right? Helian Sun Shui said in shock. Even if she acted, she might not be able to dominate over this demonic tree. Ling Han nodded and answered, "Very strong, it is indeed very strong. If it was not for the fact that it's so hard to break through to the shattering void tier, it would probably really possess the battle prowess of the shattering void tier." Even he felt that it was a thorny problem. He would definitely be unable to defeat this kind of existence, unless he used the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. However, they were fearless. Even if they could not defeat this tree man, they would be able to retreat calmly. Furthermore, Ling Han still had the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation up his sleeve. They went closer and saw that this tree man was currently engaged in a fierce battle with 20+ people. The Xianyu clan, Ling Han said. He had recognized a few of them, and Pang Xn was shockingly amongst them. Although there were over 20 of them, they still appeared to be in a difficult situation facing this colossal tree man. A majority of them could only scramble away when they saw the tree man shooting out a fist. Only Pang Xn dared to take this tree man head on, and with his turtle shell as a shield, even if he received a blow from the tree man, he would only be sent backwards, and did not suffer any heavy injuries. It was very extraordinary. This kind of defensive ability was really a bit shocking. Turtle Ha. As expected of the race with the strongest defenses, there was practically no match for it. Pang Xn was responsible for impeding the tree man, whereas the others shot out their respective attacks. However, the tree man's defense was not weak either. When blades penetrated its body, they merely managed to slice off some wooden chips. It was very difficult to harm its roots. Furthermore, wood-aligned creatures' strength lay in their recovery ability. Soon, those wounds that had been sliced open would recover. Help them, Xianyu Kai said hurriedly. She drew her sword and charged into the battle ranks. Although she was rather tsundere on the surface, her real strength was considerably strong. She was in the deity transformation tier, yet her battle prowess had reached the heaven tier. While it was impossible for her to turn the situation around with a single move, her battle prowess was not to be overlooked either. Princess Kai. Pang Xn and the others cried out in pleasant surprise. Ling Han did not interfere and said, there should be some life-preserving trump cards on these people, so it would not go so far that they would die here. Just right, we can finally toss off that willful little girl. She looks beautiful and her breasts are so big, so what are you being reserved about? Helian Xuanxue said with a hump. She was still very bothered about the fact that the Xianyu clan wanted to marry Xianyu Kai off to Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly, grabbed her with a single move and ran forward swiftly. He said, don't be so unreasonably jealous, let's go. Carry Nyo wants to be carried too. Nyo quickly broke into a run and chased after them. Their target was the colossal tree that stretched up to the skies that could be seen from all corners of the second floor. And if they wanted to advance to the third floor, they definitely had to reach the colossal tree and climb it to reach the third floor. The space here was a little haphazard, but that was normal. After all, it was the inside of an alternative dragon. In the past, it could not be sliced apart even when immortals descended into the lower realm. Even though it had now died of old age, it could still give form to amazing mystical powers. They had encountered some bumps on their way and slashed a great number of blood locust tree men. This caused their advance to slow down a slight bit, but they still managed to arrive underneath the great tree in about less than half a day's time. Is this really a tree? Observing it from a closer distance, one could still discover that this great tree that was as wide as a mountain actually seemed to have formed its own bones. Chapter 801, True Dragon's Bloodstone. According to the deduction of our predecessors, this is the backbone of the alternative dragon, Helian Xuanxue said. The backbone, whether for humans or demonic beasts, was the very most important bone. It was even more important than the skull. If this was the backbone of a dragon, then no wonder it was capable of connecting the heavens and the earth. The dragon's might is gone. Ling Han pressed his hand down on the colossal tree. The bone patterns were translucent white, and even though it had experienced who knew how many millennia, it was unscathed. Yet, there was no longer any little sliver of the aura of an elite circulating within. Otherwise, if such an important part like the backbone randomly released a sliver of aura, most likely any ordinary cultivator in the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier would be suppressed so much that his legs would become weak. Don't be careless. Although this place does not have dragon's might, as long as you ascended to a certain level, there would be an intimidatory effect. Furthermore, the higher you go, the more terrifying this intimidation would be, Helian Xuanxue warned. As if giving a demonstration for her words, they saw a person fall down from above. He landed solidly and was directly shattered into pieces. He was a member of the sea race, but was not one of the true dragon bloodline. Instead, he was a prodigy of the willow octopus race. There was not a single bone in his entire body, and his race was known for being hardy and possessing strong recovery abilities. Yet he had lost life here. Ah. Another person fell down, but this time he did not die. However, at least half of all the bones in his body had still shattered, and blood poured from him like pillars. Soon enough, his blood had dyed the ground underneath him crimson. He struggled to get up and forcefully used his origin power to condense his broken bones. He took out a few alchemical pills and swallowed them before he sat down in a cross-legged position and began to refine the medicinal effects to heal his wounds. This bone tree was really too big. Perhaps there would be people falling down from it at every instant, and they merely had not seen them due to their limited field of vision. "Do you want to enter the Black Tower?" Ling Han asked Helian Sun Shui. "Heng, are you looking down on me?" Helian Sun Shui asked with displeasure. In any case, she was the bright pearl of the North Sea, and her current battle prowess was possibly even superior to Ling Han's. Ling Han raised his hands with a smile and said, "AI, you are unable to tell good from bad. I just care about you, so I wanted to let you have the chance to take a rest." "No need." Helian Sun Shui immediately began to climb up the bone tree. Her speed was extremely fast, and in a short while she had rushed up to more than 300 meters in height. However, very soon her speed slowed down. "Hunyo, let's go too." "En?" Hunyo nodded crisply and together with Ling Han started climbing. As expected, when they had reached about 300 meters, there was a slight pressure exuding from the bone tree. Because no one could fly here and they could only climb up the tree, they had to hold onto the branches tightly, and were forced to withstand this kind of pressure at every single moment. Facing pressure of this level, Ling Han and Hunyo naturally paid it no heed. They both transformed into lightning, and quickly climbed up the tree trunk as fast as if they were lightning. Helian Sun Shui was not slow either. She had not only learnt the thunderclap ninth heaven, but she herself was a super genius, and the height of her talent was in no way inferior to that of Su Xiaoran and his group. Over 2 hours later, they had passed a considerable number of people on their way. Some were still okay and merely concentrated on climbing the tree. However, there were some that actually attempted to attack Ling Han and the others. Then Ling Han would naturally have no reservations and moved with no mercy. He shook these people that could not control their hands down the tree, and it would be up to fate whether they lived or died. Ling Han and the others became slower and slower. By now they had already climbed up 2/3 of the tree, and the dragon's might was becoming stronger and stronger, which caused even Ling Han and Helian Sun Shui to sweat bullets. Only Hunyo was completely nonchalant. At one moment she would scuttle high up, and in the next she would climb down and urge Ling Han to pick up his speed. Ling Han thought that if one was to lay an ambush at the entrance to the 3rd floor, the effects would be extraordinary, and the chances of falling for the trap was possibly more than 90%. However, this backbone was really too big, so who knew where the target would climb up from? Thus, if one wanted to lay an ambush, they would at least need a few thousand people to form a circle. Furthermore, every single one of them would have to have battle prowess at the peak of heaven tier, or still would not be able to do anything against Ling Han. However, Hunyo was completely unaffected by the dragon's might, and with this scout who would be able to ambush them successfully. Their speed became slower and slower, but after another 2 hours, the three of them still reached the top of the bone tree and entered into the 3rd floor of the ghostly dragon cave. The environment here was different again. All around them they were surrounded by bare mountain rocks, but every rock was crimson in color from afar. It looked like a land of blood, but also like a burning sea of flames. Crimson was the main color tone of this place, and aside from it, there was no other color here. Dragon's blood grass would also grow in the cracks of the rocks here, Helian Sun Shui said. Although they had already gathered over 100 and furthermore, also had an abundant supply of tree hearts from the blood locust tree men, this kind of treasure would never be too much. Ling Han nodded. As the three of them journeyed on, they continued to search but did not waste too much time on their way. After all, the main focus of this journey was the true dragon's tooth. This was the most valuable treasure. If they wasted too much time here when the closing time of the ghostly dragon cave arrived, they would be thrown out. Then if they wanted to come in again, that would be something for 500 years later. Their luck was not too bad, and they had quite a considerable harvest on their way. This naturally was because Ling Han had used the Eye of Truth, and could see through everything big or small clearly, which naturally contributed greatly. In this way their speed would definitely be affected, but the ghostly dragon cave would be open for at least half a month every time. And they had only spent 5 days here by now, so no matter what, they still had about 10 days left. There's a big guy up ahead. Ling Han withdrew his gaze and rubbed his eyes. He had been using the Eye of Truth continuously these few days, which made his eyes feel slightly sore, which in turn was quite uncomfortable. Could it be the demonic ape? Hellion Sun Shui mumbled to herself. When she saw Ling Han's questioning expression, she explained, "The monsters on the 3rd floor mostly look like a kind of ape or monkey. However, according to deductions, these are possibly the fleas of the alternative dragon, and were formed after absorbing the dragon's blood." Ling Han could not help but wear a strange expression as he asked, "Such a powerful creature like the alternative dragon would still have fleas? When it was in its prime, of course not. But in its old age, as its life waned, it might not even have been able to move a single finger. By then it would be normal to have fleas," Hellion Sun Shui explained. The dragon race had a very long lifespan, and even in its old age with only a single breath left, it might only really die after another 8 to 10 years. Then, it did not seem that strange to have parasites feeding off it in that period. Just like the bloodworms on the 1st floor, they probably were also bizarre mutations given life in its old age and when its life declined. The fleas absorbed the dragon's blood, and actually could grow to a height of about 30 meters. "That is really quite amazing," Ling Han said, smiling. "However, this huge flea is sitting there motionless as if it is guarding some kind of treasure. Who knows, there may be yet another dragon's blood grass. Come, let's go and take a look." They walked on, and in a short while, they saw that there was indeed a huge red monster crouching ahead of them. It had the shape of a monkey but had 6 limbs, so indeed it still looked more like a flea. And underneath this flea, there was a huge blood-colored rock, which had a much deeper color than the other rocks. Hellion Sun Shui was slightly excited as she asked, "Could it be the true dragon's bloodstone?" Chapter 802, Flea King. True Dragon's Bloodstone was formed from the irrigation of an alternative dragon's blood essence, so a bloodstone the size of a fist was comparable to a 3-leaf dragon's blood grass, and such a large chunk like the one before their eyes, was absolutely shocking. Thus, Ling Han and Hellion Sun Shui both gasped in astonishment, having a sense of unbelievable surprise. However, this large flea was in the shattering void tier, emitting a terrifying oppressive sensation just lying there in the distance, and approaching slightly closer, Ling Han's and Hellion Sun Shui's skin was about to crack. Their physiques were the level of 9th tier rare metal, yet they couldn't even get close, serving to show the powerfulness of the great flea. Shattering void tier 10 stars, 12 stars, or even 13 stars of battle prowess. Ling Han had a feeling inside that this flea roughly reached the level of the 15-eyed corpse king, and could compare to that great silver spider in Fire Country's ancient mineshaft. It would be useless even if he unleashed the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation, as it would be instantly destroyed. What to do? The treasure was before their eyes, yet they could only stare blankly at it. "Let's go. Let's go." Xianyu pulled on Ling Han's hand and started to walk forward. She really was young, completely not knowing what fear was. Ling Han held her back and said, "We can't, the presence in front is too powerful, we can't endure it and we'll explode immediately." Originally, Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation could be used to pull aggro one, but this large guy was too powerful, and annihilating the Ice Dragon and turning its head would only be the matter of an instant. "But Nyo's not afraid," Xianyu said, skipping and jumping about. The little girl's talents were unusual. She was unafraid of the coercive pressure, and even poison, fire, ice, and whatnot were ineffective against her. Previously, she even rushed through Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire's Path of 5 Senses blockade. But the problem was she didn't have the Black Tower, so how would she collect such a large bloodstone? Moreover, the Black Tower was as small as a mustard seed and couldn't be brought with Xianyu, or else she couldn't sneak closer and then have Ling Han suddenly appear to snatch the true dragon's bloodstone immediately, then hide back in. "Xianyu will draw it away," Xianyu volunteered. Ling Han shook his head. "No, that can at least rival the 15-eyed corpse king, being probably the most powerful being in Ghostly Dragon Cave, so that's why it's guarding over such a large true dragon's bloodstone. You can't outrun it. Don't underestimate Xianyu." Xianyu was unconvinced. With her hands on her hips, she said, "Nyo's speed is the fastest." Her body turned into lightning and in a flash she appeared far in the distance, and with another flash she appeared at an even further place. Ling Han and Helian Sun Shui revealed shocked expressions at the same time. Such high speed, even they felt too inferior to bear comparison. The corners of their mouths twitched. Everyone learned the thunderclap ninth heaven, but why was there that much of a difference in speed? Nyo's a genius. Hunyo returned within a flash, walking on airs. Ling Han nodded and said, your speed really can compare to shattering void tier elites, even being that much faster. Then Nyo's going. Hunyo wasn't afraid of that Flea King at all. Ling Han thought over it again and said, after you steer clear of that large guy, we'll meet up 5,000 meters ahead from here. Okay. Hunyo answered crisply and shot out with a shio, stopping in front of the Flea King. She said in a loud voice, stinky guy, come catch Nyo. The Flea King simply looked at her casually, and then retracted its gaze as if it were sleeping soundly, too lazy to pay attention to this ant. Hunyo was furious to dare ignore someone so cute like her. She picked up a crimson rock and covered her small body completely. She let out a loud roar and the rock was immediately bound with lightning. Shio, this rock shot rapidly like a cannonball towards the Flea King. Pa! Before the rock hit, the Flea King's terrifying aura shattered the rock. After reaching such a height, even a sliver of aura could shatter stars. However, the large guy was finally infuriated, and couldn't help but lift its body, glaring towards Hunyo. It immediately discovered gloomily that the ant was exactly at the distance where its attack would weaken, and releasing an attack wouldn't be fatal. It was extremely lazy and immediately lay to sleep. It was just an ant anyway, it couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Shio shio shio. Hunyo threw rocks in rapid succession. The Flea King lifting its aura could shatter the rocks, but there was also the power of lightning created by the thunderclap ninth heaven in them, so even the Flea King felt its body become somewhat numb. This was far from being able to hurt it, yet it made it very out of sorts. Finally, after Hunyo threw over a dozen rocks, the Flea King was in a towering rage. This king doesn't unleash own might, and you really think you can act rampantly on top of this flea's head? He roared explosively, and the sound waves turned into ripples that spread towards the surroundings. Pa 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 pa, the rocks in the surroundings were all shattered, an extremely terrifying thing. Ha ha, wanna hurt Nyo? Big stinky bug, you're far from it. Hunyo made a face and immediately leapt away. The Flea King finally rose up and charged towards Hunyo. Ling Han immediately charged towards the true dragon's Bloodstone, but once he moved, he discovered that the Flea King had entrenched itself here for a long time, and its shattering void tier aura was almost corporeal. He immediately felt that the air was like sabers as he moved, tearing open his skin. Ling Han. Helian Sun Shui hurriedly held on to him. Ling Han shook his head and said, you head in the Black Tower first, I'll go alone. But, Helian Sun Shui was obviously worried. Time to breastfeed our son, you flat chest. Ling Han grabbed Helian Sun Shui and shoved her into the Black Tower. He unleashed the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. It obviously couldn't resist against the Flea King, but to contend against the aura that the Flea King had left was not a problem. Everyone was in the shattering void tier, though there was a gap, it wasn't large to that degree. The dragon appeared, settling in the sky above Ling Han. He brought the formation forward, but immediately discovered that the formation was to no avail in negating the shattering void tier's aura. Fuck. Ling Han could only store away the formation's eyes and walk forward alone. Pa pa pa, his skin immediately burst with blood, and his blood vessels were also crushed under such pressure. He hurriedly operated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and under the blessing of this ancient and miraculous art, his condition instantly became a lot better. However, he still had to continue forward, and the aura in front was even more terrifying. After walking for another stretch, his bones resounded as if they were breaking. This is a good test, Ling Han said inwardly. He was most adept in turning tribulations into fortuitous encounters. Under such immense pressure, the sword heart that he was a sliver away from might be able to break out of its cocoon. Sword heart was of the shattering void tier level, and if he could cultivate out sword heart, it would be easy to resist against shattering void tier aura. He advanced resolutely step by step, with blood bursting all over his body, but his gaze became brighter and brighter as something in his body was in the process of being born. Chapter 803, Finally Comprehending Sword Heart. In Ling Han's previous fight with Xianyu Ziyuan's martial intent entered his body in the end, and he resisted against it for one entire month before wearing it away. This allowed him to touch a slight edge of sword heart, but this last step could take several days to cross, or several years, several tens of years, several hundreds of years, or even remain unaccomplished in his entire lifetime. The comprehension of Tao was just that mysterious. The saying, to cover 90% of one's destined distance, brought the traveler no farther than the midway point, meant that before succeeding, it was no different from treading in the same place. Now the Flea King's aura was even more terrifying. It was at the level of the 15-eyed Corpse King, and in a head-on confrontation, the Flea King could kill Ling Han several hundred times with a single breath. But now he was only to resist the shattering void tier presence, which was obviously a different matter. This was a contest of martial arts level. Although Ling Han's tier was much lower, he almost cultivated out sword heart, which was where his confidence came. Break out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, come out, sword heart. Ling Han said inwardly, but it always fell short a tiny bit, driving him mad. He was hacking out blood in his mouth. Under the shattering void tier presence's suppression, even he would be heavily injured. On the outside, which shattering void tier elite didn't intentionally curb their presence. If they unleashed it recklessly, then except for those that were also at the shattering void tier, the others would all be killed. Even heaven tier warriors couldn't endure such presence at a close range for a long time. The bones all over Ling Han's body shattered, and his entire person distorted under the presence's oppressiveness. Now he was 10 meters tall, but his body was thin and fragile, looking extremely weird. He was about to die. An enlightenment flashed across Ling Han's mind as he hurriedly dissolved one drop of indestructible true fluid, and his body immediately recovered. Even the shattering void tier presence couldn't stop it. However, the good sight didn't last long. After the drop of indestructible true fluid's essence fully dissolved, his body started to break down again. How come he hadn't comprehended sword heart yet? Ling Han suddenly realized that he was rushing it. How could martial arts be comprehended by rushing? More haste, less speed, walked down the wrong path. It was no wonder under the oppressive presence of a shattering void tier elite, who wouldn't be rushed. He relaxed his mind and no longer deliberately pursued sword heart, instead focusing on resisting the pressure. His body still had large amounts of wounds tearing open, making him look as if he'd killed thousands of people, bathing in blood and becoming a demon. Step by step, Ling Han's steps became firm. Blood was flowing and sweat was flowing, but his gaze burned brightly as an unyieldingness arose within. Even without having learned sword heart, he could still rely on himself to resist the shattering void tier presence. At worst he would be riddled with scars, but what was it to martial artists to get hurt a little? He advanced with large strides, getting closer and closer to that true dragon's bloodstone. Finally he touched it. Joy arose within his heart, and at this moment, he felt some sort of shackles being broken within his body, an indescribable feeling rushing to his mind, and endless sword intent surging in his mind. Sword heart. He was first taken aback before coming to realize it. When he took the last step, his spirit also completed a transformation, crossing the one last step into sword heart. He had an enlightenment. Some truths couldn't be deliberately pursued. The naturalness of truth coming naturally was in accordance with Tao. As he thought of those things, his movements weren't slow, either, as he pressed his hand on the true dragon's bloodstone. Although it was ridiculously large, after cultivating out sword heart, his divine sense was like it had been remolded, becoming extremely tough. It spread open like a fish net and enveloped the true dragon's bloodstone, storing it into the Black Tower. It was done. He turned around and started to leave the place of the oppressive presence. At this moment he no longer felt strain. With sword heart's protection, his divine sense was stable. Even the damage of shattering void tier presence was pathetically little to him. He was still injured because he had just cultivated out sword heart, not even having initial mastery, let alone sword heart illumination. After a while he finally walked out of this area, and Diamond Body exhibited its powers as the broken bones and shattered skin instantly healed. He then took out a set of clothes from the Black Tower and changed into them, looking like he hadn't been hurt a tiny bit. Hand over the true dragon's bloodstone, and I can spare your life. But at this moment 5 youngsters walked out from behind a few crimson rocks, staring at him with a murderous look. What, he actually didn't notice them. Ling Han was startled, and couldn't help but reflect on how he'd neglected the surrounding environment on the way back when he constantly tried to fathom the wonderful uses of Sword Heart. Besides, there indeed was a great limit on the divine sense here, making him fail to notice the presence of the 5 people. If they were on the level of Su Xiuran and had suddenly launched a fatal attack, even he'd probably be in a flurry? He'd been careless and neglectful. In the future he had to maintain vigilance at all times, or else it was possible to die because of some petty details so long as there was a day that you didn't reach the peak of martial arts. Seeing that Ling Han dared to ignore them, the 5 people were all greatly furious. A man in an embroidered gown shouted, "Human, I'm talking to you." Ling Han withdrew his thoughts and said indifferently, "True Dragon's Bloodstone is what I obtained, why should I hand it over to you guys? Want it? Find it yourselves. I'm in quite a good mood right now, you guys had better not ruin it." Ha 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 ha. That youngster in the embroidered gown laughed loudly. "How funny, a mere human dares to be impudent. Do you know who we are?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I obviously know." Those 5 people couldn't help but look proud. Even a human knew of their fame, how impressive. However, Ling Han's next words made their faces twitch and reveal furious expressions. Because Ling Han pointed at them and said one by one, "You're a cat, you're a dog, you're a cow, you're a pig, and you're a sheep." The youngster in the embroidered gown shouted fiercely, "I am Mo Yuan Ming, West Sea Mo royal family's genius." "Oh, so you're called Mo Yuan Ming, I know, doggo?" Ling Han nodded, following on smoothly. A man in purple clothing snorted and said, "Cut the crap with him, let's kill him and seize the true dragon's bloodstone." "Yes, royal brother Zheng Xinwang." The other 4 people obeyed him strictly. Although they were all well-known figures in Mo family's younger generation, none of them could compare to Mo Jingxin. He was a super genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years or even millennia, having pure ancestral blood, and being one of the 3 great kings in the North Sea, having the possibility to advance to the Shattering Void tier before 50 years old. Mo Yuan Ming and 3 others surrounded him, while Mo Jingxin stood with his hands behind his back, feeling it beneath him to attack. The sea race was proud, and as they saw it, 4 of them joining hands to fight one human was already thinking too highly of him. After all, the presence Ling Han revealed was only in the deity transformation tier, while there was a heaven tier warrior amongst the 4 people. The last chance, hand over the true dragon's bloodstone or else die. Chapter 804, Mo Family's Genius. I can't be bothered to talk to you guys. Ling Han, however, initiated the attack, forming a seal with his right hand and releasing it towards the 4 people. Golden light instantly radiated all around. It was the earth-overturning seal, a mystical power. That large flea could return at any time, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, he cultivated out Sword Heart and could resist against Shattering Void Tier's oppressive power, but it didn't mean that he could rival Shattering Void Tier, especially a being like the Flea King. Perhaps even the Lunar King and the likes would get a headache facing it. Outrageous. Mo Yuan Ming and the others all snorted. A mere deity transformation tier human dared to attack them. They raised their weapons one after another, hacking, slashing, smashing and thrusting towards Ling Han. Ling Han couldn't help but itch to try. Sword Heart's miraculous use was to control the weapons of the world, so those who were called Sword King, Saber King, or Fist King all grasped the heart of martial arts. It was as if sitting on a throne, being able to command the world. He extended his left hand and grabbed lightly, and instantly, the weapons in Mo Yuanming's and 3 others' hands all let out a gentle sound and started to tremble lightly as if they were about to escape their grasp and fly towards Ling Han. Mo Yuanming and the 3 others were greatly shocked. What was happening? They retreated repeatedly and held tightly onto their weapons, fearing that they really would fly away. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He just cultivated out Sword Heart, so it wasn't strong enough yet. Otherwise, all those weapons should fly to his side with a single thought, like imperial bodyguards protecting him. This made him anticipate things even more. How awesome would it be to have great mastery in Sword Heart? And Sword Heart Illumination represented the highest tier in Sword Path, claiming to cut all things, even extinguishing inner demons, or else how would there be illumination in its name? Sword Heart. Mo Jingxin said in a low voice, a cautious look flashing across his face. What, Sword Heart? Impossible, this human's only in the deity transformation tier, how could he have comprehended Sword Heart? Yeah, even shattering void tier powerhouses might not have comprehended Sword Heart. How's this human worthy of such an honor? Ming and the three others couldn't believe it. In their perception, the heart of martial arts only belonged to the shattering void tier, and a very small minority of them at that. Definitely not every shattering void tier elite had the heart of martial arts. Zheng had a stern expression as he said, "You guys remember Su Xiaoran and Zhang Mo who were with us?" Obviously. Ming and the three others all nodded. Those four were guests that the Sea Emperor had personally received, and despite them being lowly humans, they didn't dare to underestimate them at all. These two people also cultivated out Saber Heart and Sword Heart, and grasped it more deeply than this human, Mo Jingxin said. What? Ming and the three others were shocked, covered in goosebumps. Were humans really an extremely lowly race? Those three people didn't even reach the Shattering Void tier, yet they grasped the heart of martial arts that the majority of the Shattering Void tier elites didn't possess. With that comparison, why did it feel like the Sea race was the lower level? Mo Jingxin, however, sighed inwardly. The Sea race had the absolute advantage in the cultivation of tiers, and with the blessing of dragon's blood, their physiques far surpassed humans. However, with regards to martial arts comprehension, humans were a notch better. In other words, their bloodline was the reason for their success, but also the reason for their failure. However, he immediately retracted the emotion within and said indifferently, "Don't care about this now, kill this human and seize the true dragon's bloodstone." Yes. Ming and the three others shouted, and surrounded Ling Han again. Ling Han raised his left hand. He was now filled with interest in how Sword Heart operated, continually practicing, and with every passing moment he discovered that he made progress in the comprehension of the Sword Heart. So what if he grasped Sword Heart? He's just a human after all, and only in the deity transformation tier. Ming and the other three attacked, launching attacks toward Ling Han for the second time. Ling Han activated the Sword Heart and influenced the weapons of Ming and the three others. It was as if the spirit tools in their hands were revolting against them, and their attacks had no accuracy at all. Ming and the three others were shocked. Without accuracy, how could they keep fighting? If Ling Han were a shattering void tier powerhouse, then so be it, he wouldn't win anyway, but now the opponent was just at the deity transformation tier, yet was making them so helpless. Truly an embarrassing thing. They were driven mad. Ling Han didn't even dodge once and let them attack at will, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Ling Han's clothes. How could they endure this? The heart of martial arts, was it really that powerful? Ling Han soon lost interest. These four people were too weak and had limited use in helping him improve his Sword Heart. He probably had to fight hand-to-hand with Su Xiaoran and the Small Sword Emperor, using their saber or Sword Heart to improve so that his own Sword Heart could grow rapidly. He pressed forward with his right hand. The earth-overturning seal shone with golden light, sending Ming and the three others flying. Wah! Ming and the three others hacked out blood violently, suffering heavy injuries under Ling Han's attack. Good for nothings. Jingxin said coldly, disdain written all across his face. They couldn't even take care of a human in the deity transformation tier, so what were they if not good for nothings? Ling Han took a glance at him with a smile and said, "You say it like you're not a good for nothing yourself." "I'm obviously not a good for nothing," Jingxin said in all seriousness. "Whether or not you're a good for nothing isn't decided by words alone." Ling Han beckoned him with his finger. "Come, let me beat you till you're convinced, letting you know that you yourself are a good for nothing as well." "Is that possible?" Jingxin shook his hands, turning them into dragon claws. "You cultivated out the heart of martial arts, controlling the weapons in the world, but my weapon is my transformed body, can you influence it?" Ling Han looked at him a few more times and said, "You seem to be quite confident in yourself." "Obviously, I'm from West Sea's Mo family's most outstanding generation, only 27 years old now, yet already at the 9th layer of the heaven tier, and only one step away from the shattering void tier," Jingxin said proudly. This indeed was impressive, enough to take pride in. This one step possibly might not even be crossed in your entire life. Relying on bloodline and limited by bloodline, accomplishments are destined to be limited if you're unable to walk your own path, Ling Han said with a smile. "Talk is cheap," a mere human dares to brag without shame. Mo Jingxin attacked, arriving before Ling Han in a single stride, reaching out with his right clawed hand, and attacking straight at Ling Han's face. If this attack were to hit firmly, then with the dragon claw's sharpness, even Ling Han's body would be heavily injured. Ling Han reached out with his hand and grabbed at the dragon claw. How dare you? You seek death. Mo Yuan Ming and the three others snorted. Dragon claws were such a supreme weapon, yet you dared try to take it head on. You really didn't know how to write the word, death. Pa. Ling Han grabbed the dragon claws, a faint golden light emitting from his left hand. It was the diamond body. He caught it as steady as a great rock. How could that be? Mo Yuan Ming and the three others' eyes almost popped out. How could this happen? For a human to grab onto a dragon claw with his bare palm, was there still natural order? Was there still the law of the land? Fuck. Chapter 805, Fighting at Close Quarters. Even Mo Jingxin was emotionally moved. He found that the opponent's hand was as hard as metal. It wouldn't break or get injured even when scratched by dragon claws. This was too frightening. However, you are just a human. Are you certain you want to have a close battle with the sea race, especially a ruler of the sea race? It was necessary to know that the strength of the human race was their comprehension of the martial arts. Setting apart and bolstering the technique and skill were considered as the way of the king, but close combat was considered to be in the domain of body cultivators. As it happened, due to the rulers of the sea race having control of dragon's blood, each one of them were body cultivators, and their physical bodies were incomparably tough. In a close-range battle, you don't have impressive physical strength. How long would it take to launch a palm strike? In that little time, I could have launched a few hundred attacks and smashed you to bits. Mo Jingxin snorted, while his other hand grabbed onto Ling Han. This strike was fast, accurate, and merciless. In such a short distance between them, how was Ling Han able to counter it? If the distance was farther, then with just a lift of his hand the origin power that burst out would shoot out. It would be fine even if the speed was slower. I could still move my arm faster than your attack would be able to cross that distance. But now, just as your hand was lifted up, my dragon claw has struck and is about to snap off your neck. A cruel smile formed on the corner of Mo Jingxin's lips. In this one strike, a talented genius of the human race was about to die. This made him feel extremely satisfied in his heart. Where was the thrill in killing ordinary people? The satisfaction in killing 1,000 or 10,000 of them couldn't be compared with killing one genius. However, he suddenly realized that Ling Han had extended his right hand and grabbed onto his dragon claw again. How could this be? Earlier he went through a process of charging towards Ling Han. Notwithstanding that, Ling Han had moved back, and there was a small buffer of time, so it was understandable that he had grasped onto his hands. But now, could it be that this human also possessed amazing physical strength? Otherwise, how could he react so quickly? Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "Initially, I still had some appreciation for your capabilities. In the future, you'd be able to provide some contribution in the event of any major disaster. However, you insist on seeking death, so I have no choice but to fulfill your wishes. Heng, I admit that I have underestimated you, but you want to kill me? Dream on." Mo Jingxin sneered and suddenly aimed a flying kick towards Ling Han. Ling Han lifted his leg to counter the attack. Peng, 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 both their legs were unceasingly kicking at the other party because both their hands were mutually in each other's grasp. Every strike of their legs wasn't allowed to yield, and thus mutually landed solidly on the other. The sea race had an advantage in physique. The body of Mo Jingxin was comparable to level 9 precious metal, but Ling Han wasn't weak either and had also reached this level. Theoretically, the match between the two ought to be a tie. But a tie didn't mean that neither of them would be injured. On the contrary, with the impact of every kick, severe injuries were sustained. Both their legs had already become deformed in between hits. This was akin to an incomparably powerful sword capable of crushing any obstacle. If two such swords were to collide with each other, both of them would be battered or even broken apart. The case now was that both of their legs had been twisted, and the degree of distortion was a bit scary, but they still continued to launch kicks towards each other. In this fight, both pledged their all in a stretch of a single breath. If either one of them couldn't hold on, then what would be kicked wasn't the leg, but the vital part of the lower abdomen. If the dantian was smashed, then wouldn't one be crippled? Emo Jingxin felt secretly regretful. At this point, there was no chance to use any spirit tool or decree. The arms of both parties were holding on to each other. It was impossible to retrieve either. He was a descendant of the Mo clan. He had brought with him several powerful treasures. Each one was enough to kill Ling Han, but now not one of them could be used. How could he not regret it? But who asked him to bully Ling Han being human and want to have a close-range battle with him, intending to crush him in a single exchange? However, he had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. Ling Han laughed and said, "You regret it?" "Huh? Why should I regret it? Do you think that your situation is better than mine?" Emo Jingxin wasn't willing to show any weakness. "It's really better than yours." Ling Han circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, and his fractured thighs immediately returned to normal. "What?" Emo Jingxin was shocked. "What the fuck is this resilience? Are you really human? Are you sure that you aren't a monster? What about now?" Ling Han again sent over a flying kick. "Ah!" Emo Jingxin suddenly screamed. Although there wasn't any increase in this kick's power, he felt he had received a hard hit upon impact. This was due to a psychological effect. He was badly hit, but Ling Han was completely healed. Such contrast naturally caused him to fall apart mentally and to feel a strong sense of frustration. As a descendant of the true dragon, he had unexpectedly lost to a human in terms of physique. Ling Han did not show any mercy and launched his kicks even more rapidly. Ping 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 ping. Once Emo Jingxin's fighting spirit began to waver, he naturally couldn't continue with the same manner of speech. Suddenly he was being furiously kicked by Ling Han. Ping, he couldn't get a hold of Ling Han again and was sent flying by his kicks. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and a huge part of his lower abdomen had become concave. It appeared a ghastly sight. Emo Jingxin scrambled up with great difficulty. Gasping, he exhaled a breath of air before calming down a little. He then drew out a rolled scroll. Shattering Void Tier Decree. "You are very strong, but so what?" he sneered. "In front of the battle prowess of the Shattering Void Tier, you are insignificant just like an ant." He suddenly opened up the decree, unleashing a powerful pressure that made the four people including Mo Yuan Ming involuntarily kneel down as their skins split and flesh ruptured. It was as if a Shattering Void Tier elite had arrived in person, but it wasn't just the imposing manner. Even if they were rulers of martial arts, their bodies nevertheless still crumbled. Ling Han gave a light smile. With a wave of his right hand, 108 daggers suddenly appeared and formed the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. Immediately, an ice dragon materialized, facing towards the sky, and gave a thundering roar. "Go!" As Ling Han held out his hand and pointed with a finger, the ice dragon rushed with killing intent towards Emo Jingxin. The decree had just been opened when a burly man came out, exuding the powerful aura of the Shattering Void Tier. He saw the oncoming attack of the ice dragon, and immediately went up to meet it. Ping ping ping, the two sides fought, and the battle prowess of the Shattering Void Tier instantly crushed all the surrounding mountain rocks to pieces. If it was not for this place being the ghostly dragon cave, the stars in the world would be out of luck again. Who knew how many will be crushed? That man was being suppressed. What? The group of five including Mo Jingxin all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. This was their biggest trump card. In this ghostly dragon cave which Shattering Void Tier elites couldn't enter, wouldn't a Shattering Void Tier decree be amazing enough? But now, he was being completely suppressed by one side. Ling Han understood it clearly in his heart. How strong could the strength sealed in a decree be? Due to the double restriction of the maker and the materials of the decree itself, it was already very remarkable to be able to achieve battle prowess surpassing 5 stars. In the Shattering Void Tier, 1 star was the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention 2 stars or more. With a roar from the ice dragon, the decree was torn to pieces. "No!" Mo Jingxin screamed, but was strangled to death by the ice dragon without any doubt. Ling Han was going for the kill. He just wanted to kill the group of 4 including Mo Yuan Ming, but he was shocked when he saw that the Flea King was flying back in a distance away with the astonishing speed of a bullet. When the big guy saw that the true dragon Bloodstone had disappeared, he would definitely flip out. He'd better retreat. Ling Han also couldn't be bothered with taking action against the 4 people including Mo Yuan Ming. They were of no importance in his eyes anyway. He leaped up and in a flash disappeared into the distance. Chapter 806, Barge Through. Ling Han rushed to the place which had been agreed upon with Hunyeo. Upon arriving, he saw that the little girl had arrived long ago, and was sitting on the stone waving her legs, appearing bored, her small lips pouting in a very unhappy expression. After discovering that Ling Han had come over, she groaned and said, "Ling Han, you are too slow. You've made Nyo waited for so long." Sorry. Ling Han quickly smiled and said, "Nyo has really done me a huge favor this time." Hunyeo immediately became extremely pleased. Clapping her hands she said, "Nyo is the best. Nyo really is the best." Ling Han patted Hunyeo's head. This little girl was indeed very special. Let's take a look at the harvest first. Ling Han and Hunyeo entered the Black Tower together. He then called Helian Sun Shui over. She was holding Ling Jian Shui, and they both came together before the huge true dragon Bloodstone. Iya. Ling Jian Shui wriggled his little hands and feet, trying hard to break out from within Helian Sun Shui's arms. Oh. Ling Han was stunned. Did this little guy feel the power of the true dragon Bloodstone? He paused for a while and said, "Sun Shui, let go of him and we shall see." Naturally, it would be impossible to have any problems within the Black Tower. Accordingly, Helian Sun Shui put her son on the ground. The little guy immediately used both his hands and feet, and charged towards the true dragon Bloodstone. Although he hadn't reached age of 1 year yet, his brute strength and speed were incomparably impressive. Very quickly, he ran to the front of the true dragon Bloodstone and climbed up on it one step at a time. When he reached the peak, he comfortably lay face down on top of its surface just like the Flea King previously. Ling Han immediately noticed that on the little guy's body, there were flickering streaks of draconic patterns, emitting a faint radiance. There was outpouring of dragon's might. Moreover, it was consistently getting stronger. He'd absorb the true dragon's blood and keep getting stronger. For the descendants of the true dragon's blood was definitely a rare treasure, and perhaps even something irreplaceable. Ling Han walked over and put his hand on the true dragon Bloodstone. Immediately, the 9 dragons' tyrant body art automatically circulated to extract the essence of the Bloodstone, strengthening his body and enhancing his physique slightly, with a substantial increase in strength. He has a sudden urge to completely draw out the energy within the Bloodstone, and let his brute force instantly soar upwards into heaven tier, or even stronger. He promptly restrained himself. It wouldn't be a good thing for strength to increase too rapidly. One would need to have a strong enough mental state to control such power. Despite being of the heaven tier in his past life, his battle prowess wasn't strong at all, and the past he might not even be a match for the current him now. He didn't have an edge in mental state. It could be said that in addition to striving forward on the familiar road towards the heaven tier, he had completely surpassed his previous life, and this time it was only within a span of just over 5 years. When he thought about this, it made him feel as though he was in a dream. After reaching the peak of the deity transformation tier, it was necessary to build a solid foundation in that state before breaking through. He couldn't leave any regret, otherwise it might bring about a huge impact. Ling Han retracted his hand and said, "Small tower, how will this kid absorb the true dragon's blood? Will there be any problem?" The small tower emerged and calmly replied, "His physique is good, much stronger than yours. You'd better die soon. That way your son will inherit the Black Tower and definitely be more outstanding than you." Fuck. The corner of Ling Han's lips twitched. "Even though you were praising my son, you need not belittle me so much, right? This proud tower. One day I will make it kneel down and proclaim its defeat. However, it's good if there's no problem. Just let this kid lie on top of the stone to absorb the true dragon's blood. I really don't know what kind of height his brute force can reach once he has activated his spirit base." Flower Blossom Tier. Spiritual Infant Tier. 3 people including Ling Han came out of the Black Tower. The most precious treasure was of course the true dragon's tooth. By comparison, the others were just sesame seeds. Even the true dragon Bloodstone could only be regarded as a slightly larger sesame seed. Arg! Just as they exited the Black Tower, they heard a terrible roar, which completely shook them to the point that their skin was undulating like waves. It was that Flea King. It came back only to discover that the true dragon Bloodstone wasn't there. It naturally blew its top off, and bellowed so violently as if it wanted to destroy this part of the realm. Let's go. The three including Ling Han left at once. To resolutely take on this 15-eyed corpse king level Flea King was simply courting death. Only a fool would do such a thing. After running for over 100 miles, although the roars could still be heard, the ripples in the air finally could not affect them anymore. This was precisely what a shattering void tier elite was. With just a roar, it could cause shock injury to a heaven tier elite. After running for several hundred miles more, the roars finally disappeared completely, and the three people sighed in relief. Fortunately, this big guy did not pursue them and attack everywhere. Otherwise, if they were targeted, would they be able to stand up to it even if they managed to awaken the Revere Life Sword? They no longer deliberately searched for other treasures, be it true dragon bloodstone or the dragon's blood grass. Now they were focused on the true dragon's tooth. After all, they didn't know how much time they would spend on the 4th floor. 2 days later they came to the end of the 3rd floor. Here there wasn't any passageway or tall mountain made of bones. There was only a seemingly ordinary portal, but it was connected to a completely different world, and the opposite side was an ocean of flames. Hee, finally I've waited until you came. Amidst the cold sneer, Su Xiaoran's group of 4 could be seen appearing one after the other, blocking the passageway to the portal. Ling Han smiled and said, "To have made all of you wait so long, I am truly sorry." "It doesn't matter, you can compensate us with your life," the small sword emperor said coldly. "Then I am even more sorry, as I value my life very much, and have no intention of using it to compensate anyone." Ling Han gazed at the 4 people coldly. With his own strength he wasn't afraid of these 4 people. Even if his battle prowess fell short of theirs, his body could continuously heal, making him the person with the last laugh. However, everyone had the ability to fight a stronger opponent. With the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe, they would probably need to get the Flea King from earlier to come over to be equally matched. He immediately made a decision. He was going to rush forward and first get his hands on the true dragon's tooth. As for the 4 people, they could be dealt with later. Die. Su Xiaoran immediately wielded Absolute Saber, while Son of Lightning also took out the Mountain and River Axe. Held high in his hands, this treasured tool had been awakened, exuding an incomparably overbearing aura. Ling Han pulled Helian Sun Shui and Hunyo back into the Black Tower. Anyway, the other 4 people already knew that he had a spatial divine tool, so it didn't matter if he used it in front of them. "You want to barge through us? You are too naive." The small sword emperor sneered and also wielded a treasured sword. With the circulation of the sword's intent, this treasured tool was awakened, exuding a fierce breath. Even if it did not reach the shattering void tier, it wouldn't be far off. Dong Linger also wielded a sword. She hadn't mastered Sword Heart yet, but she also possessed her own formidable power. The power within her blood was unleashed, and at her back 2 long wings spread out, together with a phoenix tail woven with light and shadow. It was like she had become a colorful phoenix. The 4 young rulers joined forces to stop Ling Han. In addition to the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe, it could be said that they made a well-fortified barricade. Even for shattering void tier, there wasn't more than a few capable of charging through their ranks. Ling Han drew out the Revere Life Sword and smiled. "Then I will show you." Chapter 807, Trap. Without hesitation, Ling Han shot out, directly heading for the passage that led to the 4th floor. As long as he entered, Su Xiaoran and the others would naturally be unable to follow. The Revere Life Sword, due to the proximity of the aura of the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe, automatically awakened. Its patterns glowed, and its killing intent blazed into the skies. Ling Han did not summon the Ice Dragon Ground Blast formation. His intention now was to barge his way in, and not defeat these 4 people. The difficulty level was completely different. How could it be that the Revere Life Sword would be unable to sustain a single combined strike of the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe? You had to be kidding. Get back. The 4 young elites combined their attacks, and even used such powerful killing tools like the Absolute Saber and the Mountain and River Axe. Even shattering void tier elites were practically unable to outshine them. Yet Ling Han forced his way through. The Revere Life Sword exuded endless light from its patterns, wrapping him tightly within as he charged towards that doorway. Honk, honk, honk. In the fierce exchange, Ling Han could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, yet forced his way through the combined barricade of the four young rulers, and threw himself into that doorway. The moment he entered, he immediately drew out the flower of dead souls. This amazing flower that came from the netherworld instantly shone with a dark light that suppressed the blazing flames surrounding him. These flames had absolutely no effect on the physical body. Instead, they directly affected the soul, attempting to burn his soul to ashes. And the flower of dead souls just so happened to be capable of suppressing them. As for why it could do so, Ling Han could not fathom it either. He merely knew that the effects were indeed excellent. He turned around, yet saw that the expressions on the faces of Su Xiaoran and the others looked very odd. They did not look at all defeated that he had managed to barge in, but were rather wearing cold smirks, like they were saying, "You're a stupid idiot. Ling Han, we already know that you have a spatial divine tool, yet still deliberately revealed the use of the flower of dead souls. Could it be that you take us for idiots?" Su Xiaoran sneered. Dong Linger continued, "You're wrong. We deliberately said those words for you to hear. The flower of dead souls is the key to enter into the fourth floor, true, but it's merely one of them. The other key is, one has to form the heart of martial arts. Otherwise you would still be burnt to ashes. After you're dead, we will enter and take away the flower of dead souls. Anyways, in your current condition, you would not be able to go far." The small sword emperor said calmly. Ling Han gave an "oh," and smiled. "You all deliberately say it now because you want to detain me here as much as possible. On the other side, you have sealed the exit so that I would only be able to remain here, and you can easily retrieve the flower of dead souls later. Now that I think about it, you all did not try your best to stop me previously." "That's right. Using this natural killing zone to eliminate you, wouldn't it be much simpler?" The Son of Lightning said calmly. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Since you all know that I have a spatial divine tool, could it be that you don't know that I merely have to duck inside, and it will not matter how horrible the conditions outside are? What could they do to me?" "Humph, you think that just because we have never seen a spatial divine tool before, we don't know the use of a spatial divine tool?" Dong Linger snorted derisively. "Spatial divine tools are merely convenient, but could not completely seal off the environment. Even if you hide inside, you would not be spared from death." Ling Han grinned and said, "Then even if I died, I would not allow the flower of dead souls or the spatial divine tool to benefit you. You all did not find it previously. That is the case now, and in the future you would not be able to do it either." Hearing these words, Su Xiaoran and the others frowned. This was indeed their worry. They had only heard of the existence of spatial divine tools, but had never seen one before, so how would they know how to retrieve it? Su Xiaoran pondered, then said, "Hand over the flower of dead souls and the spatial divine tool, and we can spare you." When he saw Ling Han's uncaring expression, he stretched out his hand and declared, "I can swear." "We can swear too," the others said as well. In comparison with the valuable True Dragon's Tooth and spatial divine tool, Ling Han's life could naturally be set aside for the moment. Anyways, he had not yet become too powerful. There were many elites in the 5 great sects that could easily kill him. Ling Han laughed heartily and said, "Do you all not know that I am a person who is unafraid of death? I will not stay around to chat anymore, bye." He turned around and left. This was something that Su Xiaoran and the others had not expected. In their opinion, Ling Han was definitely a smart person, and how could it be possible that a smart person would make this kind of choice? This was a situation in which neither side won, and the most they would suffer was mild damage. They had merely lost a flower of dead souls, but in Ling Han's case he would lose his life. No matter how they thought about it, Ling Han did not seem to be the person who is unafraid of death that he had flaunted himself as. Could it be, he has formed Sword Heart? Su Xiaoran's expression changed drastically. He had fought with Ling Han the most, and could be considered more familiar with Ling Han's personality than the others. The expressions of the others changed as well. This was not impossible. Previously, Ling Han had already touched the border of the Sword Heart, which allowed him to be unaffected by Su Xiaoran and the Small Sword Emperor, and kill Ming successfully. Any other person would not be able to do so in such a short amount of time, but how could Ling Han be any other person? Then this would be a little terrible. Sword Heart added with the flower of dead souls would be enough to resist the soul-burning flames of the 4th floor, and it would definitely not be difficult for him to obtain the true dragon's tooth. And it would be of no use for them to stand guard here either. The moment the time limit was reached, Ling Han would naturally be directly sent out of the ghostly dragon cave. We'll stand guard here. If the time comes and we are still unable to capture Ling Han, we will immediately return to the middle state and ask the ultimate elites to move. We must definitely kill this man. That's right. With the true dragon's tooth and a spatial divine tool in his possession, there is definitely a need to get the ultimate elites to move. The four of them all sat at the entrance and waited patiently. In their eyes, there was only one valuable thing in this ghostly dragon cave, and that was the true dragon's tooth. Thus, they could not bother to waste time to search for other treasures. Ling Han's hand gripped the flower of dead souls. As he walked in this sea of flames, his steps were steady and he was extremely calm. Setting aside their ability to burn the soul, the damage that these flames inflicted on the physical body was practically zero. Furthermore, with the protection of the flower of dead souls, and the support of the sword heart, he had nothing to fear here. He took great strides forwards. The structure of this fourth floor was very simple. It was merely a large passage all the way to the end. Thus, he had no other choice but to walk forwards. Apparently, the true dragon's tooth lay at the end of this passage. However, no one was capable of obtaining it, and they could only look upon it from afar. The passage was very long. After a half-day's time, Ling Han finally saw the end. An altar made of stone appeared ahead of him. It was huge, but there was a ring of purple light that had solidified around and encircled the altar. Until now, no one had been able to pass through this ring of light. Otherwise, if anyone had been able to pass through and come back out, how could it be that they had not been able to retrieve the true dragon's tooth? In the middle of the altar, there lay a colossal fong. It was 30 meters long and was completely brilliant white, seeming like a beautiful work of art. Merely the sight of it gave a kind of pleasant feeling. Moreover, even though he was standing so far away from it, Ling Han could still sense the boundless might emitted by the fong. The true dragon's tooth. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.